Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast, episode 90, the 18th of March 2023. Hello to all the Americans who have been here for an hour.
Yeah.
So, Bleach, would you like to tell everyone what you were doing an hour ago?
I bet he was sat here complaining. Where the fuck are they? Everybody's
Basically, it was like, well, this is fucked up. I guess Bezik's asleep again.
Were you cracking out the old wanted posters?
I assumed he was. I assumed he was just hungover and hadn't woken up yet.
So they were both.
Oh yeah. We were here way ahead of time.
Yeah, I rocked up at like 10 past 11, and it's like, what are you two fuckers doing here? Oh.
Oh, I wish I had noticed them in here. I'd have come in here and mocked them.
Well, no, you would have been mocked yourself, Disco, because you're just so gay these days.
Gay?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
who sleeps with guys?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's pretty gay.
Yeah. To be fair, Stormy is gayer than you. She sleeps with me.
Ugh.
That's really gay.
Why would you do that, Stormy?
I thought she had talent and taste, but clearly not.
Oh, she has talent. It's the taste that's a question.
Have a little pineapple juice and you should be fine.
Uh,
And Stormy admits it.
So
Yeah,
sad.
and she even says earlier, "Hey, I was doing the same thing. What the fuck? Where's the link?"
Is Rumble still having
Yeah, Rumble's
rumbly
being
tummy, as it were?
gay and broken and all server erroring at us, so we'll skip that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just threw the
think
link
Rumble had a
into
back
the
end
chat.
update,
So.
Yeah.
and it looks like it might be somewhat useful, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a great update if it ever works.
Find out this time next year.
Yes. So on daylight savings times, nonsense. We will be. So the Sultans links to London time, 2 p.m. London time. So not next Saturday, but the Saturday after. That will have changed again for people outside the UK.
I wish they just got rid of the daylight savings.
Oh
bullshit
God,
at
I
this
wish they
point.
would.
You know what I mean?
They claim it's for the farmers, and I've never met a farmer that likes it. They're like, the cows don't give a shit what time it is.
Farmer's like, I've got lights on my tractor. What's the problem?
Yeah. Do you really think wheat cares about the clock?
Yep. It's like,
Apparently, it's very concerned.
why? Okay, Mr. Politician, why don't you take up what time 6 a.m. is with the rooster? Because rooster don't give a fuck.
This is Major. Actually, no. Daylight savings time was originally used as a concept by Ben Franklin way back in the day, and then the Germans did do daylight savings time. I can't remember when. It was around. It did happen with World War I, because we always talk about the armistice being at 11:11:11. And for the Germans, it was noon.
Yeah. Okay, so let's jump in on some shilling, shall we? Or should we introduce everybody we've got today? That's probably helpful. So Crow's off recording content because he's been sick. Trim's on the boat being gay.
Yeah, Jim's always on the boat being gay.
He's
Don't
not
call him a
That's
seaman
a
for
job
nothing.
title, isn't it?
he's not always on the boat.
He's the gay on the boat.
He's not always on the boat.
We thought it was gay.
Yes.
Look, he cooks and he cleans. He'll make someone a fine wife someday. Hi, Trim. How you doing?
Oh God! Imagine.
I hear angry hurdy-gurdy noises off in the distance.
I can see it now. Seaman Trim reporting for duty.
Yeah. So, who the people who actually showed up today are Brother Ardent.
Hello.
Yes. You're fucking off in a bit, aren't you? Because you and Stormy have plans that involve being social, like weirdos.
Yeah.
Being gay, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we have some plans for the evening, which will actually probably include some consumption of some interesting drinks, and therefore I am not going to be doing my Sunday live stream. So I did a live stream on Rumble last night to make up for it.
I hear excuse noises.
I hear excuse noises too, but I don't care.
And so then, of course, we have Bleach.
I think I'm here. At least I was an hour ago.
He's here in body, if not in spirit.
And in coffee.
But are there spirits in your coffee?
Not yet, but this is only the first half.
Give it half an hour. So we also have very special host Discordia.
I'm the only host that showed up on time.
Yeah, but that's still late, as usual.
That's showing up on time still sounds like an excuse for showing up late.
Absolutely. It's that cope for me.
Yes, that is lots of coke from the Americans.
What can I say? Yeah, it's for the taste of Diet Coke.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Cope Classic?
That cope.
No, it's New Cope, actually.
Yeah. And of course, then, last but certainly not least, is me, the cat herder Bezic. Speaking of cats, is George going to come join us today?
He's currently sound asleep on top of my PC.
Uh-oh.
So, yes.
So if you hear a crash,
Anytime now.
he started wiggling.
If we hear a crash and then we lose this guy. Yeah, Callum, Crow is apparently doing a lot better. So he's back to making content. So he's busy doing that rather than joining us like some kind of asshole.
Oh my.
So, let's get into the shenanigans for the day.
Oh, Prime Knight is asking if George is planning a trip to that super rat-infested town.
That doesn't sound like George's kind of holiday. George,
Uh,
George likes to be pampered.
He's a lover, not a fighter, huh?
He's just like,
He's just lazy.
Just a cat that just lays down and goes, "Worship me."
yeah, pretty much.
There are other
So
kinds of
basically,
cats.
a cat.
Yeah.
Worship me, love me.
Oh, open, closed doors.
Pet me, feed me.
So while we do have Ardent and Stormy hanging around, we'll change the order a little bit.
Okay.
And we will look at an interesting article that was provided by Maureen. Or at least...
How does Maureen send you black bills now, too?
Not directly.
Yeah.
You talk about black pills. Go to disco. Valheim, black pill. Black pill, black pill. Valheim, black pill, black pill. Black pill. Other black pill. Tranny. Black pill. Wood chipper pictures. Black pill.
Hey, that wood chipper is fucking awesome. Somebody in the Lotus Heroes chat the other day was like, you should have a look at these instead of wood chippers. And I'm just like, oh my god.
Odar suggests while you have Stormy and I, you should start blaming Canada.
Oh, Canada's
When do
responsible
we
for lots
stop?
of things.
Well, I have personally decided to rename the country to Trudeaunistan, mostly because, well, it's basically a foreign country above U.S. soil now.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Oh dear. So, which one do we go to? There's so many horrible things. But let us have a look at this one. So, this article, originally from Unilad, that we found it. Man who secretly removed condom during sex becomes first to be convicted of stealthing.
I did see this one.
Yes.
Local Dutch man.
Yep. A man in the Netherlands has become the first in the country to be convicted for stealthing. The Daily Mail reported that the 28-year-old man... Oh, fucking hell. These people need to be beaten. Get a fucking editor. So, Daily Mail reported that the 28-year-old man was found guilty of removing a condom during sex without his partner knowing. Khaldoon F., whose full name has not been disclosed, has received a jail sentence for the act, but the Durka District Court cleared him of the rape charge, determining that the sex was consensual. Sorry.
The thing is, I mean, I'm surprised at that because if the consent was based upon using protection, and the protection was removed, then
that was my reaction. If the consent is contingent upon the use of protection, if he isn't using protection, she isn't consenting. Therefore, it's right. I mean, for fuck's sake, if two people getting drunk and the woman regretting it a week later is rape, like how the fuck is this not rape? If anything is rape, I would have thought it would be not complying with the conditions of the consent.
I would have at least said assault, like sexual assault.
Yeah, like at least some kind of additional crime.
Yeah, that seems fair. Sexual assault.
But I'd be happy.
Because I think as the article goes on to say, it does obviously open them up to diseases that they were trying to protect themselves against, and if she gets pregnant, then that's something that she's then got to deal with.
Yep, and if she was attempting to take reasonable precautions, and she then has to deal with an unwanted pregnancy, there is no option there that is good for her.
Mm-hmm.
No.
And if he's the kind of person who's going to sneakily remove a condom when he thinks that nobody's paying attention, I don't really see him being the kind of person that's going to step up and be a dad.
No, he's
Maybe
probably
that's an unfair assumption, but
well, his name is Khaldoon. If he knocks a woman up, he's probably going to go somewhere that doesn't have a child support treaty with the Netherlands. He's going to go home.
I think we all know that's properly pronounced Khaldoon.
That's probably pronounced Mohammed.
Fair. Some form of turka.
Let's see.
Let's be honest. With that implication there, he's probably just like, no, that is my child now, and then ships them off to be a child soldier somewhere.
Blood for the blood god.
Yeah. Let's see. Stormy says that it's rape, and Med just says regret is not rape. Stealthing is. Though he'd settle for a sexual assault. Sexual assault as a charge.
Yep.
So, yeah, the judge then said, by his actions, the suspect forced the victim to tolerate having unprotected sex with him. In doing so, he restricted her personal freedom and abused the trust she placed in him. How is that not the definition of rape?
It's at least sexual assault.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is not looking for the.
I mean, I think we've already muddied the definition of rape enough.
Well, that's the thing. If regretting it's 20 years later is rape, as Hollywood says it is, someone actually not complying with the conditions of consent. How the like the one time someone actually raped someone.
Yeah.
And like, didn't we used to have rape by deception until feminists killed it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I consider this rape by deception. If through lying a man alters whether a woman will consent. Like,
that's kind of the question. Ultimately, it's like if we're going to get to the point of we have to go down the road of okay, are we going to have like documents signed now that that's unfortunately what this moron is pushing us towards, where some people are going to be like, well, gee, can I have that in writing that you're not going to remove the condom? That's terrible that we have to even think about that.
But by his actions alone, he showed that he was deceiving her. And yep.
I was gonna say, Bleach, that's another argument for maybe only sleeping with people that you can trust.
Oh, yes.
Exactly.
And maybe not speaking with anyone whose name is Khaldun.
It's time to pull out the color swatches to pick your dates, ladies.
John likes color chart.
There's kind of a inverse relation between melanin and child support.
That
inverse relation is between child support and the number of people who go looking for cigarettes.
There's also an inverse relation between melanin and marriage.
Yeah.
Oh dear, oh dear.
I couldn't help myself.
Changeling says, but what about an man, RGs that just fell off, bro? Sorry. Now, see, that's actually the interesting thing about this case. Because the idiot admitted it.
Yeah.
Oh, you stunned cunt.
I mean, yeah, it's like...
And like, yeah,
things happen.
Things happen. We understand that there's accidents. But then he turned around and admitted it.
That's the problem with cases like this. I mean, this one was stupid enough to admit, so it's kind of a moot point. But, how do you prove the difference between an accident of, it broke or it slid off or whatever?
Well, that is an interesting question, isn't it?
You took it off. In the same way, how do you prove the difference between a woman wasn't on birth control and she just forgot to take it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't think you're ever going to be able to prove I forgot to take it. Now, I'm not taking it at all, but I'm lying about it is a different story. But again, I'd love to know how you're going to come up with this idea and then prove that. Because by the time of the evidence that she's committed the act arises, it's going to be impossible to prove whether or not she was taking it at all.
I mean, short of, did she have a prescription for it or not? Sure, if she doesn't have a prescription for it, there's a good chance she wasn't taking it. But if she did and just wasn't taking it, did she accidentally miss a dose or did she throw one in the bin? You don't know.
Yeah.
No. And, I think there's that, back to Disco's point, it's like, don't be sleeping with somebody that you don't know and trust and have a intimate relationship with without necessarily it being intimate beforehand.
Maybe don't stick your dick in a woman you're not willing to have a child with. There's a crazy fucking thought.
Yeah.
Shocking, I know.
And same applies to ladies. Don't stick your dick in a man you're not willing to have a child with either.
Yeah, I mean, it is 2023.
To answer 5 p.m. and everyone else, because I think I forgot to mention it, we are not live on Rumble today because Rumble is fucked and broken. Rumble is rolling out a new feature set, but it's kind of forgotten the part where you don't work on the live system.
Yeah, it was having a bit of a hard time last week as well. Kept getting some upset messages from Pete. I can't for Rumble to work. I was like, it looks like it updated, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Rumble's done an update and they've completely broken their servers, so we won't be going live
Yeah.
on Rumble today.
Yay.
Amusingly, when we were pre-gaming the podcast, we all were like looking at it with different browsers, and sometimes it would work, sometimes it would just curl up and die.
Yep, sometimes
Yeah,
it'd work in
ironically,
one
it always
browser and
worked
not the
flawlessly
other.
for me.
Do
Oh,
they,
yeah,
do
I
they,
mean, when I switched my
they must have a special server for Canada. You guys need it.
Yeah. They have to have one they can hit a switch and just go, okay, Trudeau has told us to isolate.
Yeah. So continuing this article in particular, the court revealed the man had exposed the woman to contracting sexually transmitted diseases in an unwanted pregnancy. Yep. The Daily Mail.
Yeah, that is another difference as well between, obviously we were talking about the pill thing and the condom is there's the diseases part of it too. I mean, if you're already going at it without a condom because you're like, oh well, I'm protected from pregnancy because she's on the pill, you're already taking the chance of disease.
Yeah, but of course that protected because she's on the pill also implies that she's actually taking it. She's taking it properly. She isn't on any other drugs that might interfere with it. She's not over, what is it, like fuck all pounds, 120 pounds or something, I think it is, or whatever it is. and like X and Y and Z and all these other conditions. Like, don't be a fool, wrap your tool.
Yep.
The pill is, honestly, it's damn near useless when you consider how perfectly you have to take it.
Yeah, I and all the other side effects.
Yeah.
Yeah, the side effects.
Like turning the
horrendous.
fish guy.
Yeah.
Sorry, turning the fish trans.
Yeah, potentially causing autism.
It would be interesting if there was serious studies done.
Well, we already know that we've got estrogen in the waterways, which can't be great for the fish. Because women,
I don't know. Fish with tits might be okay.
Would you care for a breast of salmon, please?
Oh god.
Somehow, I don't think that'd help.
All white meat salmon fingers.
Actually, I wonder if anyone's actually tested the tap water in any of these places where they're putting reclaimed water into the systems.
Stormy is talking about very emotional fishies.
Oh god. Fish that go pout because you haven't gone out and taken the trash out.
Yeah. But I mean, what are the chances that we do actually have estrogen in the potable water supply?
Oh, probably very high.
I mean, I thought that was a thing.
I'm sure I've seen it. We've seen it pop up somewhere.
Chances. I thought it was actually a thing.
Actually,
yeah. When I lived in Alberta, what was that? 20 years ago, there was a test done on the Bow River, which flows past Calgary, and if I recall correctly, they found high concentrations, or far higher than natural concentrations of all kinds of different things, but they found like estrogen, antibiotics, cocaine, metabolites, of course, because damn near everybody in Calgary is doing coke.
Okay, so you Google it, and everyone's reporting that, yeah, birth control pills are putting estrogen into the water supply. Except for a couple of groups of idiots who are like, don't blame the pill for estrogen in the water supply.
Of course it's Science Daily.
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck is it? Cow farts?
Well, that's a good fucking question. And I thought cow farts is why the Dutch wanted to kill all the cows.
Yeah. This is Medger says, if we get mermaids, I might be okay with it. But I think we're just getting cancer again.
Right, so what is there... So... Oh, it's soy. It's fucking soy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and they reckon that animal manure accounts for 9% of estrogens in the environment. Yeah, fuck off. You're clearly lying.
What?
Please.
I mean, I've not tested cow dung, but I can't imagine that there's that much estrogen naturally occurring.
Well,
in a
is it
cow's
naturally
body.
occurring though, or is it because do they not give cows like basically IVF when they inseminate them?
I'm neither. They
It's-
pump them
well-
full of fucking hormones. Like, they pump them full of
So,
growth hormone
yeah.
and
It
shit.
might not be completely out there, whether or not it's the sole cause. It's a question.
Right.
It
Because
may not be completely out there if they are pumping them full of hormones to get them pregnant.
it
Yep.
really depends. Because I actually have a friend that works in the bull semen industry, and basically,
You just said the phrase "the bull semen industry."
yes,
I know, I know it's a commodity, but my God, that's a funny phrase.
What's
You're
his
welcome.
official job title? I need to know.
that's a damn good question. I'll have to
It's
look
a
that up.
sperm
Chief
wrangler.
inseminator.
I mean, this dude goes around and when he's hitting on women, he's like, well, my job involves putting my arm up a cow's vagina and palpating it. It's like, dude, this is why you're single.
I don't think there are very many women that are okay with the idea of a guy up to his shoulder in them.
No, but I mean, we would go out and yeah, it was wild. We'd go out to bars and he'd just be like going into graphic detail describing
Oh, God.
how he's going about impregnating bovines, and I'm just like, this is
Okay,
This,
if you start
I
the
know
conversation with "I knock cows up for a living,"
I noticed
and he did.
I noticed you didn't mention he's going into big detail about how he gets the semen in the first place.
Oh no, that's been a topic of discussion too. He's like, well, first you get this giant tube. So no, apparently he's a
God.
dairy product analyst. So yeah, bull semen catcher is that's a much better title for the dude.
Here we go.
Yeah, no.
So,
apparently,
Billy and chat called him a bull milker.
yes, quite literally.
so looking at a somehow better article from the Daily Snail, this dickhead removed the condom without warning, despite the woman he was with saying in advance that she did not want to have sex with that. You could have mentioned that, you fuckers. How is that not right? How is that not right? I won't have sex without a condom. Okay, I've taken the condom off. That's fucking right.
It's not right because it's in Rotterdam.
Ah, true.
Yeah.
It's not right because he's brown.
Yeah.
Sorry, Odar is calling him a spank bank clerk.
Oh, there we go. There we
I'm gonna
fucking
be
go.
giggling about this all day.
There we go. Syrian-born...
Oh, Syrian.
Syrian.
Who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed? So the judges ruled it was not rape as there was agreement between the suspect and the complainant about the sexual penetration, and the coercion only related to the failure to use the condom. Hold on a second. No. She said in advance that she did not want to have sex without it. Then he removed it, but somehow that's not rape because she was okay with the sex if he was wearing a condom?
What happened to the can withdraw consent at any time?
Yeah, what happened
So if they started having sex and he got rough or something, and she's like, I want you to stop, and he then went on to like violently rape it, would this judge have went, well, I'm sorry, you consented? Like,
apparently.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's be honest. It's because this Syrian-born refugee was in sexual distress, and the condom blocked him from clearing his mind.
Oda says, funny how feminist theory collapses as soon as a brown person is involved.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And Billy, was she sexually exploiting a vulnerable refugee?
She was sexually oppressing him by making him wear the condom.
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck is this? Read more. Sexual practice of stealthing could now result in an offender going to prison for life in one Australian state. I think that's a bit excessive when you won't even send someone to prison for life for rape.
I mean, it's a deterrent.
Sure, but I think it's a little bit odd that that the rape gets you less time than the you're not wearing a condom.
So it'd be like, yes, I did rape her, Your Honor, but I had a condom on.
Oh, gee, that's fine, son. Go out and have a grand old time.
Yeah.
Just want it to be known that I definitely wore condoms during rape. Oh, then we'll reduce the sentence to 5 years.
Oh Lord.
But
how is
I'm not
that
a citizen yet, Your Honor. Oh well, you're free to go.
Yeah. Oh, well, sorry for the inconvenience. Here's some free housing.
Yeah. Let us just throw a family into the street for you.
Yeah. Literally. But this is ridiculous. How is it not right? She set conditions on the consent. Clearly, and admittedly, she set conditions on the consent. He then violated those conditions, but somehow it's not right. For fuck's sake. But guaranteed, in the next town over, was some poor bastard getting fucking sentenced to life in prison for having sex with a woman who had had more than 5 sips of beer.
I know, she should have said, also, Your Honor, I was drunk. Would have been like, death
penalty.
Yeah, give him the chair.
Or else go fucking mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, completely as.
What blows my mind is like, okay, stealthing can go for a life sentence with Australia, but nonsense. Oh well, here's some rehab for you. Go out. Oh, and maybe we'll have a nice little sociologist from Berlin give you a kid.
Yeah.
While you're at it, go to a library and address and read something.
Mm-hmm. The law in the Netherlands does not cover penetration without a condom where consent has already been given for the penetration itself. But what about if the consent for the penetration was only with a condom? What the fuck is wrong with you, Netherlands? Like, for fuck's sake. The one time a dude actually rapes a woman.
One time. Oh god! On that note, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. You have a good day, and I'll listen.
Look out, Stormy! He's got ideas now.
Hey, somebody mentioned bull semen industry. Now I've got thoughts. Okay, I'm gone, guys. Take it easy.
See you, man.
Watch out for the palpation.
Oh god. Alright, so the court was able to show intent from WhatsApp conversations between the two. Dutch law has no specific offence against stealthing, but these were the first rulings on the practice. What?
I mean...
Wait.
How can they do anything to him then? If they have no law about it and it's not rape, why has he been bothered at all?
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in England and Wales, case law precedent has established that non-consensual condom removal is rape. Yeah, logic. Jesus Christ.
Wow. Well, but you have to wonder, would that ruling change if, the guy posted a video and like, oh, well, but I've been so oppressed by having to wear a condom.
Your Honor,
evil white
Your
English.
Honor, I am brown. Case dismissed. Ah, dear.
Wow. The modern law never fails to disappoint.
Yep. This is fucking stupid. Anyway, let's have a look at the dumb shit in South Australia. So this is from November last year. A practice of removing a condom during sex without consent is about to be criminalised, with offenders facing penalties of up to life in prison. How is that? I swear you can't get life in prison for actual rape.
So...
I mean, I'm just mind blown that it could be up to a year. I mean, sorry, no.
I mean, I suppose it depends. If it says up to, then there must be some conditions that need to be met to get.
Yeah, I'd like to see what those are.
Is that like if you take it off and give them fucking AIDS or something? Because in that case, I'd be like, well, fuck you.
Yeah, I mean,
something
that should not
deadly.
be part of the stealthing sentencing, though.
Well,
that should be something entirely different, because that's deception.
Yeah.
That's rape by deception.
Well,
not admitting
I wonder if...
Yeah, hey, I've got AIDS.
I wonder if this is how it's written, because we can actually look at the law and potentially... So, the Stealthing Act was described by the amendment to the Criminal Law Consolidation Act as when a person agrees to engage in the activity because of a misrepresentation, whether expressed or implied, as to the use of a condom during the activity. And then they're like, oh, it's more common than people believe, because they reckon that 1 in 3 women and 1 in 5 men who have sex with other men had been victims of the practice after 2,000 participants were surveyed. Have you considered not surveying university students?
Yeah, they're kind of moronic.
Yeah. And they're woke liberal types, so, and male feminists can't be trusted.
I can kind of imagine university students being like, well, yeah, I wanted to wear one, but then he said he didn't have one, and so,
Yeah.
So that's not stealthing, then that's just you being very easy to convince.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's you being a useless moron.
How is... And the article's got no information, of course. Fuck's sake.
I mean...
It'd be interesting to actually read the law, because maybe they've just added it to, like, rape by coercion.
That would make sense. Because, God forbid, an article actually ever give you fucking information. They're so bad at writing articles. Can you not just show us pictures of condoms, please?
Well, at least they're not currently being used condoms.
Yeah. And the fucking Australian broadcasting communists have absolutely no fucking information either. Right. Let me look up the Criminal Code Act in South Australia.
I think that the thing that I'm just flabbergasted by, because I haven't used that word in a while, is it's like, what are the sentencing guidelines? It's like I'm very curious about that.
Yeah. Oh, abolition of capital punishment. Well, that's bullshit. We need to get rid of that part. Can we bring back capital punishment if we make that the crime for stealthing?
I mean, the feminists would be all over that.
Yeah. Here we go. Rape and other sexual offences. Consent to sexual activity. Aha. This makes sense. For the purpose in this section, sexual activity includes sexual intercourse. For the purposes of this division, a person consents to sexual activity if the person freely and voluntarily agrees to the sexual activity. Without limiting subsection 2, a person is taken not to freely and voluntarily agree to the sexual activity if the person agrees because of the application of force, or an expressed implied threat, etc., or an expressed implied threat to degrade, humiliate, disgrace, or harass, or the person is unlawfully detained, or the activity occurs while the person is asleep or unconscious, or the activity occurs while the person is intoxicated, whether by alcohol or any other substance, to the point of being incapable of freely and voluntarily agreeing to the activity.
So blackout drunk.
Yep. Or the activity occurs while the person is affected by a physical, mental, or intellectual condition or impairment, or the person is unable to understand the nature of the activity, or the person agrees to engage in the activity with the person under a mistaken belief as the identity of that person. There you go. So there you go, folks. Do not go to South Australia and claim to be a rich guy. Or the person...
Well, I'm Prince Harry.
Yeah, or the person agrees to engage in the activity because of a misrepresentation, whether expressed or implied, as the use of a condom during the activity. Okay,
So
yeah, it's been added to the section on rape as something that negates the consent.
So it's unlikely that offense would get them life, but
typical journalist bullshit. Rape can get you life in prison. They've just added this as a subcategory of rape.
Now, I am curious because it says whether express or implied.
Yeah, that's interesting with the implied one.
I mean, because I could see where a situation could arise where, like, well, gee, it was implied that he was going to use a condom, even though they're just like, yeah, let's get to it.
Yeah, and I would imagine that would be one of the things that the defense would go, why would you have ever thought he was going to wear a condom? Oh, I don't know, because I handed him one. And like
that would make sense.
Yeah, that would make sense. But if I imagine that there could be a argument made by a defense counsel that they just got down to it, and at no point did anyone even mention the word.
Yeah.
And I imagine that'd get the guy up.
Are very difficult to prove, unfortunately.
That would be express. This is Major. Because he agreed to wear it, because Major says, because he agreed to wear it as a precursor to sex. That would be express misrepresentation. We're curious about the wording of implied.
I mean, maybe it's more along the lines of, like, you're about to, and she says, oh, have you got a condom? And he goes, yeah. And then...
finds out that he doesn't. So
she hasn't expressly said, we can't without the condom, but she obviously expects it on.
Yeah. And I imagine that's why they...
said no, but... I expect it's probably something like that. But
yeah, I would think you're right. I think that'd be why. Like, if she asks, oh, do you have a condom? He says yes. Then they get down to it. He doesn't put it on.
Or he takes it off.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's because he's got enough melanin to stop the world if he wanted.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would think that would go under reckless indifference.
Potentially. And I think that's how they get it. So a person is recklessly indifferent to the fact that another person does not consent to an act if they are aware of the possibility the other person might not be consenting or has withdrawn consent but decides to proceed regardless, or is aware of the possibility the other person might not be consenting or has withdrawn consent but fails to take reasonable steps to ascertain whether the other person does in fact consent or has in fact withdrawn consent to the act before deciding to proceed, or does not give any thought as to whether the other person is consenting to the act or has withdrawn consent to the act before deciding to proceed. Rape. A person is guilty of the offence of rape if he or she engages or continues to engage in sexual intercourse with another person who does not consent or has withdrawn consent, and the offender knows or is recklessly indifferent to the fact that the other person does not so consent or has withdrawn consent. Maximum penalty, imprisonment for life. And that's where they get the imprisonment for life for the stealthing. Because it's not about the stealthing, it's about the crime of rape, and stealthing negates the consent. So actually, that's quite a reasonable way of doing that law.
Yeah, no, again, journalism is absolute trash.
Yeah. That's some absolute dog shit fucking journalism, but... Like I was expecting some utter bullshit, but no, this is quite reasonable. Like, they've already got rape as a crime, maximum penalty is imprisonment for life, and now we are adding a new subsection where stealthing negates the consent. So you can do them for rape. It's literally... So there we go. Rape by deception, essentially. So that seems like the most reasonable way of doing that to me.
Yeah, no, I mean it's the wording of the law is much more precise.
Yeah.
And at least there's that.
It's far
Maybe-
more useful
yeah.
than the fucking journalists who are like, stealthing's now punishable by life in prison. Well, yes, but also you're intentionally being obtuse. You could do it. You could do a much better clickbaity title that is accurate without being bullshit. Like you could do a tod that says stealthing is now rape in South Australia.
Yeah.
Which it is.
Clickbaity, but at least it'd be accurate.
Yeah, well, that'd be clickbaity but accurate, unlike this other shit, which is just garbage.
Well, stealthing in South Australia could now lead to rape charges.
Yep. Or literally
Yep.
anything but stealthing gets you life in prison. Yes, that is technically true, but you're intentionally misleading people.
Yep.
And yes, Billy, we're starting the stream with a nice light-hearted subject. did the actually going to legislation not feel light-hearted to you?
It always makes me warm and fuzzy.
Beating people over the head with legislation always makes me feel good.
Sadly, it's never politicians.
Yes, because they seem to be exempt from assorted criminal charges for fraud and lying and
Murder.
misrepresentation.
Ted Kennedy.
But apparently, they're not exempt from having their videos removed on YouTube.
No. Apparently, and apparently the bad orange man they're going to try and arrest him for something that they gave fucking Obama a small fine for.
Of course.
Sounds about right.
Some campaign bullshit, minor crap.
They can't go a couple months without reading about Orange Man. What else would they do?
Well, that's it. Orange Man was the best thing to ever happen to him.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, Orange Man was great for world peace. Notice how both the Democrat on either side of him had weren't enough to dissuade Russia from invading.
Funny that.
Because I would have thought if Trump was a Russian asset, that would be an excellent time to invade Ukraine, you know, when Trump would go, no, not sending them aid.
Yeah, you'd almost think if Trump was a Russian puppet, we would be sending Russia aid to invade Ukraine.
Yeah, or even if, when not being that obvious, if Trump was a Russian puppet, you'd think he'd not be sending military equipment to their enemies.
Mm-hmm.
But meanwhile... But no, and I think the reason why Russia didn't do anything while Trump was in is that they're reasonably confident that Biden and his handlers are cowards, and Obama was a coward. Trump is just fucking crazy enough to press the big red button.
And well, you know that was the case because you had North Korea, of all nations, like I guess we should go to the discussion table there.
You mean how Mr. Fat North Korean's like, I'm so great, I've got nukes. Trump turns around and goes, I will obliterate you off the face of the fucking planet. I'd like to talk now.
Yeah.
Because he was just mad enough to actually do it.
And that was the good thing about Trump in a lot of ways. He didn't telegraph what he was not going to do.
Yes. That's the thing. And I think the Russians did say that. It's like, we can't predict Trump. Possibly because Trump can't predict Trump.
Yeah. Because there were some days where I was like, Trump's just going to cut off all trade with China one day just for the hell of it. Just to freak people out.
God, that would have been based.
Yeah. I still want it to happen.
Me too. On principle. I'd like it to happen before the Chinese officially take over the country.
Well,
they haven't started flying their flags on over Parliament House just yet. So I'd like to see someone do something to him before I have to learn to speak Chinese.
Well, don't hold out your breath too long.
Mm-hmm. Oh dear. So let's look at some funny things about that stupid bank.
Oh, goody.
I'm not terribly interested in it, but so Yellen, Treasury Secretary, who don't care, said that the federal government would not bail them out, but is working to help depositors who are concerned about their money. Yes, bail out the depositors. The bank can go hang, literally.
Yeah, because that's what the FDIC is supposed to be for.
Yes, and which is why you should never put more than $250,000 per financial institution.
Well, interestingly enough, they actually changed the wording of the FDIC deposit insurance
Oh, really?
to it's now states at least 250,000.
Oh, so if they wanted to, they could pay out more.
Correct. And that was a change that I was just made aware of this last week.
My God, that's actually. If I didn't know that change is going to benefit politicians most, I'd say it was a good change.
Yeah. Positive change. Politicians most greedy.
Yeah, well. That was the other good thing about the Orange Man. He wants America to succeed and be rich because that makes him more money. Unlike Biden, who just doesn't care whether the average American lives or dies because he's already getting paid by the Chinese.
His fat stacks of cash for the big guy.
It's kind of, I think it kind of ties into what fucking Spoon keeps waffling on about with his fucking monarcho-centralist bullshit, where it's like a monarch will want the country to be successful for their descendants. So they would rather have rather than increasing taxes, they'd rather the people have more money so that he gets a bigger percentage of it. You know, crazy shit like that.
It's funny. It's like when people are successful, that means they pay more into the system.
Yep.
Weird.
Funny that.
So, yeah, I think the interesting thing, because you've got, Silicon Valley, then you've got, was it Signature Bank? There was a third one, like, I want to call it Forest National, but I don't think that's it. And so you've got those problems with solvency. And then you've got Credit Suisse, where they've been a mess for at least a decade, if not longer. But the pressure there seems to be wanting to force Credit Suisse to take government bailout money, and to stabilize their, I don't think it's much, but there's a push to have a government buy-in for Credit Suisse.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen. Let me see if I can just grab it out, because I had this one come up this morning from Sky News. Because the SVB was I think was bought out in the UK, or the UK branch was bought out. And what's the first thing they did with that money? What do you think the first thing they did with that money was?
They donated to something stupid, didn't they?
What do you reckon?
Oh, it's even worse. It's bonuses.
Stonewall.
Yeah, Silicon Valley Bank UK hands out 15 million in bonuses days after £1 rescue.
What the absolute fuck?
Funny that.
They got rescued because they were, I guess, collapsing. And the first thing they do after they get rescued is they quickly pay all the bonuses to all the fucking bigwigs.
Yeah. Oh, actually, was it you who sent me previously that one about how they donated a shitload of money to someone stupid? Who sent me that?
I don't think that one was me.
It's hard to tell. You send me so many stupid people.
I did send you a lot of stupid people.
So, Arden, I don't know if that means the Nazi gold is run out or not, but It's probably just sitting in vaults.
Oh, actually, we do have something that you might enjoy, Disco. Because guess who had an account at the bank?
Oh, I have to think.
Harry and Meghan.
Well, Silver Linings.
It's fucking hilarious.
This is great.
So, according to iSource News, this is a major blow, said iSource. They had all of Harry's money there.
Wow. And what do you want to bet that Megan's like, no, you've got to invest this, or I'll remove your testicles.
Well, don't know if I can find it, but I think it was that like a year ago, Silicon Valley Bank spent like several $100 million on woke bullshit.
Oh, no.
Oh, there it was. You know it's a bad sign when you post so much shit you forget that you posted it yourself. Yeah, so the Silicon Valley Bank donated over $73 million to Black Lives Matter.
Wow. I mean, this is definitely going woke and going broke.
Yep. That's fucking hilarious.
That's interesting.
It's fucking brilliant.
I don't know why, and this just popped into my feed somewhere, and I haven't spent time to verify it. But apparently, I think BlackRock was heavily invested in SVB and Signature.
I think they were, though I'm not even going to attempt to find where that was.
Yeah, there's just been so much. One thing I will say about Signature Bank going under, it's great seeing Bonnie Frank, the banking queen of U.S. Congress, suffering. And to those who don't know who Barney Frank is, he wrote some of the terrible 2008 articles there, for bank bailouts back in the day.
Yeah.
And he is corrupt as hell.
Yep. Author of the 2010 Dodd-Frank bill, signed the board of Signature Bank.
Yep. Oh, I do have a funny story about my time in the Senate. Just so I had one of the most terrible flatulence attacks that I've ever had in my life outside of Senator Dodd's office. They had their door open for a while, and then they slowly closed it. It was that bad.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, small things.
Glorious. What else do we have? Speaking of corrupt criminals. Oh my god, these websites. They just can't make something that's not painful to look at. So, Biden administration reportedly demanding that TikTok sell or face a ban. I'm not... I'm not sure...
Basically what Trump did.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much. And they complained about how that was racist. I'm still not convinced what I think about the government being able to force companies to sell off. But if it's going to happen to anyone, TikTok's a good fucking choice.
Yeah. On one hand, I really dislike having that level of government involvement in anything when it comes to businesses, other than stopping trusts and.
You mean other than
monopolies?
enforcing basic contract law?
Yeah.
On the other hand, TikTok.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, anything Chinese I want destroyed right now, because it's like, save the Chinese people, destroy the Chinese government.
Yeah. On that note, though, they need to be fair, and they need to ban anything that is owned by a Chinese company.
Yeah.
Anything. And everything.
Yeah, nothing good comes to the West from China.
Correct. Except Biden's bank account. Oh, wait, that's not good. What else do we have? Because bugger that.
Odar is correct. It is spyware.
Yep. Remember how they had to turn around and remove a bunch of Chinese shit from the cell towers?
Mm-hmm. 5 p.m. Saying except Chinese takeaway food.
Well, that's not owned by the Chinese government.
Yeah.
People that ran away from the CCP.
Exactly.
So I thought you guys might enjoy this meme. So Texas woman left paralyzed after thief body slams and steals 4,300. Oh look, she's
Wow.
Asian. It's actually a black on Asian again. So not only is it the usual suspects, also they attached this photo.
Where's the stop Asian hate meme?
Yep. But remember, and then some idiots like, notice your unconscious bias to prevent you from reporting on streets like this. God, you're a retard.
Yeah.
Someone's like, what isn't being covered is the word shouted right before he attacked and invalidates everything. No, fuck off.
No.
No.
I'm sorry, but yeah, if someone comes up to me and is like, you stupid honky, that doesn't mean I have the right to beat them unconscious.
And that's not even what fighting words is anyway.
No.
So you cannot attack someone for words unless those words give you the imminent belief that they are about to enact violence upon you.
Yep.
Or it is, and don't claim the other version that is so offensive that no reasonable person would be able to hold themselves back from lashing out.
Yeah, but I mean, this brindle moron. It's like, yeah. I'm willing to bet that clown.
Now, this clown reckons that she followed him for 24 miles screaming racial slurs and driving badly. You stupid racist. No, it doesn't matter what she fucking did. Useless pieces of shit. So what if she followed him for miles screaming racist shit at him? And driving badly. Call the police! If you care so fucking much. It's 43 miles. Did you not pass the police station? Shit, you could have flashed your headlights at a cop. Hell, if you were that desperate for police attention, just hold your camera in the general direction of the nearest police station. The fucking cops will come find you.
And if she was shouting those slurs, she would be crucified in the media.
Yep, and the media hasn't reported on such a thing because that'd be the first thing they'd do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As Prime says, if a word gives off such a violent reaction, there's a bigger problem with the perp than the victim. Yep. No, Bobcat says accusing an Asian woman of driving poorly, that's racist. Literally by their definition. So let's see what this idiot who's waffling about. A man allegedly trying to drown his wife in a pool. Also, that does not look like a public pool.
No. And that water is filthy.
Yes. And not even the USA. Dude had to go to the third world to find this. Incident from 2020 Spain, yeah. And because it's not statistically relevant. Usual whataboutism, yep.
Yeah.
Fucking ludicrous. Oh, we do have some interesting news. House Republicans win access to Biden's foreign banking documents.
Ooh.
Do we know why? Well, because somebody oopsied.
Wow. Well, whatever he was on, let's hope he gets more of it.
Mm-hmm. Hunter Biden admits to Biden family's China deals for millions after years of denial. A spokesperson said Hunter Biden, a private citizen with every right, blah, 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 blah. Ree! Oh, bullshit. Fuck off. Don't lie to us. We all know that... He joined several business partners. What money does he have independently? He's never worked a job. He's never run a successful business. All his money comes from his daddy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just corruption.
Yep. Oh, and of course they're calling it a wild right-wing conspiracy. It's like, no.
The accounts so dramatically listed belong to Hunter, his uncle, and Haley, nobody else. Oh, fuck off, you disingenuous twat. We don't... since when has it mattered whose name is on the account?
Yeah, I mean, that's... What gets me is...
Literally money laundering 101.
Yeah. This is what they did Al Capone for. It's
yes.
Like, you know, sorry, this doesn't... Just because it's your boy, it doesn't mean that it makes it any less illegal.
Mm-hmm. It's ridiculous. Yep. But yeah, they're just like, but he's a private citizen. Bullshit. Bullshit. He's always been worked under someone else's commands.
Yep. And honestly, I think that level of, well, yeah, you're not your brother, so therefore you must, get in the family business. That's honestly what I think pushed him into, heavy drug use.
Yeah.
If you've got the old sniffer himself telling you how to do everything all the time,
and comparing you to your dead brother, yeah. Yeah. But he also did something else very revealing. Guess.
Oh my.
He's just sued the computer repair shop owner over the laptop, citing invasion of privacy. How can he do that if it's not his laptop?
Yeah.
Yeah. You abandoned it with the knowledge that you were abandoning it.
No, the narrative is it's not his laptop at all. It wasn't his laptop.
Yep.
And if you said anything else, then you were getting banned from this information.
Yep, the FBI said it wasn't his laptop. So you have two choices. Prove it's your laptop, and then we'll take it as evidence, or admit that you filed a frivolous lawsuit and let the guy sue you for filing a frivolous lawsuit.
Yeah. Now I'm curious what court he is putting this in.
Yes, that would be interesting.
Because if it's like the state of Delaware or New York or Southern District of New York, then he'll actually win because they're corrupt as hell.
Well, don't forget that the computer guy can just bring out all the affidavits from the intelligence agencies that say it's not Hunter's laptop.
I don't know why. I just really want to see this go badly for him.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Meanwhile, apparently, the reports of detainees being moved from DC jail ahead of congressional GOP inspection. What is the DC jail trying to hide by moving pre-trial defendants out of the jail before we go in? Tweeted Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Funny that.
That's a bit fucking suspicious, isn't it? Oh my god, does nobody fucking use dark mode?
No. Yeah, I mean, white people using dark mode is oppression.
Good. Speaking of oppression, is this oppression? 8 minors allegedly beat 33-year-old white woman unconscious in fucking Philly. And of course, they're all usual suspects.
Philly.
Yep.
I mean,
we're not allowed to point out parents.
No, because patterns is wrong.
Yeah.
That would be bigoted.
Yeah. 7 minors between the ages of 11 and 14. Funny how it's always the same hairdos have been arrested in connection with the brutal beating of a woman in Philadelphia last month, with one suspect still unknown. Yes. But here we see black, 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 black. And they're all dressed like thugs. Especially the girls, who are dressed more manly than the guys.
Well, they're not having their trousers around their legs presenting.
Yeah. And yeah, she was beaten nearly to death.
And yeah, it's like, well, first, don't go to Philadelphia.
Yep.
That's my first bit of advice. And if you do,
Don't.
yeah.
You do leave.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, I've been in some shady parts of Baltimore, and it's like, yeah, no, I'm out. I'm just all the way out. And actually, a security guard I know, yeah, great guy. He happens to be black, and he's like, yeah, I don't go to Baltimore or Philly without being armed, and I don't care if I'm on duty or not. I just don't.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was just like, okay.
Yeah.
It's and I think that's when people are like, oh, but it's racist to point it out. It's like, no, people of the same skin color are like, yeah, no, we don't go to these places either.
Yes.
We're not stupid.
Yeah. So speaking of the usual suspects, they caught another neo-Nazi. Turns out it was a black guy. Black man arrested.
Typical white supremacist.
Yep. Typical neo-Nazi. Black man arrested over neo-Nazi and lynching graffiti at Black Atlanta Church. The dickhead has been charged with vandalism to a place of worship, and of course was released the following day.
Of course.
I'm gonna grab some tea. I will be back.
And of
Will
course,
the tea ever grab you?
it was on surveillance cameras.
Oh my.
Officials said that during the investigation, they found the dickhead sitting across the street from the scene of the crime. It almost sounds like the guy wanted 3 hots and a cot.
Possibly, yeah. I wish news articles would stop putting tweets in as
Fucking sources.
part of the article.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, it's funny, but at the same time, it's like, stop.
It's not news.
Just stop. Although I like the way that the swastikas are drawn.
Oh God, they're wrong. It's okay. It's not neo-Nazi. It's Indian.
Yeah.
It's Hindu.
I mean, honestly, it's like when you see swastikas done like that, this is your typical white supremacist.
Oh, fucking hell.
But
There you go. I don't know if zooming in on that has helped any.
it looks like one of the words underneath says yeast.
It might. It's hard to say. I think the article actually gave us some of the words. And so they gave us a whole bunch of words, and they're like, and one homophobic message. Print it, you fucking cowards. You're the post-millennial. Print it. I fucking dare you.
It's going to be the word yeast, isn't it? No, it says, oh, I thought that said prostate, not apostate.
Yeah. Devil worship 666, apostate, Satan, sin, and at least one homophobic message. Tell us! Oh yeah, the main doors had a backwards swastika and the energy of a hanging painted on them. He'd been removed from the property the previous Sunday for trespassing.
Oh, so he was all butthurt.
Yep.
Typical white supremacist.
Oh dear. It's fucking ridiculous, isn't it? So speaking of usual suspects, Kamala Harris doesn't know what the job of the vice president is. Well, of course she doesn't, because she's the president.
That's right. I mean, why should she know her underling's job?
Yeah. Didn't all of the press secretaries call her the president?
Yes, I think just in the last, back in February it started.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it was before that.
And I just don't care about watching it because Colbert's a fucking idiot too.
Yeah. Talentless hack.
Yeah. What else do we have? Okay, that's American news done. Um,
Pride Knight asks, why does she look like she's been caught with something? That's her constant expression.
yeah, because she's an idiot. The lights are on, but nobody's home.
She always reminds me of like the little kid who looks constantly shocked.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it. The garage door is open and the fucking horses are flayed.
I mean, can you blame the horses? Would
No.
you want to stay there?
No. Oh, let's have a look at India, because they're being typical. Fury in India over video of female Japanese teen. Oh my god, Daily Mail. That's not how that fucking sentence works. Being molested in Delhi during Holi, whatever the fuck that is. Campaigners slam completely shameful behaviour as it reignites row over females being targeted by Holi harassment. Okay, so it's
harassment? Oh god.
They're just like the fucking Muslims. Come up with a holiday and they'll rape someone for it.
Yeah, and I watched the video and it was like, why would anybody go to this damn thing? I mean, hell, they're probably out there like, you know, raping each other for all I care.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why this part of the sentence annoys me. Female Japanese teen. You mean a teen girl? There's something about the way those words are run together that just feels wrong.
Yeah, it's like, it would be one thing. It's like the position of female. It's
Yeah.
like either that needs to go away or be somewhere else.
Yeah, or maybe remove the word. Well, females shouldn't even be in a sentence like this. Like, put girl after teen.
Yeah.
Or just Japanese teen. We probably would have assumed that it was a fucking female when you said molested.
Mm-hmm. And of course they blur the bastards' faces out.
Yeah. Blur everyone's faces. Japanese and now they're like a Japanese woman. I thought.
Teen, or is she
is she a teen,
Japanese?
a female, or a woman? Because a woman isn't necessarily a teen.
A woman isn't a teen?
Well, no, because woman is adult human female. And streams cut.
What's that? Bezic, I can hear banging on your door.
Oh, dear. But is she a woman? Is she a teen? Is she 19? Pick one. Fucking Daily Mail. I swear to God.
Yep.
These people are supposed to be fucking journalists, but they can't even fucking
they say
put a
only
sentence together.
3 men were arrested. It's like, I think there were more than that involved.
Yeah. A Japanese woman was sexually assaulted by... How do they know it's a woman? Was sexually assaulted by a group of how do you know they were men during the celebration of the Hindu festival of Don't Care in the latest case of what has been known as typical behaviour of the usual suspects in India. A video of the teenage tourist. Right, you just said woman, you just said teenage. If she's not 18 or 19, we're going to have fucking words. And we're taking your journalism degree.
Yeah, surely it seems like it would have made more sense for them to have said, like, young woman or something like that. Because they obviously want to highlight the fact that she is fairly young.
Yeah.
But they haven't said anything about underage. So,
yeah.
Young woman would have probably been most accurate.
Yeah. A video of the teenage tourist has gone viral since the attack on Wednesday, in which 5 or 6 pieces of shit can be seen groping her. The incident reportedly took place in the capital's Don't Care area, which is popular with Western backpackers, including Brits. I don't see how that's relevant. She's Japanese. Japan is not part of the West. It's literally not. Typical fucking so-called reporters. 3 people, including a minor, have now been arrested. In the video, men forcefully smear the woman's face. Is she a woman or a teen? Pick one. Woman's face with colours, and even...
whether we need the wood chipper or not.
That's it. Do we just hang them or do we wood chip them?
Yep.
We need to know. Well, then again, or do we just crank out the wood chipper just to be safe?
I mean, I'm good with just
We could do to test the new one, the upgrade.
True.
Have we showed chat the upgrade?
Oh, I don't think we've shown chat the upgrade. Sadly, we're not even at non-SWAT yet, but let's show chat the upgrade. Where is this going? Because we're getting a new wood chipper, folks.
We're gonna have to get Trim to draw a new one.
Here we go.
I think there's music, so just be aware of that.
Let's mute that then. Oh, yeah.
More bark. 64,000 XT Woodhog.
Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah, we clearly need to go for horizontal grinder, not just wood chipper.
We're gonna have to get Trim to get his drawing pad out again.
we need some kind of advanced brush cutter that you can drive and will just pull things in on its own.
We perhaps should have put a not safe for work warning on this for chat there.
Warning, flying material.
Yeah.
They're really enjoying it.
This is... I really like the fact that there's a conveyor belt.
Yeah.
So you just like line them up.
Well, that's what makes it even better. Feet first. And look, it's a slow chipper. It puts them through the spiky wheel before it grinds them into dust.
I think this is actually closer to the design that Trim drew, didn't he? Because he had a kind of top-loading design.
Trim's wood chipper was fucking weird. Well, probably it's Trim took one of those fucking small little two-stroke motor ones you get at fucking Harbour Freight or some crap. And then he stuck that on a trail. Oh my god, that's even better.
It has tracks.
I thought it was just towed. Now it's like, no.
It's got tracks. You can drive it right up. Just drive it right up to the line of protesters. Push them onto the conveyor belt.
But Blackout says you're showing machines working. It's literally safe for work. But Pat was getting a little excited for a second.
It's glorious. We'll have 6.
Not a Bobcat points out they don't have masculine wood chippers in Sweden. Exactly. That's why Trim can't draw them.
Oh. George wants a wood chipper too.
Hey, George.
Yeah. So oh, Georgie, we need to call Black. Someone call Black. Oh, he's a talkie cat when he wakes up.
He's like, pet me, cuddle me, I'm tired.
Yeah.
And get the horizontal wood grinder.
Yep. So in the video, men forcefully smear the woman's face with colours and even smash an egg on her head as they shove her between them, all while screaming we're a bunch of perverts.
I mean, at least they're accurate.
Yeah.
I guess.
The young woman is seen trying to cover her face and escape the aggressive gang, holding her arms up to protect her face. For fuck's sake, Daily Mail! You just said cover her face twice.
And now she's a young woman.
She can be heard...
This is the wording that they used in the first place.
Well, firstly they called her a female Japanese teen. Then they called her a Japanese woman. Then they called her a teenage tourist. Could you pick one, you fucking idiot reporter? She can be heard saying itai, itai in the footage, which is Japanese for it hurts. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's Japanese for ouch, which is a completely different word. As she tries to evade her attackers and eventually... someone Google that and see if I'm right. She tries to evade her attackers and eventually slaps one man as he launches himself towards her before slipping down an alleyway. There have also been reports that the victim has now left India and an email has been sent to the Japanese embassy requesting her details, the police have said. No complaint...
So it's... The word literally means pain in Japanese.
Yes, so the journalist is wrong again.
Shocking.
But I'm pretty sure in this conversation it actually translates closer to ouch.
Yeah. Yeah, it's... Yeah. Yeah. And It's one of those. It's like an email has been sent to the Japanese embassy requesting details. No complaint regarding misbehavior involving any foreigner was received by the local police station. Delhi police said in the statement. Yeah, well, I mean, would you go and trust the fucking people who are probably doing this to you to file a police report?
Also, I have to remember that she may not speak English.
No.
Yeah.
Or not fluent enough English to make a detailed report, which is probably why she went to the embassy.
I mean,
it sounds like she may have just left the country, and now the police in Delhi are like, yeah, if we want to send these guys to jail, we kind of need the victim to testify.
Yep. And then, yeah, it's... Videos sparked outrage about women's safety during the Hindu festival, which is celebrated by people throwing colored powder and water at each other.
Blinding themselves because they're inbred idiots. Sorry, what?
Yeah.
It sounds like fucking New Year with Muslims, doesn't it?
Yeah. Just with powder now.
Yeah. Okay, so according to random fucking Japanese language website, when found in a full sentence, it means painful or something hurts or is sore. However, just the word is an exclamation, so people extend the translation to ouch or ow. Yes. There we go. I was right.
Yeah, it's one of those things. How many times have we run across articles out of India where there's a gang rape or something of that nature?
Apparently regularly. Apparently we've got lots of incidences. This year, a 65-year-old woman was beaten to death by a group of 6 in Durka Muhammad Jutai. Let's see. In 2021,
2 teenage girls were gang raped in a forest area.
Yep,
by 8 men.
Who were later arrested by the local police. Well, fuck me dead. Can we get those cops and bring them to England? At least these fuckers arrest rapists.
Yeah.
Whether or not...
Oh my god, yeah. They went for a stroll.
Yep. With 2 of the accused. So they were led into a trap by 2 shitbags. In 2018, there were protests amongst female students. Students. In India's capital, with many using social media to highlight how uncomfortable the festival can be. Okay, it's literally just... dirtbags dirtbagging.
That last... It should be a sentence, but it's a paragraph. Claiming someone had thrown a semen-filled balloon at her.
Yes.
During one of these things.
A post by a student. Cool. Did she drag a fucking mattress around with her as well? Fuck's sake.
Mattress girl never change.
If it happened, call the police, get them to DNA test it.
Or if it happened.
Yes, if
take
it
care
happened.
of it the American way.
Drown them in it.
Shoot him?
I mean, yes.
Not a Bobcat says if you can fill a balloon, you're doing pretty good. Maybe it was bull semen.
Yes. Or artificial semen. You can buy 55-gallon drums.
What?
Yeah.
Why would anyone want that?
I don't know, but I know someone who looked it up and was like, I should order this for a Halloween party. And I was just like, don't invite me, please.
Yep.
I mean,
that would be the worst hot tub stream ever. You're welcome, Monkey.
Oh god.
Oh my god! If you do the if Monkey does do the hot tub stream, please do that. But don't tell him beforehand.
Just fill it with artificial semen.
Oh lord.
Watch this.
So we have we are now moving to our woke bullshit section, which immediately leaves
I thought we were already there.
Oh no. This is our the usual suspects section, by the looks of it.
Mm.
So up next we have woke nonsense, which immediately transfers into trans nonsense, which is probably going
Monkey,
to be
hold on. Monkey's asking, what am I being dragged into now?
a
A
barrel of fake
55-gallon
semen.
drum.
A hot tub of fake semen.
Don't forget the bubbles, says Zombie.
Oh my lord. Oh, that's amazing. Oh dear. So, where was I? Ah, yes. Why putting your pronouns on your resume disqualifies you for most employers? Is it because they don't want a known psychopath working for them? A guaranteed HR nightmare.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got to read what 5 p.m. just said. A spunk bubble sauna.
Oh, God. So, let's see what this bitch has to say.
So if I was like hiring and I saw pronouns, here's what I'm going to assume. I'm going to assume you're obviously very liberal. So I'm going to assume you're one of those people that is super far left. Hey, I'm going to assume you're not a very hard worker. You are either a female or you're a probably not straight guy. So everything in the office is going to have to cater to you, your feelings, your needs, and your emotions. So everyone around you is not going to be able to be themselves and walk on eggshells. Why would anyone want someone like you unless everyone's like you in a work environment? You're going to be the laziest person. You're going to be the most entitled, complain the most, and I think you're going to be the first to sue. So shocker that pronouns weren't helping you guys. Sorry, is there anything I missed there?
Well, aside from the immediate indication that they're mentally ill, yeah. That would be my first assumption, that you're a mentally ill retard.
Yep.
And ladder with Crowder as gifts do not form part of an article.
No.
For fuck's sake, guys. What else do we have? Oxfam have shut the bed.
Oh, look. The supremacist.
Now then,
Pride flag.
where did the... Yes. Because, of course, they've got to have black and brown at the top. And where the hell did that go? Yeah, here we go. Because, of course, they've issued a bizarre language guide. It says, sorry for using... Says, English and warns staff not to use words like mother and people.
Wait, not even people?
Well, I guess thanks for coming out.
Bipeds? Oh no, wait, that's ableist.
Look
isn't
at
it?
this abominable fucking photo. Race, power, and decolonization. Indigenous women action will lead us forwards. Science is
No, they
violence, and my God, they. If your art is if your ability to draw is worse than mine, please stay off the internet.
I mean, this is like a fever dream.
Yeah.
Oh, can we find the guide itself?
Oh fuck yes! Can we get the guide? Let me see. Because this is going to be fucking good. Oh my God. It's like the top fucking search suggestion. Inclusive language guide. Here we fucking go. 92
pages.
fucking pages.
Oh, thank you, Oxfam. All this free content.
And of course, I do believe that the DMCA says two lovely things: criticism, mockery. So this falls well into the bounds of fair use because we are criticizing and mocking them.
Let's start off with the illustration style here.
It's dog shit, and they're all ugly. So first up, we have a black woman with a missing leg, a really black woman dressed up like a communist terrorist with saying words matter, a really ugly Indian woman, a really ugly disabled woman, and an even uglier Indian woman.
I'm surprised they didn't put a unibrow on that one.
It's almost. It's almost touching.
Almost.
Oh.
Look, they're like, permission must be secured, reuse, The publication is copyright, but the text may be used free of charge for the purpose of advocacy, campaigning, education, and research, provided that the source is acknowledged in full. The copyright holder requests that all such use be registered with them for impact assessment purposes. Copying in any other circumstances, or for reuse in other publications, or for translation or adaptation, permission must be secured and a fee may be charged. Guess what? Copyright law says if I'm reviewing it, you can kiss my ass. Oh my god, it's a clickable bullshit. Trigger warning! Trigger warning! Let's see the trigger warning. Because I'm not reading this other crap. Where's the trigger warning? Trigger warning. Please note that since this guide includes words and phrases that should be avoided, you may come across some that you consider discriminatory, or they've been used historically to oppress. Trigger warning. The list of bad words may contain bad words.
Oh, it's amazing.
Oh, I'm excited.
While naming
I'm really
oppressions is
excited.
necessary to deconstruct them, we recognize that this can take a toll on those directly affected. Harden the fuck up! I'll pop down to the hardware
Please
store and
take
get you a bag
care.
of fucking concrete. In the
Please
reading of
take
the
care and
guide, I think this guide may damage my well-being.
Oh, this is just too damn good.
Feminist principles for language use. Oh,
my God. What is that thing with the microphone?
Like Christmas came early.
That looks like a dude with downs.
It does. Oh, Disco, it didn't just come early. It came with a 55-gallon drum of artificial semen.
and each and every one of which is missing a chromosome. Oh my lord. Principles. Diversity. We'll be specific in our language. We won't make sweeping statements which categorize people or communities to characteristics defined by others. Instead, we'll be led by how the people in question prefer to be referred to. We won't make sweeping statements which categorize people or communities. Okay, anyone who believes this shit is a fucking idiot. There's a sweeping statement for you.
Yep.
Power sharing.
Oh,
Sorry.
look, the little communist salute.
Yep, they're all communists.
We will use language to challenge and shift perceptions. We will use language that reinforces norms or power structures that drive poverty and suffering.
The norms. So, I guess words like straight or ladies and gentlemen
White.
or white, yeah. Safety. We'll take care to ensure that our language does not put people at risk or cause harm. Well, yes, that's illegal. Or you're making it up.
Why do I want to draw?
Nothing about
little
us
bit of-
without us. Care and solidarity.
What?
My lord.
I just want to like shade in under that armpit there.
Like, what the fuck is that thing supposed to be? Nothing about us without us. We will be informed by how people wish to be referred to. Mate, I don't give a shit how you want to be referred to. See, if you look like an idiot and quack like an idiot, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah. If I'm gonna call you an idiot, I'm gonna call you an idiot. I don't care if you think that you're some kind of gender special unicorn. You're still an idiot.
You're a gender special idiot. In fact, that's why you're an idiot.
That has contributed to your idiot status.
Yeah.
Inclusion and belonging.
Personal is political. Oh my god. We will be courageous and clear in naming structural oppressions and who is affected by them. Oh my lord. Disability,
Oh, wait,
physical,
hold
and
on.
mental.
I like some of those questions. The questions to ask yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Who am I including? And who am I excluding through the use of this language?
For fuck's sake.
Oh, I know exactly who I'm excluding by this language. Fuckwits.
but am I overgeneralizing and making assumptions about what my audience will and won't understand?
Yes, otherwise it would take 6 hours.
Uh,
Who was it did that? I can't remember who it was, but I do remember somebody doing like a piss take speech in which they basically went and they spent like 15-20 minutes addressing all the different like
Oh, yes.
intersectional identities because their audience was lefty.
Yeah, and then they're like,
I'm nearly
"Wait."
done, I'm nearly done. And just kept going.
Yep.
Who
I
was
thought
it
that
who
was
did
just
that?
a labor conference.
No,
No,
that was in a
nobody did it.
that was in a foreign language, and they address all the made up bullshit pronouns and special interest groups, and then they go, "We the such and such party say no, goodbye."
Yeah, who was it who did that? Because I was trying to find it the other day, and I was just like,
Oh, base says ADF German guy, maybe AFT.
maybe I'll have to have a look. But yeah, that was fucking hilarious.
It was.
And that's exactly how this ends up being when you can't just make a generalization like, so ladies and gentlemen, that's 99.9999999% of you,
Yeah.
and the idiot in the corner who's offended by it.
Yeah. Am I
Pretty
striving?
tough.
Yeah, here's a new one. Am I striving to instill a sense of belonging through my communication? No, fuck off. In fact, well, I am trying very clearly to be exclusive. This is an exclusive club here. No lefties allowed.
Oh, that final one. Am I making conscious choices about language I use, applying feminist and anti-racist principles, or am I falling into old habits?
Well, I'm making conscious choices about the language I use and intentionally choosing the ones that offend you the most. Now, how about disability, physical, and mental health?
Well, okay, first you have this infinite pedo flag thing over here.
Is that the pedo flag or some other sexual perversion?
It's probably the trans flag. Well, actually, they've got them all, don't they?
Yep.
Holy shit.
Oh, is this a retard pride flag?
Yeah.
This must be a disability pride flag or some crap. So we've got no one looks like that fucking afro blind black woman, some random black chick in a wheelchair, whatever the fuck that is with a bionic arm, and with no thumb, by the way.
Like that.
And then some deaf bitch. And notice that not a single person's white.
No. My question is this like a DLC for Cyberpunk 2077?
Yeah. 1 in 6 people in low-income countries live with a disability. I don't think so. I don't think that 20% of your fucking country is disabled. Unless you count being not eating to be a disability.
I mean,
You
in
count
some ways they
leftism as a disability? Because then maybe.
But
that's terminal.
This probably includes bullshit like mental health issues. All these people with anxiety because they're a special twat and no one cares.
We're gonna find out when you scroll down, won't we?
Oh god, ableism. Fuck's sake. Discrimination in favour of non-disabled people. Oh, you mean catering to the majority?
Is affected by. To describe a person affected by a particular disability without defining them by their health issue. So, yes, mental health, right there.
Yeah. Yes. No, are you saying you don't suffer from depression? Because that's what they're saying. Why? The phrase is affected by does not define a person by a health issue and avoids negative connotations. Excuse me? That's literally what disability means.
Mm-hmm.
Literally!
I like the we avoid and
Is afflicted with,
a victim of.
suffers from, is a victim of. Yeah, last time I checked, you fucking racist, sexist, homophobic bigots, I suffer from my disabilities. Having autism fucking sucks.
See, the problem with a lot of these leftists, though, is that we suffer from their disabilities.
Yes, that's a good one. Yeah.
All right, I'm stealing that.
That's a good one. But it's so fucking Honestly, this is ableist shit right here. You want to talk about ableist? Avoid suffers from. No. I want you to acknowledge that I'm suffering. That way I want you make allowances for my suffering. Understand that I'm fucking miserable and give me a hand, you bastards. And that's the thing. They don't realize. If you get rid of afflicted by suffers from, what's the incentive for the government to, I don't know, pay out disability?
I mean, isn't that for a lot of things, especially in terms of like mental illness and stuff, that is a diagnostic, partly a diagnostic criteria is that it adversely affects your life in a significant way. You suffer from it.
Yep. In fact, I wish they'd expand the definitions, because I live in the lovely hellhole where I'm capable of putting my own pants on, but incapable of functioning in a fucking office.
Unless you take the pants off and then go to the office.
I mean, at least it's not the other way around.
This is
I
true.
can function in an office but can't pull my pants on before I get there. Could make for an awkward time.
Well, you say that, but I'm pretty sure you have to be really, really, really fucked up in Australia to qualify for disability. So there are people that can't put their own pants on that have to work.
Those are called women.
Yeah.
Low hanging fruit.
Yeah. But like, look at this shit. Mobility impaired, person with a mobility/physical impairment. No, stop making me take half an hour to say what I want to say. We avoid wheelchair bound and crippled. No.
Yeah, no, I mean, people in wheelchairs will say, I'm wheelchair bound.
That's kind of the problem. In fact, that's why we put in ramps for them.
Exactly. I mean, if it's not a problem, then I guess we need to get rid of the American with Disabilities Act.
Yeah. Oh, look at this shit. Why? Not all people with mobility issues use wheelchairs. What? But then we're not talking about them when we say wheelchair bound.
No.
This particular description of this type of disabled person does not include me.
Yes. Or crippled. I know a lot of people that are crippled. But granted, the people who refer to themselves as crippled weren't born that way. They're usually people who were crippled by an accident, but they say they're crippled.
Yeah. Or disease, or yeah, it's like, yeah.
But like, why the fuck would you say that? Why would you negate the seriousness of the problem with your own language, if you want other people to make allowances for you? If you want it to say mobility impaired, well, that's okay. There's a handrail. Oh, but I can't use that. I'm in a wheelchair. Well, why didn't you say you were wheelchair bound, you fucking idiot?
Yeah, like, the language is supposed to communicate that to other people.
Yeah.
You don't need it to be inclusionary. You need it to be descriptive.
Correct.
And I think that's the problem a lot of the times, are removing the descriptors.
Yep.
Look at this shit. Non-disabled, a person who does not have a disability. Ah, yes, we will take the majority and exclude them. We avoid normal, healthy, able-bodied. Why? Non-disabled is a factual and neutral term. Normal or healthy implies a person with disabilities are abnormal or unhealthy. That's literally true. That's why it's a disability. People with disabilities are abnormal. Otherwise, they wouldn't be disabled. They literally have such a poor knowledge of language that they don't understand that the word disabled is literally a combined word. You are disabled, as in you aren't able to do things that a normal person can.
Billy's like, I've threatened to cripple people. Oops. I should have said that if you don't go away, I'll make you mobility impaired.
Yep. Oh, dear. People living... Oh, my God. Look at this. People living with HIV. People living with AIDS. Person living with a chronic health condition instead of AIDS victim or MS sufferer. Do you idiots... Clearly these idiots... Clearly these...
They've never met anybody.
Clearly these gay orgy retards have forgotten that AIDS was used to kill everybody who got it.
I mean, so gay orgy retards is now my replacement for AIDS victim.
Yes.
An MS sufferer, like, I'm fairly sure that people with MS
I suffer. I'm pretty
yeah,
sure the person with MS would tell you that I'm suffering. Like, I'm having an awful time. Please help.
Yep. Yeah.
Please
No.
don't make me climb those 50 flights of stairs.
And the husband of a good friend of mine, he's an MS sufferer, and he's managed it. But it's like, yeah, you can tell when he's having a bad day, and he's like, yeah, I'm suffering today. It's like,
Yeah.
there,
And like
shove that up your cloaca.
and like person living with a chronic health condition. Like we went over earlier, we don't want to be inclusive with that. We want to be specific. If you ring up and go, I need some extra help because I have a chronic health condition, what the fuck is the condition then? Is
is it a condition that affects your mobility? Is it some kind of autoimmune disorder that's not affecting you?
Yep. Is it something like is it Crohn's?
Every day? Like, what?
Is it
If you want
cancer?
extra help, we need to know what the problem
Yep.
is.
Is it fucking
or is it-
asthma? Because asthma is a chronic health condition.
Yep.
But
Or is it terminal liberalism?
yeah. And that's the thing. Like, if you want special treatment, which people are often willing to give you, and you just go, I've got a chronic health condition, they'll be like, well, I don't know what the fuck that means, so I'm going to do nothing. If you tell them, say, oh, I've got IBS or Crohn's or whatever it is, so I'm going to need access to a fucking toilet, that can be arranged. You just have to fucking tell them. Or it could be something as simple as, yeah, I've got asthma. You need to make sure I've got my fucking inhaler with me. Like, take schools, for example. You ring up, you tell that go to the school, and in America you've got some act or the other that covers making exemptions to kids with medical conditions and disabilities. And one of those things can be that maybe there's a spare inhaler in the office, and maybe the kid's got an inhaler on them, depending on the area. And you can't take the inhaler off them because it's a chronic health condition. Or maybe you need a blanket bathroom pass.
Yeah. I remember a kid I went to high school with, and he had one of those insulin pumps on him. And some stupid teacher's like, you've got a pager on. And the kid's like, what do you mean? Pulled out his, hey, yeah, I suffer from, like type 2 diabetes. I was like, yeah, it's not rocket science. But knowing things, kind of important.
Yep.
This is why language is descriptive.
And in fact, that's why quite often we try and be very, very specific with our language without being pompous twats about it.
But that's exclusionary, Bezic.
Yes.
By being specific, you've excluded people from your language, and they might get hurt by that.
Yes, by saying that that your son Billy Joe Bob Jr. needs an inhaler because he's got asthma, you're excluding the kid down the hall with Crohn's or some bullshit. I don't even know if kids can get Crohn's. I don't care. It's irrelevant. Some easy says, I'm disabled from acting normally. Welcome to the club. Also, that's literally my diagnosis. Like, you can actually look at the diagnostic criteria for autism, and there's like 73 million different things, and then at the bottom it says, has one or more of these things to an ability that affects normal life. Essentially. So what else do we have? Oh, fuck me, Dad. People who have particular requirements, or people who require specific accommodations. We avoid people who have special needs.
That's literally the definition of needing special requirements.
Yes, literally. I have special needs. Also, such as particular requirements and specific accommodate. You just want to add more words because you're idiots.
more words to say less.
Yeah. And many people you consider the term special needs. Many. That lovely word. Many's doing a lot of fucking heavy lifting there. Because of the social...
How many? How many exactly? Give me a ballpark figure.
It doesn't count if you just did a shout round the office. Look at shit. This shit. People with a disability/disabilities. We avoid the disabled people, the handicapped. No, you fucking idiots.
I love how they say people with a disability or disabilities. Like, they had to use that in the original sentence.
Yeah.
And then they're like, but don't use the word disabilities. It's literally there in your fucking sheet.
Yeah, because this is that stupid person-first bullshit. People with a disability. Well, that's different to the disabled, isn't it? Because there's levels. And it's different to when you say handicapped. Usually, when you say the disabled or the handicapped, you're intentionally excluding the high functioning. Like, there's vast differences between someone with relatively mild autistic spectrum disorder like me and some kid with Down syndrome.
Yep.
The kid with Down syndrome is too stupid to know how miserable they are.
A museum I used to work at, we would get, because we were very close to, basically it was like how to get people with, severe, problems, both, as deaf, mute, blind, severe physical handicaps. And they would come in as tour groups, kind of, special time set aside so they could do extra stuff. And it's like, they were always like, well, yeah, I might be, say, deaf. But then it's like, okay, but how does that, other than having to use sign language, change who you are? And yeah, the problem with this inclusive language is they're making people to be much worse off than they really are. Because these people, 99% of them, want to be treated normally. They don't want to be treated like they're, retarded or special needs or what have you.
Well, you think that's bad. Take a look at the next one. Use people with hearing impairment, hard of hearing person, deaf person. Avoid deaf. Why?
Wait, how is deaf person different than deaf?
Because the word deaf describes anyone who has a severe hearing problem. Sometimes deaf is capitalized to refer to people who have been deaf their whole lives and who use sign language as a first language. The deaf community is strong and has a cultural sense of identity. Shut up, you reject.
Well, avoid deaf when referring to deaf person.
Yes, despite the fact that they have a deaf community that's strong and has a culture and sense of identity. One, stop, get rid of your deaf community because you're just making yourselves miserable. Two, get over yourselves.
Don't be politically deaf.
Yeah. Well, have you heard about the discrimination in the deaf community? The people in the deaf community actually discriminate against people who get their kids cochlear implants.
I have heard of stuff like that, yeah.
Like they will actually violently object to someone fixing their kid, giving their kid a chance at a more enjoyable life because you're removing their deaf identity. Yes, and giving them as close to normal life as possible. These idiots would rather they suffer.
Yeah, and that's it. It's all about suffering.
So they say use people living with mental health issues instead of mental patient, psychotic, OCD, manic depressive. No one uses any of those fucking words anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, hey, yeah, this is a diagnosis that you're psychotic.
Yeah. Yeah. Unless they are actually psychotic, people don't tend to call them psychotic unless they're saying you're acting psycho. Like, none of these words are used to describe mentally ill people who don't have that diagnosis. And
to address Tristan Armstrong, I don't know that that's true. I once made a point of treating a blind person I encountered in the street exactly as I would with anyone else. He yelled at me for not accommodating him. Well, he was just a fucking asshole.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked for several years with a school for the deaf and blind. They didn't really want accommodations. They just were like, yeah, I can't do these things. Therefore, technically it's an accommodation, but it's not like they were like, yeah, do this thing for me because I can't. It was more like, hey, maybe because I can't see what I'm doing, but I can get the tactile side
Yeah,
of it.
they don't want you to just walk up and grab them and be like, well, you're blind, therefore I'm gonna drag you around. Like they'll make indication if they want help.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's like, so when I hear stories about like, oh, wow, someone was saying that you have to do this for me. Yeah, they're an asshole.
Yeah.
That's it.
And in fact, most blind people I've heard of or encountered, they are smart enough to ask for help if they need it.
Mm.
But they'll also appreciate if you yell out, there's a fucking low-hanging tree branch in front of you!
Yeah.
Because that's something that they can't detect themselves.
Yep.
Speaking of blind
Yeah.
people, this next one's particularly stupid. Use people with visual impairment, visually impaired person, blind person or blind people. Avoid the blind. Listen, you fucking idiot. Firstly, you can't just... Like, using people with visual impairment has nothing in common with the blind. I'm visually impaired, but I'm not fucking blind.
Yeah. It's like when you can use corrective or you're legally blind, but you can still see things.
Yep.
Yeah, they're not well defined and whatnot. That's not the same as being blind.
Yeah. Like, I'm literally visually impaired. I wear glasses. I have, like, I have a deviation of minus 1.75, I think.
No,
I-
Bezic is the blind.
Yes, basic. Apparently that means that I'm blind, according to Oxfam. No, I'm very clearly not blind. I do not require fucking tactile dots on the floor and a stick and a dog to get around.
I don't know. I quite like the dog.
Yeah, to be fair, I'd like to be
Well, it
an
depends on the dog.
excuse to take a nice dog in a lot of places, but blind does not mean visually impaired. Visually impaired, it doesn't even belong in the same category as blind.
No, it's like the old a rectangle and the square thing. It's like one could could be a square, but it can also be a rectangle.
Yes.
But the other way isn't. Right. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. All squares how's it go? Like all squares can be rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares.
Correct.
Depending on you. And that's the thing. Not all visually impaired people are blind, but all blind people are visually impaired.
Exactly.
It's kind of literally the definition. And that's the levels. Like, there are people that have horrendously bad eyesight who would have been considered blind 150 years ago, but nowadays, because of glasses, are visually impaired.
Yep.
And like last time I checked, most people consider it to be blind when you can't navigate visually through, like, your own house or something.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, if I take my glasses off or I wake up without them on, I don't step on the cat unless the lights are off.
I mean, sometimes that's a task to not step on the cats. Sometimes cats are adamant that they want to be stepped on.
I swear to God, when I go to the kitchen, I'll trip over like 5 cats sometimes. Problem is, I only have 3. But it's so stupid. Avoid the blind. No. You can say that the blind need, like, fucking raised those raised bumps on the edge of train platforms. Visually impaired people don't. Necessarily. Not all visually impaired people need barriers at train platforms, but the blind do. Like, have these idiots never seen a crosswalk? Why do they think that the crosswalk beeps? It doesn't beep for people who just need glasses.
Yep. Yeah. Medger, yeah, I think that is French is the neurodiverse part.
Yeah. Look at this picture. Yeah, people who is. You fucking idiots can't even get the grammar of your own fucking style guide right. Person who is neurodiverse, neurodivergent, neuroatypical. No. Just no. Just fuck off.
That's just like, you leave me out of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole neurodiverse, divergent stuff. It's like,
Well,
thanks for making new stuff up.
And that's completely hiding the point. If neurodiverse, okay, that's great. So instead of being in the fields, you want to be in the office. So that's fine. Like, everyone's neurodiverse, you fucking idiots. It's called a personality. Maybe you should try getting one.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Not everyone got their fucking
funny.
personality out of the fucking photocopier.
What funny story. So I was talking to this woman on the phone. We were like looking at dating, and she would like kept demanding like basically name, date of birth, like stuff where it's like we haven't even met yet. I'm not comfortable telling you all these things. And she just at one point she goes, "Are you neurodiverse?" And I'm like, "You stupid bitch," and hung up the phone.
Yeah. Like, look at this Y here. This term recognizes that brains do not all function the same way. Yes, no shit, you retard. Not even twins have brains that function the same way. Why don't you get in the bin? It includes people who autistic. Autistic is now a verb, so it includes people who autistic, those with ADHD, and people with dyslexia. It avoids negative stereotypes, and no, I'm pretty sure that when you say neurodiverse, most sane people think, oh fuck, they're a stupid lefty.
People who are autistic.
I'd be careful laughing at that if I were you, Disco.
I'm gonna have to describe Bezic as that from now on. Like, Bezic is a person who autistic. We quite frequently catch him arting.
Again, that's where it's coming from you, Disco. At 5 p.m. says neurodiversity turns the hair blue. True story. Yep, better to be a tard than neurodiverse.
Yeah.
Oh god, look at this. Person with short stature, person with restricted growth. To describe a person with short stature or autism. Dwarfism.
Wait, short stature and autism?
That's a Freudian slip there. Dwarfism.
I prefer vertically challenged.
Shut up, midget.
I mean, we are talking about the Scottish problem here.
Oh dear.
This is just I'm sorry, but it's a descriptive of a medical condition.
Yeah.
Essentially, what?
Yeah, like it's dwarf. A dwarf is someone who has dwarfism, and there are several kinds of that.
I'm sure short jokes are illegal now.
Yeah, not against the Scottish.
Keep in mind that Disco still falls within the margin of error for a whammon. A womexen. or a teenage Japanese woman.
Prime Knight is suggesting halfling or house spirit.
Oh my god, they actually fucking went there. Do not say standing with, because that alienates people who are unable to stand.
It's a shame we can no longer define those people.
Oh my.
Oh lord.
It gets dumber.
Yep. We avoid committed suicide, unsuccessful suicide, because the phrase committed suicide derives from this act historically being criminalized and therefore implies wrongdoing. You do
Okay,
realise
well,
why it's against the law, right? These idiots can't wrap their head around why suicide's actually illegal in the modern world. It's so they can go, that's illegal, we're taking you for treatment. If suicide's not illegal, oh, would you like to try again? Hold on, let me get my gun and you try this. That might work better, you stupid fucking woman.
Honestly, I think the most inclusive term we can use is self-abortion.
Yes. We could call it Trudeau'd.
Well, that's only if you have the maid service.
Yes. Oh, God. Gender, justice, sexual diversity, and women's rights. Oh, my lord! I was not expecting that! Captain Pinkbeard!
Oh my god.
Oh. It's insidious!
Oh god, you're zooming in, no!
Why? Why does it? Why? that needs to be saved as a thumbnail somewhere.
Oh my god! So we've got, not only do we have the trans flag, we've got the progressive racist trans sexuality pride flag.
Please
My
don't even have the
lord.
map flag.
I'm sure that's
it's
coming.
somewhere in there.
Where is it hiding?
We'll get there. Oxfam's commitment to gender justice is at the heart of our work to overcome inequality. Gender justice is understood as full equality between women and men, including trans men and women. Notice how you have to say trans, because that's how we know they're not real ones. If they were really that, you wouldn't need to say trans, as well as non-binary people. Yes. Yeah, male, female, and stupid. Oh, gender... Andros... Oh, for fuck's sake. Gender norms and inequality. Androcentrism. Androcentrism is the practice, conscious or otherwise, of placing a masculine point of view at the center of one's worldview, culture, and history, thereby cultural... No, shut up. That's not even what it means. Last time I checked, androcentricity was actually just assuming that the point of view that you're reading is male. Like you do when you read anything online, because everyone online's male. The men are men. Sorry, the men are femboys, the women are men, and the children are FBI agents. Or males.
We take an actively feminist approach that is inclusive of all genders.
What? All two of them?
Oh my, this is great.
Hold on, I need to look up androcentrism because I'm certain that is not the real definition.
I don't think there's any real definitions in this document.
No, they've just made it up. Oh god. It's all just, man, misogyny. Fuck's sake. Oh god. I need to pop... You want...
Climate gender justice?
You want to take a crack at these leaks? I'll be back in a moment.
Oh dear god. We'll start with care workload, heavy and unequal care work. Work usually unpaid to care for members of a family or otherwise support people and communities, cleaning, making food, and looking after relatives.
Oh dear.
We avoid care burden, the burden of care.
I mean, does anybody actually use that?
Angry feminists?
Because, yeah, I guess they create their own problem there. There are very few people who, when talking about, you know, somebody who has dependents, which that seems to be alluding to, so children or relatives that need care, very few people would be like, yeah, she's burdened, he's burdened with his kids. Like,
Yeah.
nobody says that except for radical feminists.
Also, no one says burden of care because that's a completely separate legal concept, you fucking mongs.
But what about if it's a care of burden?
What if we don't care about their burden?
I know I sure as hell don't. The term burden undermines the value and importance of care work. Yeah, no, you're doing it yourselves.
Yeah.
You don't want to care for other people.
Oh, we'll get back to climate gender justice, but look at this dignified work. We avoid decent work and say dignified work instead. The International Lunatic Organization defines decent work as productive work for women and men in conditions of freedom, equity, security, and human dignity. The term decent work... Shut up! Fuck off! You can't redefine words, you fucking mongs. Just fuck off. Crawl back into the fucking fetid hole that spawned you.
Oh, but this one's my favorite. Climate gender justice. An understanding of how the climate crisis affects women differently to men.
Why do women not drown?
I mean, maybe they don't sweat the same. I don't know.
Yeah.
Climate gender justice recognizes how gender and climate intersect.
Right, there you go. Climate change is caused by women. We must get rid of them.
Yep. All your damn tampons and bras and shit like that.
See, that's it. It was
change.
burning the bras in the 70s that caused climate change. It makes as much sense as any of the rest of this. Makes as much sense as any so-called fucking climate science.
Yeah. Climate gender justice creates a space for women's equal and full participation in all decision-making tables?
At all decision-making tables, at all levels, from development to implementation to evaluation. There cannot be climate justice without gender justice. Shut up and get in the kitchen.
Make me a sandwich out of that cow I killed to destroy its farts.
Disco, I require you to make me a digital sandwich.
Digital sandwich.
Yes, you're playing Valheim, aren't you? Do they not have sandwiches?
I mean, I could probably get my 3D modeling software open and 3D model you a sandwich if you really wanted.
Would that technically be rendering unto Bezic that which is Bezic?
Render you a sandwich. I'm not sure how edible it would be. But you'd have it. You could download it. You could 3D print it.
Would that be Disco's burden of care?
Is am I burdened with Bezic's care now?
I don't know. Is it decent work?
Or is it dignified work? And are you sworn to carry my burdens?
Is this because he's auting again?
Yeah, it is.
Oh Lord. One of these, I'm going to send Disco for diagnosis if she keeps on.
Good luck on the NHS.
No, he's just got to plug you into a computer.
You can plug me into a computer. But yeah, good luck on the NHS getting anything diagnosed.
Yeah. Oh Lord.
We diagnose you with a care burden.
Oh my God, look at this. We avoid domestic servant and use domestic... Has anyone said domestic servant in 150 years?
Maybe
I'm going to start.
I don't think anyone's... Also, domestic servant reinforces the norm that this underpaid care work is not dignified work and domestic workers are servants rather than workers with rights. Well, no.
What?
No. Domestic servant implies a live-in servant.
Yeah, like an au pair or butler or
maid.
Scullery maid or...
Kitchen maid. There's like 300 different kinds of maids. It's fucking crazy.
But none of them... well, the only one that we ever hear about is Trudeau's maid.
Speaking of Trudeau, avoid child marriage and early marriage. Instead, use forced marriage. Why? Forced marriage is a violation of human rights, an important issue in our gender justice work. Do not use the term child marriage, as it is never legitimate for a child to Listen, you fucking mongs. When we say child marriage, we are talking about your favourite brown people.
Yeah. I mean, my curiosity really is like early marriage. When they say that, are we talking like two 18-year-olds get married and that's an early marriage?
Well, like, or are they talking about, what is it? Fucking whatever state it is that lets a 14-year-old get married in the States.
Yeah, like Alabama or New York or something like that.
Just remember, Alabama
Yeah,
does not
generally,
actually
just
allow
moving to
recurrence in marriage.
You can say it's a type of forced marriage, sure, but you are further describing it by saying it's a child marriage.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is just muddying the water of
not to mention when
actually mean.
Not to mention, we're actually being specific, like you told us to be, because when we say child marriage, we are specifically referring to the marriage of children to adults, not arranged marriages between adults. Yeah. We're not talking about the shit that's been going on in India for the last 400 years.
Well, yeah, actually, that's something that I just noticed was left out of forced marriage. It was arranged marriages.
Yeah, funny that.
See, someone in the chat's got it. Don't want to call out the nonces. See, this is to avoid offending the nonces.
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah.
Good point, 5PM. And Chopwood makes a good point. A child can't consent to marriage, but can consent to sterilizing themselves.
Yep. Not old enough to smoke a cigarette, old enough to cut your tits off.
Mm-hmm. Gender? Yeah, no. Sorry, it's sex.
Be specific whether you're referring to gender or sex. No, we're normal people, so we use them interchangeably. They're synonymous. Gender justice and climate resilience. We've already been over that.
Oh, they've got it twice.
Yep. Basically. You do not avoid mankind, because mankind has an inherent association with maleness. Only if you're an illiterate fuckwit that doesn't understand what the word man means. Man meaning male is actually relatively recent.
Yep. Instrumentalism?
Undertaking an activity for a practical purpose or end goal rather than for its own intrinsic value. What? Isn't that why you undertake most things?
Yeah, typically. You know, like, wow.
Oh, this is ESG. As an example, framing work towards women's economic justice through the lens that will lead to wider economic growth is often presented to the private sector as the business case for undertaking it. However, this risks undermining women's agency in the social justice approach. It's better to frame women's economic justice and sustainable business practices as mutually supportive. Yeah, it's ESG.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the end goal rather than the bits in the middle. It's just justifying ESG. Misogyny. The hatred of and prejudice against women. Sorry, I'm not seeing misandry next to it.
No. I mean, that's all acceptable.
And now they say paid labor force. We avoid labor force. Talking about the labor force, particularly with regards to getting women into the labor force, implies that paid work is the only work with value. Shut up. And you know what we mean. We're talking about employment statistics, you inbred hillbilly cocksuckers.
Sadly, it's the urban non-hillbilly cocksuckers.
Yeah.
Partner, spouse, culturally appropriate term.
With same meaning, husband and wife if appropriate. Unless it is necessary to specify a gendered term that implies marriage in a traditional sense, it may be preferable. No, shut up.
Nope. When I hear someone say my partner, it's like, so you're in business together?
Well, the way I hear it...
I don't play those games.
Normally when I hear someone say, my partner, I say you mean the person you're currently with until you find a better model.
Yeah.
Because they're either your girlfriend/boyfriend, or your husband/wife, or they're convenient. Oh, true, or fiance, or they're convenient.
Yep.
If that's usually how it goes. At least with leftists. Like so.
Oh yeah.
Like I think there are some people on the right who'll use partner to someone that would normally be their wife slash fiance, but they've gone, you know what, the church and the government can go eat dick.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fair,
Yeah.
but... Well, we know the lefties mean it so that when the gays run around being obnoxious in public and say, "You're my partner," no, shut up. At least be decent. At least say, "I now pronounce you husband and husband," for fuck's sake.
Hell, I know, this gay couple, and they refer to each other as husbands, and I'm just like, that's fine, but you're also far, much further right on the political spectrum than I am, so cool.
Yeah. Patriarch. Oh god, here we go. Fuck off. Just fuck off with your patriarch. People. Sexism. Sexism is a form of prejudice that means that women and girls disproportionately experience the injustice of poverty and are less able to exercise their rights. It also affects the rights and experiences of men. Challenging sexism is therefore... Sorry. Women and girls disproportionately experience the injustice of poverty. Who has more homeless shelters? Do you remember when you guys were whining that 1 in 4 people is 1 in 4 homeless are now women, and you want to make that?
They wanted to make it 100%. Like that's how you really feel.
Yeah.
No, let's just try and reduce the overall number of homeless people.
Oh, here we go.
And we'll reduce the number of females. No. Let's reduce the number of females so it's 100% men.
Yes.
Wait, what the fuck is this?
Sex workers, sex work, women / people who sell sex, all sexual services, men / people who we avoid prostitution, use of prostitutes, use of sex workers. So we can still call them hookers.
Hold on. They're implying only men / people who buy sex.
Yes.
Excuse me?
I know. We went no. Notice that they also didn't put in an example of what you call people who buy sex. Because they don't know one. It's a John anyway.
Exactly.
Or a customer.
Yeah. I mean, but what gets me is the way this is written. Men are the only ones who buy sex.
Yes. And the only people who sell it are women.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, no, fucking. But we know in reality that that's dictated by market forces.
Well, they haven't said that I can't call them thoughts, so.
They also don't. They also haven't excluded whores or hookers or hoes.
True.
Or Markles.
Yes. Most successful whore in history, except that for that one woman who became a pirate queen.
Yeah. Social norms, social beliefs, collective beliefs. Avoid attitudes and behaviors.
Right.
What?
So, African Americans have a social norm of being drug addicts, thieves, and murderers. And don't forget, use spokesperson instead of spokesman, because we're men.
But aren't there spokeswomen out there? Or are we just denying their existence through misogyny?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if it's a female spokesman, you call her a spokeswoman.
Yes. But apparently that's probably trans exclusionary.
You just make that distinction.
Oh, look at this. Women and girls living in poverty. Avoiding poor women and girls. Where are the men? You fucking ungrateful bastards. Fuck's sake.
And then women, men, girls, boys. It's like we avoid women and children.
Do I need to borrow some stuff from Monkey's wardrobe and dress up as a chick to get anything out of the fucking government? But yeah, avoid talking about poor men because we know that no one gives a shit about them, and we aren't about to change that.
Yep.
Yeah, look at this.
Women
men, girls, boys. Women and children. Reaffirms the patriarchal view that women are as helpless as children. You just said women and girls living in poverty, you fucking idiots.
Well, apparently that's empowering.
Yeah. Neglecting women's actual and potential roles. Well, in that case, I'm getting on the lifeboat first, bitch! We're going to need to do a remake of Titanic, Bleach, where when it's time to go in the lifeboats, Oxfam said that women aren't as helpless as children, and just punch a bitch out, jump on the lifeboat.
Jack just pushes the bitch off and just like, yeah, see you later. I'm autistic now.
Yeah, seems reasonable. Yeah, look at this. Women's economic justice, avoiding women's economic empowerment. Why? The term women's economic empowerment risks putting the onus on women to change themselves. Yes! That's the point, you fucking idiots. Why should we give anything to them for free? And last time I checked, women's economic empowerment was giving them the ability to do so if they chose. But no, as is typical of feminist rags, they demand women work from birth until death, never have kids.
Oh, you mean empty egg cartons?
Workers. Use workers instead of workmen. And in association with mountains is inherent in workmen.
Yes, because it's usually manual labor.
If we're going up here with men / people who buy sex, then we can use workmen. Because last time I checked, there's maybe 1 woman per 100 in workmen.
Workforce and human effort over manpower. Oh, good lord.
Way to dehumanize things.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the end of this section? Oh, fuck.
Oh, no.
It's the queer inclusion segment. Oh, look, it's the... we're unable to get laid. Let's make it a victim class that... I don't believe that asexuals exist.
I mean, they might, but they're not like this.
And they're also nowhere near as common as they pretend. I really doubt that there are that many humans that have no sexual interest whatsoever.
Yeah, unless they have some sort of like catastrophic injury or have blue hair.
Or have some other... Like, I know that there are asexuals, but that's usually a side effect of some other crippling mental disorder.
Or chemical, problem from a medication.
Yeah. Valiant says workman, mailman could be female because the job has 0 to do with sex. The modern job. Take a look at the United States. How long has the mail been around, and how many women were doing it in the 1800s? It was a very different job when the mailman had to carry a gun.
Yeah. Just minor things like that.
Or they walked on foot. The modern job where they ride around on a little electric scooter is not the same.
No. Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, look.
AFAB?
AFAB and AMAB.
What the fuck?
Assigned female at birth. Assigned male at birth. Avoid biological... No, shut up. And when we say man, woman, male, female, and you people are lunatics. No one, whether cisgender or transgender, gets to choose what sex they're assigned at birth. No, that choice is made by your dad's dick.
Exactly. Let's see what chromosomes you have here.
I mean, you're not wrong, Major, but I can't say that. Oh, look, biphobia, an aversion towards bisexuality and toward bisexual people as a social group. Yeah, you know who that comes from? The fucking gays. The straights are sitting here going, you lucky bastards.
It's like, you can actually find a date on a Friday night? What?
Yep. Oh, look, cisgender, cis. I'm not reading that fucking essay.
Blah, 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 blah. We're making shit up because, we can.
Mm-hmm. Cisnormativity. No, normal. Normal. Oh, dead naming. Fuck off. No. Just, I am not required to participate in your delusion.
And then
Gay, lesbian, homosexual.
It's like, so they get to, so far they're the only ones that haven't been forcibly changed by Oxfam.
Yes. Gender non-conforming people. Yeah, idiots.
Gender minorities.
No. They're mentally ill fuck knuckles.
Yep.
Heteronormative, normal. Homophobia. No, the fear or hatred of people who are attracted to people the same. There is no such thing as homophobia in the West.
No.
And stop adding hatred to shit.
Yeah, it's like you can hate people, but it's usually for very personal reasons.
Yes, and I don't think anyone hates gays because they're gay. They hate them because they keep molesting children.
Exactly.
It is very telling, the kind of thing where they're like, I don't like it when people molest children, and somebody pipes their head up just out of unprovoked and just goes, "Why do you hate the gays?"
Yeah,
Rob.
Yeah, or when you talk about the rich, evil elites who run the banks, and so you're like, that's fuck. What's the word? That's anti-Semitic. Hold on a second. Who said anything about the Jews?
I mean, intersex. I mean, we used to call them hermaphrodites.
Yes,
but yeah, it's like
I thought to make up 1.7% of the globe. No chance in hell.
No, intersex also, because obviously hermaphrodite is one type of intersex, but most intersex people, they have a slight hormone imbalance.
Yes.
It's
what's
a
the
medical condition?
And the key difference about intersex is they're actually real.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike
so far, most of the shit we've seen here is just fantasy land.
Yeah. Oh, and use LGBTQIA+ rather than LGBT. No, shut up. It's the. I can't say that on YouTube. Yep. Non-binary people, sometimes shown to NB or NB. Yes. No. Firstly, that's even more made up than transgender. Secondly, if you ever see someone call themselves an NB, ENBY, they touch children. No if, buts, or maybes. The Venn diagram of that is a perfect circle.
Yeah.
Pansexual.
They like sakers.
You mean boys?
Pan.
You mean boy?
No, I mean people who like the mythical god Pan.
To be fair, that sounds a lot like bestiality. Or what even worse? Or worse, furries.
I want to see furries listed in this damn thing.
Oh God, they might be. Where are they? Oh, for fuck's sake! Parent/parenthood and avoid using mother or father. Avoid assuming. Shut up.
No
one cares.
No, I'm gendering the fuck out of people.
Yeah.
Avoid assuming the adoption of gendered roles by transgender parents.
Want to be degendered.
No, get away from the kids. You shouldn't have kids. People that mentally ill should not be allowed in the same postcode as children.
Yep.
Oh, passing. Shut up, you fucking queers.
I bet we get to that one later too.
And probably.
Pronoun.
Oh dear, pronoun. Yeah, no, shut up. Avoid assuming it's correct to describe someone as he or she based on their name or physical appearance. No.
Yeah. No.
He, she, asshole, fuckwit, moron. Your pronouns are either he or she, or I'm going to insult you to your face.
Yeah. The only time it's acceptable to use they is for a group of people.
Yes, correct. Though, to be honest, there are some times when you can say they referring to a third party who's not present.
Well, yeah.
But even then,
usual
and
English,
yeah. And quite often you'll use a gendered pronoun and then they when it fits the sentence grammatically better.
Yeah. I mean, it's like they are doing something instead of he is doing something. I mean, that's
Well,
normal interchangeability.
Yeah, they're doing. She is doing. It depends on how the sentence wants to sound. Do you want to use the word are or the word is?
Mm-hmm.
Queer, get in the chipper. Sexual diversity, gender identity. No, shut up.
No.
We're not using your SDGI.
Siggy.
So,
Hi, it's Siggy time.
sexual orientation and gender identity. So, you've just described the same crap like 17 times. They, them, trannies.
No.
Transmissions. Trans inclusion. No, get the hell out. Stay away from the kids, you fucking perverts.
Yep.
Same again for women, transgender people. No, don't care.
Trans man or transgender man.
True, they didn't.
How is that inclusive, motherfuckers?
They've literally excluded trans men. Oh no, it's up here in a different section because they're idiots. And transphobia. I'm not afraid of them personally. I'm afraid they're going to rape the kids.
Yeah. Just because you don't like something doesn't mean you're afraid.
Wim Exon, used by mentally ill fuckwits. Sexual and reproductive health rights. Breastfeeding people who breastfeed.
No.
Not all people who breastfeed identify as women. How many?
Menstrual products.
No. Last time I checked, most people who breastfed identified as mothers.
Yes.
Because not all women are mothers, but all mothers are women.
Sorry. People who menstruate, women, girls, trans men, non-binary people who menstruate.
Yeah.
No.
Also, you do realize that these are different groups.
Yeah.
Women specifically excludes girls, and girls specifically excludes women. That's literally what the words mean. A girl becomes a woman.
Ugh,
A girl does not become a man. Pro-choice. Evil.
Yes.
Avoid pregnant women. People who become pregnant. A person who is pregnant. Avoid expectant mothers.
What? Expectant mother? No. Fuck right off.
Oh, so we need to change all the signs on the fucking trains that say, this seat is reserved for people with disabilities or expectant mothers. Though some of them also
according to this, that's the same thing.
Yeah. True. At least some of the signs have caught up and also say adults carrying children.
Yep.
But, which is interesting because that does technically exclude children carrying children. I want to see that works.
Wait, hold on. Sexual, was it services or something like that? So
Sexual and reproductive services. No. That includes like your sexual health checks, contraceptives, abortion.
I wanted to take it the other way, but oh well. I mean that kind of
sexual violence. Oh fuck! We thought it was anti-male already. Rape. We've defined rape now. And look, yes, apparently in the Netherlands that excludes lying to someone about a condom.
Yep. Unlawful intercourse and penetration. So they've said explicitly here that
interesting. Sexual intercourse.
Women can't rape.
Oh yeah, sexual intercourse or any other sexual that excludes women. That excludes. Well, technically, it actually includes women who rape men with who penetrate men with a foreign object.
With a foreign object.
Yes, but it does not include women.
I believe UK law is actually that though.
UK law is literally forcible penetration. So
under UK law, men can't rape. Women can't rape. Sorry.
Women can't rape with their vaginas, but they can rape with their strap-ons.
Or with this document.
Yes. This document is mind rape. Safeguarding refers to measures to protect people and particularly those at risk from abuse or harm. Yes, that's why what it's called when we keep you away from kids.
Yep. Oh, the next one. Sexual violence against women and girls, gender-based violence.
Avoid VOG. What? That's literally violence against women and girls. Shut up, you idiot. You've literally said it there. Don't use the acronym because it can be considered trivializing. Shut up. Fuck off.
Sorry. But again, this is only against women and girls.
Survival sex. When a person undertakes sex work because of extreme need. No, that's still sex work.
Mm-hmm. It would be one thing. Yeah, okay, yeah. You've got a kidnapper and you have sex with them. That's not homelessness or unable to pay for food or medicine. That is literal survival. They will kill you if you don't consent. And no.
This is also a reason that I am in favor of some form of welfare system to avoid people having to do sex work for food. Like,
Wasn't there a case out of Germany where some woman was basically being, you have to become a prostitute?
Yeah, there was some one where that a woman in Germany was suggesting that they told her that she had to take any job that she was offered. So when the local brothel's coming around going, would you like a job? And they're like, you have to say yes. It's like, no. Interestingly, Australian law specifically excludes sex work from those similar requirements.
Yeah.
Like, in Australia, if you're on the unemployment, you can't refuse any offer of suitable work, which is reasonable. But they specifically state that sex work does not apply here.
Yep.
Sex trafficking. Yes, we know that's when you bastards take kids across state lines to cut their tits off.
Mm-hmm.
Survivor of rape. Avoid victim or victim of rape. Survivor of rape gives agency to people who've experienced rape and avoids disempowering them by like.
No.
Sorry, I thought the whole reason that they got raped is because they didn't have power.
Yeah. I mean, the way I've always looked at it, the rape victim is kind of like a legal definition, and then the survivor of is someone who's gone to therapy and processed that and is trying to move on.
Well, that's how I.
It's semantics, but still.
Yeah. Also, survivor of rape. Generally, nearly all rape victims survive. Kind of the point. Otherwise, it's murder.
Yeah.
Usually, when we talk about a criminal, we talk about the more severe crime. All rape victims are survivors of rape. Otherwise, they're murder victims.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is meant to ask if they don't survive, are they victims then? And again, I'd call that murder.
Typically, yeah.
If you want to add rape on top of that, sure. But I was already going to cut their head off for the murder. Migration and refugee rights.
Yes.
Fuck off. Asylum seeker, person / people seeking asylum. Avoid illegal immigrant. No.
Two vastly different things. Vastly fucking different.
They are completely different things. Asylum seekers are by definition not illegal immigrants. Literally. That's what the definition is. A person seeking asylum or / a refugee arrives via a designated port of entry and claims their status there. An illegal immigrant comes in wherever the fuck they feel like and hopes not to get caught.
All right, fuck it. I want to read through this. Blah, blah, blah. A person seeking international protection but whose claim to refugee status has not yet been accepted. No. Not all asylum seekers will be recognized as refugees, but every recognized refugee is initially an asylum seeker. Even as an asylum seeker's refuge status is not granted, they might still be entitled to complementary protection under the principle of non-refoulement?
Refoulement.
No idea what.
I think.
I can't tell. It
looks
sometimes
French.
the font gets a little funky.
It looks French.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, just fuck off.
Why? In some cases,
also, you are not a refugee if you came through 73 other safe countries first. You are literally not a refugee. You are entitled to refugee status in the nearest safe country. And while France is a shithole, Are you trying to suggest that's worse than Afghanistan and Syria? Not yet.
I mean,
like,
honestly, I think France is worse off than Afghanistan. And
like, give it 10
I
years.
think the EU is terrible.
Say what?
I too think the EU is terrible.
Yeah, fair enough. Yes, but it's like with all these fucking so-called asylum seekers that show up in Australia. No matter which direction you came from, there was a close to safe country.
In some cases, it might be necessary to make clear the difference between migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers, while acknowledging that everyone needs to have their rights respected. Well, what about the indigenous population of the
Fuck
country
them,
they're living?
apparently.
Regardless of migratory status,
See, mixed
try to be as
migration,
clear as
like, fuck
possible
off.
and use the correct term. And when writing and speaking about people seeking asylum, yeah, illegals.
Yeah, illegal
Also
immigrants.
remember that.
Like I said,
Oh.
asylum seekers are seeking asylum. That's literally the definition. And in order to claim asylum, you need to enter via a designated port of entry and go, I am seeking asylum. Because then you're not entering a country illegally. Because you're sitting at the port of entry going, I claim refugee status. Turning around and going, ah, shit, I got caught. I'd better claim to be a refugee real quick is not the same thing. We have deemed...
I'm a 14-year-old boy.
Hot Snake has donated $5, thank you, sir, and says, chill out, Bezit, give it 50 years, there will be no safe countries, and then the refugees can get stuffed.
I can't wait that long.
Yeah, I hope not to be alive in 50 years.
I feel like at this point we could all just sail to Syria and it's probably empty.
Yeah. And a lot safer, probably more rights.
Well, if you're interested in becoming a doctor, I think India's in desperate need of them, because all their doctors are fucking here!
Yeah, time to send them back.
Yeah. Forced displacement. Oh, okay. No, yeah, righto. Internally displaced person. What?
Okay.
Persons or groups
obliged to flee because of
as a result of or in order to avoid the effects of armed conflict, situations of generalized violence, violations of human. Yeah, and they're the responsibility of the country they're in. Shut up.
So I'm saying internally displaced people are people who are like I think it was Germany again, where they were being forced out of an apartment complex to give it over to the illegals.
Yep, I'm pretty sure that was Germany.
So yeah, they're internally displaced people. Suck that, Oxfam.
Yeah. Literally. Violations of human rights. Yep. So yeah, they're internally displaced people by this definition.
Yep. Natural or human-made disasters. Yeah, that's a
speaking of illegal immigration. Irregular migrant, undocumented migrant. No, shut up. Avoid using illegal migrant. No. Listen, you fucking idiots. If they are not coming via a designated point of entry, they are an illegal migrant. Just fuck off.
People are not illegal. Bullshit. These people would go around locking up people like ourselves and putting us into a forced education camp if they had the chance, because our
look at this
illegal.
shit. Crossing an international border without the legal status for it is an administrative fault. No, it's not. It's a crime. And this is some of the stupidest, most disingenuous bullshit. People are not illegal. No, we're saying that their actions are illegal. The first thing they ever did in the country was break the law. They broke the law by coming here illegally. Their migration is illegal. Therefore, they're a legal migrant. Just like when someone takes something that isn't theirs, we call them a thief.
Mm-hmm. But I'm in undocumented ownership of your house.
Yeah, seems reasonable. Migrants. Avoid using economic migrant, expat, or transit migrant.
No.
Firstly, these are all different things.
I mean, an expat is someone who willingly leaves, goes through, and becomes a documented tenant of another nation.
Yeah, they're also not economic migrants necessarily. In fact, most of them are reverse economic migrants. They've got money and they want to spend it somewhere cheaper.
Yep.
That's why there's so many fucking English people in Venezuela and shit.
Yep, and Belize and all these other.
How many towns in Mexico are entirely funded by rich Americans?
Most of them.
Yeah. And the rest are funded by the CIA.
Migration as a complex phenomenon.
What?
Avoid migration crisis, refugee crisis, migration challenge, migration problem. No, I mean, it is a crisis when you have people flooding in.
It is a crisis and a problem for the native residents, the actual citizenry, when you let in 50 million people.
and then push them out of their home communities like they did the Cockneys.
Yeah.
That could technically be thought of as a genocide because that specific culture is being destroyed.
Yeah. Mixed migration. So that just includes all the different types of people who don't fucking belong here.
Yeah.
Non-refoulement or refoulement is the international law principle by which a state can, under no circumstances, return anyone under their jurisdiction or in their territory to a country where they might be at risk of persecution, human rights violations, or death. How about fuck off?
Yeah. I mean, I get it, but at the same time, it's like, okay, sure, whatever.
And there's some bullshit. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's bullshit. Yeah. People affected by displacement, people in context, who cares? Yeah, people seeking safety, security, protection, asylum, refuge to rebuild their lives, etc. We avoid illegal migrants. Well, yes, because these people are not illegal migrants. That's why we don't call them illegal migrants, because these people are not illegal migrants. These people
unaccompanied minor
are refugees.
Unaccompanied children, lone children.
Oh, you're 30-year-olds.
We mean adult men.
Adult men claiming to be 16. Yeah, fuck off. Refugee. Avoid illegal migrants. Yes, you fucking idiot. Because refugees, asylum seekers are not illegal migrants. It's kind of in the definition. They're legal.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Stateless person. Yeah, that's a legal definition to be safe. Stateless.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what? And at the rate we're fucking going, it's going to be white people. It might be Canadians who disagree with fucking Canadian Hitler. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you want to talk about fucking refugee status. I reckon the truckers in Canada are entitled to refugee status in the United States. Because they have been persecuted for their political beliefs.
Yep.
Like, all the people who had their bank accounts frozen for donating. That's literally persecution for political beliefs.
Mm-hmm. If we had Trump still as president, there would have probably been a surge in refugees from Canada during that time.
Yep, absolutely. Oh my god, race power and decolonization. For fuck's sake.
Silence is violence! But we're gonna shut up anybody who's white.
Allyship. No, shut up. Accountability to donors, accountability to the people we work with. Avoid upstream/upwards accountability, downwards accountability. The use of words like upwards and downwards implies a hierarchical dynamic. Yes, that's the point, you idiot. That's why we say it. Because it implies a hierarchical dynamic. Because there should be one. Otherwise, you fucking idiots buy 6 mansions.
I mean, humans naturally want to create hierarchies. It's just innate.
Yes. And it always happens, which is why anarchy is a stupid fucking idea, because you'll have city-states by the weekend.
Yep.
Like guaranteed, if someone was to turn around tomorrow and say anarchy, well, within half an hour, you'll have the men in the neighborhood getting together, going, well, we need to protect our families. We're going to barricade off the fucking street, and we're going to arm ourselves with everything we can. Yep. Congratulations, and you've invented a tribe.
Very strict illegal migration controls.
Yes, because they'll They'll be very, very careful with resources, but you'll literally create a tribe within half an hour and you'll have city-states by the fucking weekend.
Yep. Oh, my.
Yeah. Anti-blackness, anti-black racism. Oh, for fuck off.
What?
Anti-racism, anti-Semitic, anti-Semitism. Well, where's now anti-white?
I mean, yes, there is anti-blackness out there, but why does it need its own term? That's just racism against black
Also,
people.
define blackness, because I'd be willing to bet that Chris Rock's against blackness.
Yeah.
Like, are we talking black people, or are we talking the other kind of blackness?
I mean, it has to be because it's capitalized, the other kind.
Yeah. Biracial / multiracial, avoid mixed race. Why?
Why?
Oh,
I mean,
because it aligns
there
with the
is-
narrative of a pure race. What?
So, the Chinese can't use that.
Oh, look at this shit. Black person. We avoid black. Black should be
What?
capitalized. Fuck off.
No.
Wow.
They've pulled out their BIPOC bullshit again. No, fuck off. Capitalism. Oh, that's bad, is it? Caste / casteism. Well, go talk to the fucking Indians about that. Leave us out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, they've blamed the British.
Oh, of course.
It wasn't until the British colonisation of India that the caste system became so entrenched, divisive, and so closely tied to colorism. The British Raj deliberately gave more rights and access to Brahmins in shaping colonial policies as part of a divide and Oh, sorry, they gave more rights to their allies. Oh, fuck. Capacity sharing rather than capacity building. What? Just fuck off.
Yeah, go peer-to-peer knowledge.
Yeah, avoid empowerment. Yes. People we work with already have power in and of themselves. What? If they did, why are they poor? Colorism, yes. Sharp colonialism, yeah. Everything's white people's fault.
Yeah.
Everything.
White supremacy.
Yes.
Racism.
Yeah. So specific, and of course, colonialism is only ever the British. They never want to talk about the Dutch or the Spanish or the other Dutch or the Belgians or the French. Like, God forbid.
Coloniality? All right, you're making up words now.
Yeah, literally. Refers to the imbalance of power resulting from colonialism. Where did you pull that out of your ass?
I mean, clearly out of their ass.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff.
Decolonization. Yes, returning to the Stone Age as... Who said that?
Major?
Someone in chat. Maybe Major? It was
So.
Major. Yeah, Major just said that decolonization is back to the Stone Age. Literally. Remember before colonization that the indigenous Australians hadn't even invented the mud hut?
Decolonization, yeah.
Nah, how about environmental racism?
Oh, lovely. Naming the specific form of racism which accompanies environmental policies and practices which by design or default negatively affect certain communities is an important step to combating the problem. So, are we talking about environmental racism where the Chinese are building coal-fired power plants?
No, I think they're talking about the environmental racism where the Chinese are forcing black people to do... No, wait, that can't be it either.
Or what about the environmental racism of putting up fucking windmills on native land?
Mm-hmm. But then proceed to catch fire and kill birds.
Yes. And then can't actually be recycled because
No.
evil.
Environmental violence. Oh, fuck off. Unsustainable use and extraction of natural resources. Yeah, you idiots do realise that iron ore is not infinite, right? Ethnicity. Oh, for fuck's sake. First Nations people, Inuit, Metis. Avoid Indians, Eskimo, Aboriginal. How about kiss my ass?
There was, I thought, a specific branch of the Inuit that were called the Eskimo. It's like, Sorry, it's like living in a specific area. You have a specific name, like, you know.
Yeah, just like how the
Yeah.
Native Americans had tribes. All native
Exactly.
groups have tribes because they didn't invent the fucking nation state because they're hunter-gatherers, you fucking idiots. Let's Google Eskimo. A member of a group of indigenous peoples of southwestern and northern Alaska, Greenland, eastern Siberia, and especially in former use Arctic Canada.
Here we go.
Eskimo is an exonym. What's that mean? A common
external name.
External name, yeah. Used to refer to two closely related indigenous peoples, the Inuit and the Yupik. Okay. So basically they're saying it's bad because white people made it.
Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah. So them putting Inuit but not Yupik is, yeah.
Oh, this event just says that apparently Inuit means the people. Well, let's have a look.
Well, that's basically every tribe, and I think this, globally means the people. So it's like,
oh,
German,
look, it derives by
the
one of their
Deutsch.
own fucking words.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, it's like, sorry. When like Cherokee means the people in Cherokee.
Oh, interestingly, the Eskimos were actually more advanced when it comes to armor than any other native cultures outside of the fucking Mongols. They had lamellar armor.
That's cool.
Like, look at this shit. I wouldn't want to fight those guys.
No.
My sword wouldn't do jack shit.
Hell, that stuff's probably so hardened that, like, you shoot an arrow into it and it'd probably just be like, okay.
Yeah, that's hardened leather. Like that top one, fucking hell. Yeah, you could shoot that guy with an arrow and he'd just pull it out and shoot it back at you.
Yeah. It's like, get wrecked, Whitey. It's like, okay. Yeah.
They also invented houses. So yet another one up on the native on the native Australians. Let's
global majority versus global minority.
Avoid the West. Sorry, the global majority isn't the West, you fucking idiots. It's the Asians.
Yeah.
There's like 3 billion of them. Depending on if you want to call out... Like, are we going to class India as Asian this week or not?
Yeah. Find out on Roll the Dice and see how evil white people are.
Yeah. But white people... The West isn't the global majority, you fucking retards.
No.
How can they be so poorly educated?
They went to university?
Oh, Global South, Global North. Global South and Global North help us to assign majority BIPOC countries from rich, mainly white countries that colonized them. Yeah, and then they admit that they're imperfect in terms of geography. Yeah, have you heard of Australia, you fucking mongrels?
Yeah, the thing that
I'm really... Australia doesn't exist, and it's actually the moon.
I mean,
I wish I lived on the moon.
Seems like it.
I think Australia's
but Bleach, have you considered how big the spiders would grow on the moon?
And how far they would jump.
Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ, that's horrific.
Yeah, third world versus first world, and developing versus developed. It's like...
Hold on, what the hell happened? Why are we avoiding developing countries?
I don't know, because it refers to an economic status. That's what it's always referred to.
Oh, yeah. Violence's Life points out that Japan counts as north in this work.com. Yeah, hold on a second. I'm going to need a frigging globe.
Yeah. I mean, hell, yeah. I think, South Korea would count as the global north.
Yep. China's global north. Ukraine's global north.
Yeah, this is...
I like how
very, very special people wrote this.
Yep. And they're so stupid and racist that they don't realize how dumb they are.
Honestly,
what do we want?
I see more racism in this and all your ists and phobias in this document than they accuse, say, Donald Trump of actually doing.
Yeah. They're so horrendously racist.
Oh my.
It's fucking so ludicrous.
Yep.
They've got no clue. Oh, high/middle/low income country. Avoid developed country, developing country, underdeveloped country is third world. Why? The income country recognizes that economic status of the country is situational rather than definitive. Third versus first world implies that wealthier countries are better than... No, it doesn't. Than poorer ones in a race. Also, I thought that the first and third world was invented by some guy during the Cold War.
Yeah. It was. If I remember right, it was. Because they wanted to describe economic development and internal security, basically.
Yeah. It's almost as if it's like... Oh, here we go. Avoid the homeless. Okay.
Well, yeah, I'll
That's a
avoid
bit
the homeless.
harsh.
If you say so. Oxfam says that we should avoid the homeless.
I just
Well,
want to
that's a bit of a spicy take, but I'll hear you out.
Yeah. Why? Avoid discussing people experiencing homelessness as a homogenous group. Instead, say homeless people. How is that not a homogenous group, you fucking retards?
I mean, I guess you can have non-people as homeless.
It's descriptive.
In that case, I want to give all homeless cats a home. In my house.
Don't you mean, well, yeah, homeless quadrupeds?
Maybe. Jesus Christ. Avoid discussing people experiencing homelessness as a homogenous group. So just say that they're a homogenous group instead. Well done, you fucking idiots. Indigenous peoples, avoid Aboriginal. Tell you what, you take that up with the native Australians and see what they think about that.
Yeah,
As they say, note that
originally-
Aboriginal is used in an Australian context but not acceptable in Canada. Again, yeah. Don't just make broad fucking statements like this after you get up with... Like they wanked off earlier at the beginning with be specific in your language. Then they say avoid Aboriginal. Yeah, avoid Aboriginal. Well, if you say so.
I don't know, is that good advice, Bessie?
So, all right, I just want to say, point this out. It says, avoid homogenization of indigenous peoples with different cultural, geographic, and social histories and practices.
So you've just said indigenous peoples.
Yeah.
You've just homogenized them
at.
all rather than saying Aboriginal, which means Native Australian.
And what I also want to get at is the way they're defining this. White people are indigenous to Europe.
Yes, but we knew that.
Yeah, but I just like pointing it out every time I can.
Avoid black market. Use informal economy. Okay, cool. So where on the informal economy can I get guns?
Yeah.
Informal economy avoids negative connotations.
No, because black market has always meant illegal, as in
Yes. Yes, it's inherently got a negative connotation for that reason, because it means illegal, you fucking mongrels. Imagine giving... Yeah,
what gets me is like there's
hold
gray
on,
market
look at this shit. Informal work refers to work where there... You've used the wrong definition, you fucking idiots.
Yep.
Informal work refers to work where there's no established agreement or contract between the employer and the employed. This means that workers often... This is not the black market, you fuckwit. What does the black market... Oh my lord.
This basically describes like me going and cleaning your gutters and you give me $10.
Yeah.
That's what
which has nothing to do with
informal.
black market.
No. They don't know what the hell they're talking about.
At
best.
Yeah, the informal economy. Yes, we know that's a thing, and it's usually done by kids and teenagers. At least in the first world. Avoid the black market. You idiots do understand that if you're going to say that black market work or they're in black market employment, that inherently implies that they are being abused.
Yep.
Yeah, this means that you idiots, how fucking stupid can you be?
I think we've already proved that.
Workers often do not have access to basic working rights or the benefits given to workers in a formal system. Which has what to do with the black market?
Nothing, because black marketeers are typically
criminals, by definition.
Exactly. I was going to say don't even pay taxes, but that's what they want to fix.
Bleach. Based.
Yeah. I try.
Avoid slums,
What?
slum dwellers, shantytown users, informal settlements, informal housing, people who live in. Shut up. So, do we need to get rid of the words? Do we need to get rid of slumlord now too?
Apparently, yeah. It's someone who owns inadequate habitation.
Oh my fucking lord. Avoid international development sector, international aid sector. Instead, use international non. No, shut up. Oh,
civil society. What?
Yeah. Institutional race. Please point to the institutional racism in white majority countries.
I'll wait.
Yeah, we kind of made that illegal.
Yep. Now, meanwhile, back in India.
Yes. Where it's actually institutional.
Yep.
Intersectionality. Ah, yes. Bullshit. Islamophobia. Oh my god, this crap. Kyriarchy, for fuck's sake.
What?
An elaboration of patriarchy coined by some stupid bitch that takes in an intersectional approach. This means it takes into account the complex system of multiple... This is... The Kyriarchy is the name for the fucking victim chart.
Yeah, it can lick my sweaty butthole for all I'm concerned.
Yeah. Chat is talking about how the idiots in government in Europe reckon that the Sami are the only indigenous people. Yeah, here's how I'm going to put it. If you're invaded by the Romans, you count as indigenous.
Yeah. So there's the Celts and the Germans and yeah,
The Britons, as in Britons.
Yes. And the Spaniards, Carthaginians.
Specifically the Carthaginians.
Yeah. Yeah, because, they were kind of genocided.
And while we're at it, the Italians. The Italians are actually indigenous to Italy. Funny thought that.
Yep. It's amazing. This term's not commonly used, so if you choose to use it, you're a moron.
Yes. Microaggression. Oh, yes, made up bullshit where you can blame white people for your own failures in life.
I prefer macroaggressions.
Yeah, there's nothing micro about my aggression. Avoid saying ethnic minority. Instead, say minority ethnic person.
I mean, or marginalized ethnic person. Like the British in London, or the English in London.
And ethnic minority. When you say ethnic minority, you're referring to a group anyway. Yeah. Also, you're saying that you're saying that this. This is just so stupid. Mapper, yes, you're all maps. Sorry, what?
Leave them kids alone, Oxfam.
Yeah. Name the specific countries or regions most affected people in areas. Shut up. This is the same crap again.
Hold on. Why? The phrases global south and global north are technically inaccurate.
Yeah.
So
why did you use them earlier? Yeah. Name the specific country, language, ethnic group, or nationality. Why? Local staff. Yeah, avoid saying local language, local people, local population, local origin, local stuff. Oh, I'm so fucking sorry. When I tell people to go to some place in India and I say, oh, you need to look up what the local language is. God fucking forbid your country have 100 fucking languages. Also, local people. You do fucking idiots do realize that we say that about groups in our own country. Oh, we need you to we need you to pop down to fuck, where's the place that's not in a shithole? Fuck it, we need you to pop down to Detroit. Be careful of the locals.
Yeah, it's like you might need some local knowledge to get around.
Yeah,
Detroit.
Or in fact, in a lot of really old cities that aren't weird patterns, like some of the places in England or some of the cities in Europe. Oh, like a lot of the streets aren't signed and they're really old and it's a maze in there. You might want to get a local guide. You can also use the phrase national staff if the staff are named to the country they're working. Well, no. When you say national staff, you're implying people who work for the government, you fucking idiot.
That's what they want.
Yep. Name the specific office location. Headquarters. Avoid using the word headquarters. Headquarters implies a power dynamic that prioritizes one office. It doesn't imply it, you fucking idiot. It explicitly states it.
Yeah. Well, implication is very colonial. Yes, because you typically have satellite offices. You don't call them mini non-headquarters.
Yep. And of course there's a headquarters. Every organization has a headquarters. Even you bastards have a headquarters.
No. They have a specific office location.
Yes. We have the office, and then we have the not the office. Fucking idiots. Avoid using natural disasters. What?
Why?
Use natural shocks, natural hazards. A hazard is something else entirely, you fucking mongs. The first two terms recognize hazards often occur naturally, while the third indicates that the scale of disaster following a hazardous situation is often dependent on human responses. What? None of these things make any sense. Also, a natural hazard. Last time I checked, a fucking rock was a natural hazard.
Yes.
A river is a natural hazard. A pond is a natural hazard.
A tree root is a natural hazard.
Yes, because natural hazards already has a meaning. Idiots. Yes, a volcano is a natural hazard. Until it goes off. Then it's a natural disaster.
Violence is life. To blame hurricanes on Republicans. Yes, that's a man-caused disaster.
Yes. But though the Republicans may be the reason there are bullets in the hurricane. Neoliberalism is a modified form of liberalism tending to favour free market capitalism. I thought you hated free market capitalism because it's not communism. Othering. The process by which socialists... Oh, you mean what you're doing to white people, you bastards.
Yeah. It's... Oh, my... We must leave no one behind. Yeah, well, but you want to suppress the hell out of everybody else.
Yeah. Avoid saying poor people, the poor, or poorest people.
But they told us to avoid the homeless.
Yep.
Can we avoid the poor too?
Well, yes. They do tell us to avoid BAME, BME, mixed race, and coloured.
Oh, okay.
Wait, the same people who are like, oh, we've got to use BAME. It's like, now that it's like, BIPOC's good.
Yeah, well, actually, they've literally told us to not use BAME. Does that mean that the BBC is being evil?
Now.
It is.
Avoid beneficiaries or recipients. Use people we work with, program participants, or service users. Yeah, these words actually have literal definitions, you fucking mongrels.
Yeah.
Yeah, and privilege. An unearned advantage that is available to some people because of their social status, such as being male, white, of a certain nationality. You bastards, you anti-white, anti-male bastards.
When privilege is hoarded, for example, with unnecessary level of resources being more likely to be owned by one group than another, it reproduces unequal systems.
Does that mean that Barack Obama is privileged? Or is he not
Yes.
because, despite being one of the richest men in America, he's black?
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
Also,
Yeah,
is he black this week or not?
White Obama approves.
Race. We've decided to define race. A social construct. If race is a social construct, why do you care about racial equity or racial justice? Just say that you're not black.
Yeah.
Call up the white privilege office and ask for your white privilege check, though they're about 30 years backed up because I haven't gotten mine in a while.
Neither have I.
Speaking of which, the patriarchy's doing really bad on my male privilege check too. Goddamn feminists.
I think I need to go into my local white privilege mail office and talk to a spokesperson about my problem.
Yes, I haven't been a recipient of a patriarchy check in quite some time.
Just hiring Karen.
Yes, maybe that's the problem. We let
look, all this race
racialized
bullshit.
groups. Oh, fuck off. Racism and racist policy. Yeah, would that be the ones like the BBC only hiring black and minority ethnic? Oh, sorry, that's bad now too. You can't say that.
And of course, it's the power plus privilege bullshit.
Reparations. Fucking reparations. Oh, look at this. Use people facing social exclusion, political exclusion, economic exclusion. Avoid saying vulnerable people, vulnerable women, vulnerable men. It was just, I swear to God, it was just last week that you told us that we needed to look after the vulnerable.
Yes, it was.
Do we have to avoid the vulnerable now?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Especially vulnerable women.
Why vulnerable men?
Oh, well, I mean, sure.
I don't know. Last time I checked, vulnerable women is how you got into trouble with where was that earlier about unwanted pregnancies? Oh dear. No. Letting vulnerable women and vulnerable men get together is how we got into this mess. They came up with woke nonsense.
They started Oxfam.
Avoid peasant.
Oh my God.
I want a single fucking reference where someone in an Anglo country used the word peasant in the last 100 years.
Smallholder, farmer, agricultural laborers. Those are all vastly different things.
Yes. None of those are in fact
vastly different.
Half of those aren't even peasants. In fact, being a smallholder, I'm pretty sure excludes you from being a peasant. Hold on, I'm going to need a definition of a peasant here.
Yeah.
Google, to the rescue. Oh, hold on. Noun. A poor, smallholder, or agricultural labourer of low social status. Used chiefly in historical use or with reference to subsistence farming in poorer countries.
All right, I'm gonna go grab an old dictionary and I'm gonna see what that says.
It sounds good. Oh my lord. And then of course, avoid saying the aid sector. Say social justice movements, international social justice movements. Why the term AIDS cements an...
That is AIDS.
Yes, it is. The term AIDS cements an ideology whereby an agent with resources gives support to people deemed to be at risk. How is that not what you're doing, you fucking idiots? While this might provide valuable support, an ideology based on aid reinforces top-down solutions. You literally want a top-down solution whereby you take our money and give it to brown people. Jesus fucking Christ. This is Major says he really wants a dictionary from about 2010, back when words still existed. Al says you don't have to burn the books if you just change the words. I need to go to go around the op shops and the secondhand bookstores and see if I can see what the oldest fucking dictionary I can find is.
Couldn't find it. Not gonna waste any more time.
Fair enough. Oh, structural racism is back. Didn't you? They literally had it earlier. No, wait, that was institutional racism. There's no
Yeah.
such thing.
Oh, avoid field trip, field visit, mission.
What? In Oxfam's context, the phrase field trip was previously used to describe visits to lower income countries, whereas a trip to New York, for example, would not be considered a field visit. By using this... so it's your fault. Oxfam's the racists.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Avoid... yeah, go on.
Yeah, I mean, well, first, a trip to New York is a trip to a third world country. Fuck New York.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like, sorry. Oh, I want to reinforce colonial attitudes. Thank you.
Yes. Avoid giving a voice to. Okay.
Fine. Yes, no more voices.
White person, white people. Avoid Caucasian. Why? White people is a racial classification that refers to skin color and generally, but not always, to people of European origin. Yeah, that's what Caucasian means, you fucking idiots. Granted, it's the word comes from a really stupid scientist, but that's what it means.
Yep.
Whiteness.
Whiteness.
Whiteness is both a color and a culture that opens doors for white people that excludes black, indigenous... Stupid fucks. Yeah, I thought we didn't have culture. The privileges are provided by the color of one's skin, and this privilege is a legacy of colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade. God... I'm so sorry for the Japanese participation in colonialism. Fucking Jesus.
Yeah. Why? Acknowledging whiteness and its meaning for our work is the first step in addressing the effects of those not radicalized as white and the role of perpetuating inequality and... Go fuck yourself.
And just fuck off. No. We're the ones who are insisting that black people are just as capable of holding down a job as white people.
Yeah.
In fact, we insist on it. White feminism. White feminism prioritizes the issues of abled, white, cisgender, heterosexual, Western/Anglo women. It actively ignores the issues of disabled, black/brown, trans, queer women, failing to address intersecting forms of oppression such as racism, Islamophobia, and transphobia. Yes, you idiots, because they're a one-issue group, you fucking morons.
So, Posey Parker. I mean, that's where they're kind of going. It's like, yeah, no, whatever.
Oh my god, white gays! White gays now! The white gaze assumes that the person reading or viewing something is white and holds white culture as the standard for everything. Assuming our audiences are white means we cater for these views in our communications. We overlook other experiences, norms, and cultures. Yes, you fucking idiot, because only... Oh my god. I'm so sorry that the book I wrote in Japanese caters to Japanese people.
White privilege refers to the unquestioned and unearned set of advantages, entitlements, benefits, and choices bestowed on people solely because they are white.
Name one.
Can you name one?
White saviorism. Well, yes, that is a problem, but you idiots are guilty of it. White supremacy.
I said white feminism earlier.
Yeah. White supremacy. The deep-seated and at times subconscious belief that white people are superior to black, indigenous, and people of color. No, yes, no. It exists worldwide and is more than the behavior of individuals. Instead, it's a system. Oh, well, if it's a system, then there's no white supremacy left anywhere in the world.
No. Citation, illegal immigrants.
Yes. Clearly, if it's a system of exploitation and oppression, well, we got rid of that. It's illegal everywhere. So there's no more white supremacy. Job's done, boys. The Nazis are done.
Oh, I like the why, though. Previously, white supremacy was not generally recognized as an issue and was
when
only
the fuck is previously?
Because they hadn't redefined it yet. With far-right ideology rather than being... so they completely ignore the Democrats throughout pretty much their entire existence. Understood as a racial and structural system that affects us all. And we'll be unable to take truly effective in our... to be truly effective to our work. Inadequately, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, go.
Yeah, white people bad. Got it.
Go. Pretty much,
Tristan says that privileges and advantages which has been painstakingly built up by 6,000 years of ancestors are not unearned. They were earned through the blood and sweat of the great chain of being. Well, that's right. You should be entitled to the success of your parents, as they should be entitled to the success of theirs, repeating ad infinitum. And now we've got like 5 million stupid references and recommended
and
further
look,
reading.
No.
Oh look,
The
critical race theory from the selected works of Angela Harris. I thought critical race theory wasn't real and that was only a legal doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've got to the why it's a good thing now.
Yeah.
I think we
Oh,
reached that.
we did. How to be an
I
anti-racist 2019, Ibram X. Kendi.
Yeah, first you find Whitey, then you chase him off the land.
Ah, the South African solution.
And the Rhodesian solution.
Yeah. You can also read a bunch of shit. What's another good one? Do Better, Spiritual Activism and for Fighting and Healing from White Supremacy by R. Ricketts. Feminism is for everybody. 2000. Bell fucking Hooks.
Oh, God. That stupid bitch.
List of LGBTQ terms from Stonewall.
Are we surprised? Are we surprised by any of this?
No.
No. I
I'd be
really
more
like
surprised if it wasn't.
the micropedia of microaggressions.
Oh my god. Yeah, we're going to have to check that out. So-
What do you hit?
Well, first,
Oh,
it's
God.
unreadable.
2 SLGBTQ. Oh my god, is that Two Spirit? Oh,
oh, the
look at
chaos
this.
is
Were you
glorious.
even born when this or that happened? That's a microaggression. You're so resilient. Oh my lord. You're so resilient is a microaggression.
You're a scientist. Wow.
Oh my god.
Oh, we can submit microaggressions. We should do that for race.
Oh yes. Oh, actually, let's have a look at the race ones. These are just the same things. Your skin is like, okay, so don't compare people's skin color. So we can't compare our skin color to fucking white wall paint. Okay, got it. Your food is...
Is it a green card marriage?
I mean, that's a legitimate question. Also, ladies, I am looking for a green card marriage, but just don't tell the feds. Your food is so exotic / disgusting / weird. What?
So basically, what a lot of people say about British food.
Yes,
That's racist.
it's a microaggression.
I mean, honestly, we should put in for the submit one. That's white fragility.
You don't look Mexican. This statement invalidates a person's experiences later. Shut up, you retards. God damn, they just...
You look Nicaraguan, not Mexican.
Fucking hell, Oxfam's such an embarrassment.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, just finding the micropedia. Oh.
Yeah, well, they've all got micro penises, don't they?
Especially the ladies.
I don't... I prefer old-fashioned women, you know, without the penis.
You transphobe, you.
Damned right.
You bigot.
Okay, what do we have next? Okay, I think we've got assorted trans bullshit now.
Yay.
Or what's this one? Oh, yes. This one. Women plus are taking control. Cis women need to step out of the way, be silent and know their place. For that weird fucking pervert.
Which one?
Yes.
I'm glad we cleared that up.
Oh yeah, here's one. Pre-girlhood Dylan is the same as Dylan 365.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I've referred to Dylan as the minstrel show of feminism.
Yes.
Or
But have you actually seen this video? It's fucking
Cringe as
cringe
shit.
as fuck.
cringe is a
Is there
start.
music?
Yeah, you get to spin the wheel, but guess what? You get a second chance in this game first.
No way!
Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm still in it!
So you know two prices already, which is a great thing. $3.99 and $5.99. Which one do you want to keep?
I'm gonna keep the $5.99.
Keep $5.99.
No. I can't stand that voice.
Oh no, there's more.
I don't
Skip forward a
know.
bit.
No, don't want to.
Skip forward. There's dancing. There's dancing.
Oh god, it's on the floor. Oh my fucking lord. Okay. This is Disco's fault. Please direct any and all complaints to Disco.
You got it! Dylan's a winner! Dylan's a winner! Dylan, nice job, man.
Nice job, man.
Look at that. We're gonna spin the
Man.
wheel after this. Don't go away, folks.
After that, man.
This is painful.
Where's that Russian cop when you need him?
Oh, as Bob Barker used to say, don't forget to spay and neuter your animals.
Callum has requested we play more.
Yes. Oh, yes.
It's still dancing.
Poor Drew Carey. Yes, use the pool cue and do something horrific with it to yourself.
Oh.
Silent Pavlov. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it.
Anything else interesting? Oh, Dylan Mulvaney is a really shit actor known for Awkwardness 2015, The Honor Show 2015, and Love Not Likes 2019. Appeared on the national tour of the Book of Mormon.
Ew.
So, just a clout chaser.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. I failed bundle of sticks in woman face now.
Yep. A female minstrel show. Sorry.
Monkey
Although
says
it's not wrong.
Monkey says that Dylan's the honour example of I don't hate you because you're gay. I hate you because you're a loud, annoying twat.
Yeah.
Speaking of shenanigans, where is?
Oh no. I just had a horrific idea that Dylan's going to be cast as the new lead in the Rangs of Power.
Oh God.
It's going to be Guy Ladriel.
How could you tell the difference?
Exactly. Well, I mean, he's slightly more emotive.
Yeah. Insufferably so. Alright, let's have a look at some other nonsense. Detransition woman tells Texas mutilate. Sorry, Texas. I'm going strong with the Freudian slips today. Texas lawmakers, no parent has the right to mutilate and sterilize their child as state weighs ban on child sex change. Why are you weighing it? Just do it. Hurry the fuck up.
Yep. Yep. My neck, back, and shoulders constantly burn and all my joints ache all the time.
No shit. Poisoning them with fucking hormones.
Yep.
A teen-transition young woman from Michigan testified before a Texas Senate Health Committee Thursday about the harm gender affirming genital mutilation providers did to her when she was a mentally ill child convinced she was transgender. Convinced by who? Oh, there we go. The transgender community found her and convinced her that she had been born in the wrong body. She said at the time she had already been diagnosed with multiple psychiatric disorders, including anorexia, borderline personality disorder, and trauma. Oh, yes, let's give the person with anorexia a known body identity disorder a gender transition.
Yep. I was an impressionable child and fully believed this, said Mosley. I also believed that my sexual assault, which happened at age 14, only happens to girls. I wanted to transition to be safe.
So they lied to you and told you you'd be safe as a boy. Beginning at age 17, high doses of testosterone were injected into her anorexic body at the same fucking hospital where she was receiving care for her eating disorder and where she regularly received stitches for cutting and other self-harm behaviors. Ah yes, let's take this young woman with an eating disorder who keeps cutting herself because she's mentally ill and pump her full of hormones and cut body bits off her and pretend she's a boy.
Yeah,
Jesus,
what I don't understand
Christ.
is why they never offered me counseling to help me with the depression, the trauma, and the self-harm.
Because that doesn't make the pharmaceutical companies any money.
No, and it doesn't fall into the social cause side of this either.
I need to grab a bottle of water. I'll be back in a sec.
Mosley told the committee that she was pushed into transition while all her existing mental health issues had been ignored, gave a detailed account of the ongoing side effects of powerful male hormone she was given while going through a serious mental health crisis. The young woman said that testosterone caused hair grow all over her body, hair loss on her head, her shoulders broadened rapidly, making them disproportionate, clumsy, and constant pain. How is this acceptable? This is just nuts. Yada, yada, yada. Already covered that. Described permanent changes to her voice and to her endocrine system, is ruined, and she's no longer able to regulate her own hormones.
Well, well, well. Who could have fucking predicted that?
Yeah. But, one of the worst side effects for Mosley was vaginal atrophy.
Oh my god. Defined as the shrinking and thinning of... Good thing Disco's fucked off for a snack.
Yeah.
This is defined as the shrinking and thinning of the vagina. She said this is so severe that she's not even able to use tampons because her vagina is so small and she is afraid she will tear, which she says has already happened. Well, at least she still needs to use tampons.
Yeah. I mean, so, yeah, her body's ruined. Absolutely ruined.
Yep. In a bombshell whistleblower article about the Washington University Transgender Center, Jamie Reed, a former caseworker at the gender clinic, told of a teenage girl who was admitted to the ER breathing profusely from severe vaginal lacerations. Reed alleges that this girl's vagina had atrophied due to the testosterone she had been prescribed by the gender clinic. 1 year after starting wrong sex hormones, despite persistent self-harm, my healthy breasts were removed, Mosley told the committee, adding that her chest is still numb and she lost parts of her nipples when pieces stuck to her bandaging. Oh my god.
So not
Holy
only did they
shit.
butcher her, but they didn't treat her properly.
No, oh my god. What? So you... Oh my god. Fucking Jesus Christ.
I mean... Yeah, no, SB 14 is like the most based law I've heard of this year.
Yeah. They told me no to liposuction and yes to a radical mastectomy, said the young woman. I was too unhealthy to consent to lips, but not to top surgery. That's right, folks. You're too mentally ill to get liposuction. You're too mentally ill to get lip fillers. But you're totally sane, stable, and well-educated enough to have your tits cut off. Silent Pavlov has said, and I quote, "Ah!"
The fact that your mic cut out there just makes it even better.
Good. I think I don't. Oh, my voice.
Mosley said trusting her doctors and the transgender community led her to standing before the committee in an aching body that is no longer hers. Her severe medical issues caused by gender-affirming healthcare, butchery, is not currently covered by insurance, and the way her medical sex change was covered, no doctor is willing to treat her.
No. You misread that slightly. You put the wrong emphasis on it. Severe medical issues caused by gender-affirming healthcare are not currently covered by insurance the way her medical sex change was covered.
Ah, yeah.
That's even fucking worse. So they'd pay for her to have her tits cut off and be pumped full of drugs, but all the side effects of that, fuck you, you're on your own.
The medical professionals who did this to me have abandoned me, and the trans community has abandoned me. Doctors assisted me in mutilating myself and then left me in the cold when I wanted the harm to stop. Is this the great saving of humanity that they think it is?
Anyone in favor of this shit is just sick. And this is why I want to bring wolves back to England.
Yeah.
So we can feed the stupid
right
people to them.
Put it right in the Oxfam.
Yep.
She concluded by saying that the damage done to her body can never fully be reversed, but that seeing young girls in the same position she was in, suffering from mental illness and body dysmorphia, who feel pressured by peers and social media to conform to certain stereotypes of femininity, her heart breaks for them, and she feels compelled to advocate on their behalf.
Well, that's
Good for her.
That's one of the biggest things about this is we went from, oh, you don't have to act like the stereotype of woman, to, if you don't act like the stereotype of a woman, we'll cut your tits off. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, even the Muslims aren't this bad.
No. And you know what I find equally ironic is the people who are advocating out there about, oh, we've got to stop female genital mutilation, are the same ones pushing this shit. And it's like, what's the difference? What's the difference between you and the Muslims doing this? Not a damn thing.
Oh my God, look at this shit. When Senator Jose Menendez asked Mosley what her parents thought about her decision to medically transition, she explained that they were strongly against it, but were emotionally blackmailed into consenting by the gender-affirming therapist she had found online, who told her parents she would commit suicide if they didn't go along with it. I remember my gender therapist looking them in the eyes and asking, would you rather have a dead daughter or a live son? Do you want to pick up her hormones or her body from the morgue?
Wow.
This is sick.
I mean,
every single person involved in this needs to go to prison.
Yes. This is just evil. I'm at a loss for words. This is just evil.
Yeah, it's pure, unadulterated evil. I don't know what the fuck to do with this shit, but we need to fucking start putting people in prison for life.
Yeah. And yeah, then you get to, Menendez ended his questioning of Mosley saying he feared SB 14 was going to take power to decide away from parents and their children and could result in young people experiencing the same level of regret Mosley now has to live with.
Sorry.
I don't believe. I think I might have misread that.
What's SB 14 again? SB 14 seeks to ban healthcare professionals from performing experimental sex change interventions on minors. The bill proposed by Donna Campbell would mean doctors receive their license if they prescribe what's known in the medical community as gender-affirming care in the form of drugs or surgery. So hold on. He fears SB 14 is going to take the power to decide away from parents and their children, could result in young people experiencing the same... What?
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So he said he feared that SB 14 was going to take the power to decide away from parents and their children, could result in young people experiencing the same level of regret that Mosley now has to live with. I don't believe any parent has the right to mutilate and sterilize their child, was Mosley's response. Right. If that was a serious question, we need to have words with Menendez.
Yep. Well, I mean, he is a Democrat from San Antonio.
Ah, so he's a child mutilator. Excellent. Get in the chipper.
Yeah. Yep.
Fucking hell.
I mean, this is horrific. This is as horrific as some of the pictures you see of the mutilated kids.
Yep. Let's look at something slightly less depressing. From Ladder with Crowder. Biological male who competed for boys until this year leads girls track team to state championship.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Yeah. Last month, Brookline High School in Massachusetts won the state track and field championship for the girls team. One of the students was a dude.
Oh god, I know that. Place.
Oh fuck, it's even better. One of the students who played the role in winning the title was the fucking useless dude who finished 4th. Finished 4th! Jesus Christ. What a lose. So absolutely useless. Yeah. So Icon Zoon, junior non-binary identifying male, helps girls team win Massachusetts high school state championships with performance in the hurdles. Girls hurdles 33 inches high, boys hurdles 39 inches high. So the dude with an extra fucking head plus still came 4th.
And the expression on those girls' faces, it's like the two in the middle are like, I'm intersectional. And the one on the far left is like, I'm here and I want to die.
Yeah. I'd rather lose than win with a dude. Yeah, last year the piece of shit preemptively addressed would-be critics of their decision to compete against girls are telling a school newspaper, deal with it, just deal with it. Oh yes, I'm sure they'll just deal with losing to a dude. I'm sorry, but if they thought that they could win against men, they'd be competing in the open competitions. Do these idiots not realise there's no such thing as male and female sport? There's open and female.
Yep.
There is no rule saying that women can't play for the NBA, is there? They've just never found a woman who can do it.
Yeah, hell, there was a recent article about some girl playing Division I baseball.
Cool.
That's like,
that's awesome.
Okay, is she? Yeah, as a pitcher, I think. And I was like, all right, if she's talented, who cares?
Yeah, if she can meet the job, fucking go for it.
Yeah. Oh, but we're being misogynist, don't you think?
Better be misogynist than mutilate children.
Yeah. And Tristan correctly points out there's no rule that golden retrievers can't play in the NBA. I mean, there's also nothing that says Chinese poodles. I mean,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah. This is Major says I sense a movie in there somewhere. Oh fuck yeah! If this woman in Division 1 baseball fucking wins, like if they win whatever the big competition is, that's going to be a movie in 2 years.
I wouldn't even. I'd say it's like a Netflix miniseries where she's suddenly black.
Yeah. Shit, I'd watch a movie about a woman who could really compete with the dudes.
So yeah, let's. Her name is Olivia Pichardo with Brown University.
Cool. But
So.
if she's actually competing at a male level, that's fucking incredible.
Yeah.
This is Mention says remake a League of Their Own and have RuPaul replace Gina Davis. See how that works at the box office.
Wait, didn't they already remake a League of Their Own?
Oh my god, did they?
I swear they did. It was some bullshit version, but it was like just this last year.
TV series, yeah.
Yeah. It can
That's
eat a
fine.
dick.
Yeah, I'm not watching that. Oh god,
Yeah,
let's at least see who's in it. Guess what? They blacked it.
Of course.
Why are literally half of them black? This is set
Because
in
white girl can't
43.
Yeah, that was just as segregated as you could get pre-Civil War. Yep. And yeah, there's like apparently 24 women throughout the years have played at the collegiate level.
Yeah.
And 7 this year. And it's like, if they're good, I don't
7
give a
this
shit.
year. That sounds forced.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know half of it is.
Mm-hmm. But shit, if that bird, Olivia Pichardo, is actually good enough to compete at main level, fuck me. That's incredible.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and I'm trying to find some of her stats, but haven't been able to. But yeah, it's like, apparently, she has trained a lot with at a collegiate level. So there we go.
Yep.
Yep.
Up next, we have calling all mediocre middle-aged men who never got to fulfill their college basketball dreams, throw on a wig, paint those singing eyes, and try out for the women's team. Robert is 6'8", 50 years old and dominating, living the dream. And Snopes is in fucking tatters. So, and they're like, do these transphobic posts show transgender college basketball playing? And their rating outdated. Yes, so the answer is yes. It just so happens that it's from like the 90s or something. Sorry, 2012.
Yeah. So
It was wrong then, you fucking idiots. Look,
yeah,
literally
just call it
3
out this
times
time.
bigger than any of the others. Fuck's sake.
I mean, well, Snopes has been useless for decades now.
Yeah.
If it was ever not useless.
They didn't even get the good quality picture, the fucking idiots. But yes. This person says, why are actual women putting up with this nonsense? Once again, men reduce women to second best and we're no further forwards. What do you mean, once again? Oh, Lord.
Just... It wouldn't
what
be
is this?
half as disturbing if it wasn't being so advocated for.
Yeah. Speaking of disturbing things, in the royal something of hell, girls are allowed to sit down while the boys have to stand up. A playful action on the occasion of Women's Day to make it clear there is still often inequality between men and... Yes, men have to work harder and suffer to provide for women who are ungrateful.
Yep. I mean, we need to have like the International Men's Day extravaganza just for the hell of it.
Yeah. And of course they whine and whine and whine and whine.
I mean, when I keep seeing women complain about how they don't have all these rights and privileges, it's like, what, to work a shit job and then be told you're not doing enough?
What, to go to war and die and then be told that you're not a victim?
Yeah. And, oh yeah, don't forget, we've got to send you to a place that you don't want to go, but you have to.
Oh, that's it. Don't... fucking... Oh, we need to help Ukraine. Okay, you stupid woman with the Ukraine flag in your fucking Twitter bio. You sign up, you can go first.
Yep.
Trump needs to make a record of anyone who ever put the Ukraine flag in their bio and provide it to the fucking draft office.
Yep.
If America goes to war in support of Ukraine, I want the idiots with Twitter flags in their bios going first.
And, I mean, I want people with pronouns in their bios.
Callum says, make them take the illegal immigrants too.
Yeah.
So that's guarantees citizenship.
Yeah. If they make it back, then maybe they can apply.
Yeah. Major says, so basically tormenting boys to drag them down while teaching them women are superior to them. Gross. Yes, that is the bloody Dutch again for you.
Yep. Never forget, feminism is about female supremacy.
Yep. Sadly, it's a
And-
translate article, so I don't think it comes across quite right, but we get the point.
Yep.
Sake. Just fuck's sake.
And people wonder why everyone's bitter
Yep.
these days.
Oh, what do we got here? So, some stupid idiot says, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan on parenting their children changing their gender. When our children tell us who they are, it's our job as grown-ups to listen and believe them. That's what makes it means to be a good parent. Musk says, not when they're fed propaganda by adults. Moreover, every child goes through an identity crisis before their personality/identity crystallizes, at least one. Therefore, we shouldn't allow severe, irreversible surgery or sterilizing drugs that they may regret until at least age 18. And then the idiot's like, and they've got words for you. We don't allow bullies to keep us from doing the right thing. The right thing. Cutting kids' tits off and pumping them full of fucking hormones is the right thing. You fucking animal.
Yeah.
And they're like, in support. Something or other Governor Tim Arsehole signs gender-affirming executive order to support transgender procedures. By his side, a 12-year-old transgender child, a young boy, a little girl holding a stuffed animal, and his lieutenant governor wearing a shirt with a knife on it. Jesus Christ.
A shirt with a knife on it? Oh, wait, there's the map flag.
Yeah.
The map supremacy flag.
That's actually the map flag. Literally. Fucking perverts. These fucking animals. They're just out there mutilating kids and claiming that they're the virtuous ones. It might be the trans flag. It's hard to tell the difference. And it means the same thing anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one's more obvious than the other.
Well, both flags mean that they want to violently take away the innocence of children.
Yep. By hook or by crook.
Yeah, here we go. Woke mob doxes trans daughters of TikTok who dared criticize Jeffrey Marsh for targeting children. Later exposed, Jeffrey Marsh is now unfortunately feeling the full wrath of the woke mob. Shimmer and Nesser called out the piece of shit for questionable possible grooming behaviours. After widespread backlash, she initially doubled down and brought receipts, but now the attacks are dramatically worsening.
So what I'm hearing is the trans community is Islamophobic.
Yes, that's right. And of course, the piece of shit thanked his fans for support after one of his critics gets doxxed and threatened.
Of course he does.
Fucking animal.
Because these people won't be happy until there's blood of their enemies in the streets.
Mm-hmm. Hate them so much.
Yep.
I'm just seeing. Here we go. John Lewis's female boss admits it's difficult to find men who will work for her, blames failure to have healthy conversations about gender equality with boys and teenagers. That's right, I'm an evil, insufferable cow, but it's men's fault for not being for not putting up with me.
Dame Sharon White, says the black woman.
Yeah.
I always find that funny.
Yeah, found it quite hard to recruit men at the partnership, as she faces a backlash for hiring and promoting women at Bigginson. What's that? You're facing backlash for hiring and promoting unqualified idiots. Funny how that happens.
Complaints in the past about redundancy.
Yeah. She said, I definitely had emails saying, oh my goodness, they're 200. Bullshit! No way in hell you did. You evil cow. We know that you would have killed them for that.
Yep. I mean, have there been any missing persons cases around that area?
In particular, she received complaints after a decision to appoint Don't Know, Don't Care as deputy chairman. Oh, that's not inclusive language.
Yep.
More than 60% of leadership positions at the partnership are filled by women, compared with 30%. Oh, what's that? At least 20% of your leadership are diversity hires. Funny that. She also said she was concerned about the growing backlash against feminism among young men and blamed the failure to have healthy conversations about gender equality with boys and teenagers.
That's because you're assaulting them verbally every
Yes, of course
time.
there's
You're
a backlash.
Oh.
Because every fucking time they blink, you tell them they're evil.
Mm-hmm.
You mean you don't like being called evil, Bessie?
Not because I'm a guy. For the actual other reasons, yeah. If I'm going to be called evil, I want it to be for something I actually had a choice in doing.
Call me evil on my own merit, damn it.
Exactly.
I'm evil because I choose evil, not because I was born this way.
Worked hard for this.
Exactly. Up next. Girl, 16, who cried rape after cheating on boyfriend is jailed for 6 months. An older story, but... Back in... this is apparently back in 2010 when they still jailed people for that. Well, moving on.
Wow. I'm surprised, she didn't get, a pat on the wrist and like, oh, well, here you go, you poor thing.
Well, this is interesting. So she lied that she was abducted, attacked, and forced to perform a sex act in a violent assault by 3 men, which led to Mr. Lewis being arrested and held in custody for 36 hours. He spent 2 months on bail until the girl confessed it was all lies. Right, so the guy went to jail and was on bail for ages, and she got 6 months. Well, let's see what happened recently.
But before we go from that, just look at this. He is innocent, and his face isn't blurred. She's guilty, and she gets protection.
I think technically, because she's 16, she's a minor.
Yeah, in this case, I think it's because she's a minor and he was an adult.
He was 20. Okay.
Still, why the fuck are you showing his face?
Probably be batting a little older at 20. Not in the UK. It's legal, but it's still a bit like.
On the
When was your birthday?
Yeah. Yeah. 16-year-old made up the rape allegation after going home for sex with the innocent guy on a night out. Okay, yeah, that's. Yeah. 16-year-olds.
The question is, did he know how old she really was?
Though, to be fair, from what little we can see of her pixelated face and his, she might actually look older than him, especially with makeup. Because he looked 16.
Yeah. That's probably why her face is pixelated. Technically, she's a minor.
Yeah, that'd probably be it. So that's 6 months, 10 years. Oh shit, way more than 10 years ago, 13 years ago. Let's see what happened in a recent case. So, dumb hoe jailed over false rape claims. A woman who falsely claimed she was raped by multiple men and trafficked by an Asian grooming gang has been jailed for 8.5 years.
Oh, more than the actual grooming gang members you actually get.
Well, that's the interesting thing, and we'll get to that in a bit. Yeah, look at this. A 2-day sentencing hearing. 2-day sentencing hearing? Bloody hell! They must have had a lot if it was 2 days for the sentencing. Told 3 men that Williams, falsely accused over a 3-year period, tried to take their own lives after being targeted. One of them spent 73 days in prison, sharing a cell with a convicted sex offender after he was charged as a result of this bitch's lies. They had been on a night out when she was taken home after becoming intoxicated. She later alleged that he'd raped her that night, then on 2 more occasions claiming he attacked her and threatened her with a knife. The court heard he had the word rape sprayed across his house. Barrow businessman Mohammed Ramzan. Go on.
I just looked up that Jordan Trengrove. White dude.
Yeah, of course. Meanwhile, Mohammed Ramzan, this bitch claimed to have worked for, was accused of grooming her from the age of 12 and putting her in brothels in Amsterdam. How? How?
That doesn't make any sense.
That makes no sense at all.
How did it get that far with that kind of like, oh, well, he took me traffic.
He said he had received countless death threats.
Okay.
Williams had given police an account of being taken to Blackpool by the guy, where she said she was taken to different addresses and forced to have sex with several men. When police made inquiries, they found she had travelled to the seaside town alone and stayed in a hotel, where she bought a pot noodle from a nearby shop and stayed in her room watching YouTube. Meanwhile, Oliver Gardner said a chance encounter with this evil witch one night led him to being accused of being a rapist who had trafficked her and sold her to 2 Asian men.
This is just the worst type of person, though, because there are genuine fucking grooming gang victims that can't get justice, and shitheads like this now shine. Like people can then point at her and go, "Yeah, but people make this job."
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact that she's basically made all these true accusations shady.
Yep.
Is just absolute bullshit.
Honestly, I'm surprised that what really gets to me is that for this one here, I'm surprised that the police investigated this one at all, because all these actual grooming gangs, not fucking interested.
Mm-hmm. What do you want to think she might have slept with a detective?
Apparently she'd sleep with anything and then accuse her of rape.
Mm-hmm. Or hell, not even sleep with it, just see it and it's like, yeah, that raped me. But you know what also gets me is this Oliver and the other guy. It's like these guys, it's kind of whitewashed over that they got accused.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, but these 3 Asian men, they're really suffering. It's like,
Yeah.
They all suffered at this bitch's hand.
Yeah. So she even claimed that she was attacked with a hammer. No, she injured herself with the hammer. Then but turns out she was found on TV buying the hammer. Found on CCTV buying the hammer.
Yep.
No, people like this really fucking wind me up because they just dilute the fucking.
Yeah, but there's
They
so
just
many.
muddy the water for everyone else.
Yeah, but there's so many horrible crimes out there, and then you've got bitches like this coming out, and people are going, "Oh, well, she lied."
Mm.
It really doesn't help actual victims.
8 years wasn't enough.
No, that should have been a 10-year sentence. Now I could say, yeah, okay,
Because you
maybe
can point at all the other grooming gang victims and say they're a victim of hers now as well, not just the men that she's accused, which presumably they haven't done anything to anyone.
Yeah, well, that's it. Someone else gets accused of being in a grooming gang, and they'll be like, "Remember the story of stupid bitch?"
I'm a victim, like her victims. No.
No.
That's just nuts.
Oh dear. Well, how about we have a look at some dumb women that are doing funny things instead? Can I trust the man I'm having an affair with? Is the man I'm cheating with lying to me like he does to his wife?
Was the saying, once a cheat, always cheat?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Dear How to Do It. At the risk of being judged and vilified because I'm a useless hoe, I pose this question to you as opposed to friends and family. I got involved with an older married man a few months ago, knowing that he was and had no intention of changing his situation. He told me he was looking for a female friend to fill the void in his sexual life because when his wife went through menopause 8 years ago, she lost all blah 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 blah.
Don't care. Sob story.
Yeah.
Yep.
I broke off things with him at least 3 times since knowing this was morally wrong. But I keep getting back to it because I'm a useless piece of shit and enjoy being pampered by an older guy with money.
Exactly.
He refers to himself as my boyfriend and me as his girlfriend when introduced to friends and colleagues. We spent at least 1 day and night a week together and weekends away when he can. Oh, when he can! So she is enjoying being a sugar baby. You ho! He is a great friend as well and takes care of me financially as I'm between... Oh my god, you're literally a whore. And now have an injury preventing me from working. My question, aside from him lying to his wife about his whereabouts when we are together, do you think he's lying to me too? We've already established she's a piece of shit, you dumb whore.
Yes, and you fucking deserve it.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The response though.
Yeah. Dear Honest, this is a guy writing, I believe, Rich Juzwiak.
Poor in morals, rich in name.
Yeah. I'm not going to tell you this guy's lying to you, blah, 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 blah. There's a possibility he's organizes relationships into a hierarchy, saying blah, 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 blah. But more realistically, the way he treats others is an indication of the way he's treating or will eventually treat you. What? Simp, 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 blah, 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 blah.
All relationships are a gamble. Well, no shit.
Well, where's the part? He's clearly a lot. We've established he's a liar, you silly bitch.
Whoa. That last sentence. Good luck with your earnings.
Oh my god! Yeah, and you've decided this guy's a prize. Good luck with your earnings. Wow!
I mean, if that doesn't cheapen relationships, I don't know what will.
Yeah, look at this. All relationships are a gamble, but here you've got all your money on the table, and what you stand to win is a guy who has shown an ability to cheat rather brazenly. You've decided that this guy's a prize. Good luck with your earnings. Jesus Christ. Okay, in context, it's not as bad, but fucking hell.
I don't know, that kind of sounds like sarcasm.
I think it does.
Surprise, good luck. Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, at this point, I would have been, well, you're a stupid hoe for hooking up with a cheating man, and you expect him to be honest.
Oh yeah, here we go. He may be honest at the moment, but it should give you...
mistress or whatever.
Yeah.
But she clearly knows she's a mistress, so she's a fucking homewrecker.
She's a home-wrecking whore. She's literally
And
his
it's
whore.
like, oh, will the same thing happen to me? Yeah, probably. And you'll fucking deserve it, because you've already ruined someone else's fucking life.
It says he may be honest at the moment, but it should give you pause that he's able to lie to his wife for such as and to disregard their relationship with others. Your letter implies that he's saying his friends and colleagues are his girlfriend. What on earth must they be thinking about the state of his marriage?
Oh, yeah. God. Although, you know what the ironic twist would be? Is he's not actually married, never has been, and
that would be ironic.
And she's just turned on by him cheating.
That would be hilarious. I mean, it's entirely possible.
Yeah.
Who's Jack telling to go down on him?
I don't fucking know what he's talking about. He's on voice call, and he keeps getting louder.
Did you not make him a sandwich, Disco?
I did actually make him food when I went through. That doesn't mean he's being any quieter on his call.
We've got another one that's hilarious as well. The Guardian. I left my husband because the sex is boring. Now I'm having the same problem with my new partner. Have you noticed the similarity between these two situations?
Uh-huh. It's like there's a common factor here. I wonder what that is.
Yeah, I have no interest in reading the stupid shitty article and the stupid shitty response, but
it's the
you
Guardian
stupid bitch. What do you expect? Also, he was your husband. How little did you value the relationship that you left because the sex was boring? Also, did you not try communicating to him? Did you not tell him that you want him to... I don't know what women want guys to do other than be rich.
Does she not try and spice it up? Like,
did
fancy new lingerie. You want to try something new tonight?
My guess is she's the type that's just like she'll just lay there and sweat, and the man has to do all the work.
Dear.
Now I'm having the same problem with my new partner. Yeah, that seems like a you thing.
Yeah. Like, if the sex is boring, clearly she's the kind that would be more interested in, like, did you ask him to throw dollar bills at you? Would that make you feel better?
I mean, like, surely she would have been with the husband a long time. So, they'd have had time to work it out. But you could say, okay, well, maybe the husband was the problem. Let's be charitable and say maybe the husband was the problem. And maybe she kept saying, can we try this? Can we try that? And he was like, nope, I just want to baby making only. Fine. But to have the same problem with the next partner,
Yeah. Look at this. I
Yeah.
left my husband because the sex was boring and non-existent. I've since met another guy, and while our sex life was great for a while, when we moved in together, it all but disappeared. I have to make all the moves. I found by accident that he watches porn when I'm not home. I wouldn't mind if it were not for the fact that our sex life is dull. He never touches and performs oral sex. So me. Have you considered that you're an insufferable cow and no man wants to touch you?
And perhaps she needs to wash her genitals.
Yeah, that'd be a good start.
I'm desperately unhappy. Well, you know,
Maybe
you made yourself unhappy.
Yeah, maybe you should consider that before you left your husband.
Yep.
Oh Lord.
I have no sympathy.
What have we got here? Highly criticised immigration bill passed in Iceland.
Hmm.
So let's
Okay.
see. So criticised, yes, but which way? The newly passed legislation strips asylum seekers of their rights, including access to housing and healthcare, 30 days after their application has been rejected. Based! Based as fuck!
All right, Iceland is on one of my places to consider fleeing to.
I think we discussed recently why you don't want to go to Iceland. Or was that Greenland? I can't remember.
Greenland, I thought.
Yeah. Well, that's based.
But I mean, you know, we could just pool all of our resources, weaponry, and just invade Iceland.
So foreign countries that don't matter have whined that Iceland has deported a bunch of people. In 2021, the Director of Immigration withdrew housing and food allowances from around 20 men who were set to be deported. An action the Immigration and Asylum Appeals Board later ruled is prohibited. Who cares?
I mean, yeah,
Oh,
no.
you need to say hello to the stream. They can all hear you.
Hello. How's everyone? Good.
Good. What are you
How was
playing?
the sandwich?
How's the Oh, it's good. You know, got the woman doing it.
Well, you just make charcoal, do you?
I do make charcoal. You're right. You're all right. I don't mind. I'm gonna leave, and you can hear me if you're very welcome.
They can't see you.
I know they can't, but they don't. Doesn't matter.
Ah.
I messaged him and was like, "You may as well say hello to the stream because they can all fucking hear you."
Yeah. So criticised by human rights organisations. Well, they must be doing it right then.
Yep. You know when you're over the target.
Yeah. Billy says kudos to Iceland for staying up to the bankers and for this base immigration policy. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh, it's glorious.
This is supposed to send a message. It's supposed to send the message that people need to scroll differently. Now I can't read.
Yeah, sorry. I was just trying to see if they told us the name of the bill. I'm going to go search it.
Let's see. Yeah. Send the message that people need to leave the country, otherwise they'll be put on the street without support and without access to minimum security.
Good.
Minimum
Good.
services.
Fuck off.
Yeah. Morons opposing the bill gathered outside the Parliament building yesterday, including asylum seekers who wanted Gibbs, who will lose their housing and access to services as the bill's been passed.
Yes. Good. Fuck off.
I have to say, Iceland is suddenly a glorious place.
Yep. It'd be nice to see the bloody bill. Why do they make it so hard?
Icelandic?
Yeah, bloody Iceland.
You probably won't be able to read it anyway, Beth.
Well, that was my assumption, but I was going right through Google Translate and see what chances we had. In this other article, the processing time for for applications is long, and the number of applicants has doubled since the start of March. There are now 1,400 people with the right to such services. Yeah, in Iceland, 1,400 people's a shitload.
Yep.
Oh, he's going in and out, in and out, in and out.
By himself.
It's like Disco throws a cat at him. Oh Lord. Yeah. Well, I can't find any more information on the bill other than that all the right people hate it.
Yeah. It's weird. It's like the bill just doesn't really get mentioned by name or by number.
Yeah, here we go. The goal with this is to make this fucking... It's reporters. The same problem we had earlier. Reporters are fucking useless.
Yep.
The goal with this is to make the system more streamlined and also to clarify the rules of play in place once a person's case has been processed. Herein has had a legal attorney the whole time through the system received a rejection. Then that person must leave the country. Based. Get out. And of course the stupid lefties were whining, but again...
Well, when aren't they?
Yeah. So Jeremy Hunt put his foot in his mouth again. 50 is no time to put your feet up. You've got 20 more years of graft in you.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking... Somebody pointed out to me the other day that Jeremy Cunt has a fucking son. I was like...
How?
He's fucking spawned. And you know, that kid's gonna be just in politics from day dot.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, look at this shit. We need to say that when you turn 50, this shouldn't be a time when you're looking ahead and thinking, sooner I'm going to face the cliff edge of retirement. That should be a time when you think, I've got another 20 years of working life ahead. I don't want to work till I'm 70! Fuck off!
You're not... And Jeremy Cunt, it's like, you're not fucking dead yet. Get back to work.
Yep.
Don't make me get the tax whip out on you, boy.
And if you've earned the money, why the fuck shouldn't you be allowed to retire whenever the fuck you want?
Jeremy Cunt thinks you should still be giving him taxes.
Yeah. Well, Jeremy Cunt's also a useless desk puppet. I'd like to see Jeremy Hunt fucking carrying a piano up a set of stairs at 69.
Yeah. I'd like to see him carrying anything.
You mean other than his stupid fucking fat head?
Uh-huh.
The evil bastard.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to hike his...
There's anybody who, like, supports the current government.
Yeah. He's decided to hike the corporation tax from 9 to 25%. So more companies are going to leave England. Well done, you fucking idiot.
Wow. That is a huge fucking percentage.
Yeah. He's just such an evil bastard. And he was responsible for some of the worst things over the last 2 years as well.
Of course.
Oh, he wants a crackdown on benefits claimants who turn down job offers. How is that? That's not allowed currently, you fucking idiot. And help for the 700,000 parents with children under the age of 12 by being more generous about when childcare is paid. Oh, great. So the government has to pay more money to look after the kids of people who can't look after themselves.
I wish I could care, but...
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Tristan says that his grandfather turned hundreds this year. He's been retired for 35 years now. A society where people are idle consumers for more years than they are productive is not sustainable. Yeah, that's great. I'll check in on you when you're 70 and see what you're up to.
Yep.
It's... If someone wants to work to 150, they should be allowed to. But also, if someone can afford to retire at 25, they should also be allowed to. Granted, we shouldn't be necessarily paying them out of the government funds then, but... Why the fuck shouldn't people be allowed to live off of investments?
Yeah, I mean, you have, like, multi-generational families that have that kind of wealth where they don't have to work a day in their lives.
Yep.
And while, I think maybe they've got some moral problems, I'm not going to stop them.
Yep. And again, I don't see there being a fucking future in manual labourers or fucking ditch diggers to 70.
Basically, once you hit about 70, it's not, your ability to work and your cognition is going to start declining.
Absolutely.
Not saying, oh, you're going to go turn into Joe Biden overnight, but at the same time, you're not going to be as sharp as someone in their 20s.
No. Yeah, and you're not going to be as fit as someone in their 20s.
Yep. So, yeah, I just don't think it's a good thing to be like, yes, we need to make sure people are working until they die, because that's basically it.
Well, that's the thing. When they keep raising the retirement age, they're working on raising it to over the average age of death.
Yeah. Well,
Funny that.
And well, with the Fauci fund, that might get lowered dramatically.
Yep.
Oh my.
Like, let me see what the age of retirement in Australia is. Because they increased that, the bastards. 67 currently. 65 years and 6 months if you were born between July 52 and December 53. 66 years if you were born between January 54 and June 55. And 66 years and 6 months if you were born between July 55 and December 1956. And for everyone else born after January 1957, the age of pension will be 67 years. Lovely.
Wow.
So let me. So they would be due for that soonish. 1956 plus 67. 2023. Yes, so they're due this year. And of course, that's going to go up more and more and more.
Of course.
And, like, that's great for you office bastards who are going to retire at fucking 50 on a fully paid out fucking retirement package of taxpayer money. Hundreds of thousands a year. It's fucking ludicrous.
And I just, with the way inflation's going globally, yeah, this is going to be fun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, not to mention all the retirement funds dying.
But then, that's all Brexit's fault. Nothing to do with, stopping the economy for 2 years.
Yeah, blame Brexit. Not making work illegal for 2 years. No, not forcing people to deplete their savings.
No. Brexit.
Yeah. And yeah, we've got to make people work till they're 70.
I mean, if only the EU was there to make things better.
Yes.
How are things going in the EU?
It's sinking. Swimming like an anchor. But yeah, the evil bastards like, oh, you should work even harder from 50 to 70.
I mean, your productivity's gone down.
Well, how about this? If your productivity goes down between 50 and 70, we'll roll out MAID.
Yeah, that sounds about right too, doesn't it? You can't have a pension. You can't have unemployment. Well, just MAID, but you can have MAID.
I mean, of course.
That chronic ankle pain, that counts. It's fucking ludicrous. They just want people to work till they fucking die.
Yeah. I mean, if you're not part of the system, you're part of the problem.
Oh, actually,
Billy says check out retirement ages in Greece.
Yeah. There we go. So the life expectancy in the UK is 80.90 years. Cool, so a whole 10 years of retirement. Whoop-de-fucking-do.
Yeah, go enjoy that short little bit of
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Wow.
Oh, Greece is just 67 years. Whoop-de-do.
Yep. Honestly, it's kind of getting to the point of like, humanity is becoming, you know, brain not working. We're being shifted into replaceable parts. That's where I'm going.
Haven't been for
You know,
decades.
And the worst part is, and I know, I talked with Monkey about this some, is he's looking at productivity with AI and whatnot. But
Yep.
what I'm looking at as kind of the reverse side of that is what knowledge and basic capabilities are we going to lose?
Well,
Because, okay, the AI fills in the gaps. Well, then maybe the problem's going to become our individual skills don't matter. They just plug us in front of the AI to put in prompts.
well, I mean, general knowledge has been on a decline for the last 50 years.
Oh, yeah.
Like, practical skills are almost essentially dead. Like, working on your car is now a fucking computer science job.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, I'm sorry,
Well,
but I
okay.
should not need a financial degree and $1,000 of fucking equipment to change the oil filter. And shit like that.
And if you've gone out to purchase a new car lately, like, well, only the things in yellow can you touch. It's like, it's my car, I can touch whatever the fuck I want.
Yep. Yeah, like, and that's of course before they banned petrol cars. So now it's just a fucking $30,000 battery that you have to replace every 10 years.
If you live in mild climates.
If you're lucky and get the 10 years out, which is the more stupid bullshit. $30,000 every 10 years. You could buy a 20-year-old petrol car and drive it for another 20 years if you maintained it.
Well, and for 30, it's like, yeah, you're getting a very decent car. Used car
For 30
that.
grand, you're getting like a 5-year-old car.
I still don't understand why they didn't push hybrids.
Because
that's not the thing.
because
they've been
hybrids
pushing.
actually work.
The hybrids actually seem to be a decent compromise.
Well, it's because you still have mobility and the ability to go where you want.
Yes.
Yeah.
You aren't, and they can't just turn off all the fucking charging stations remotely like they want to do.
Yep. Because, if you violate your ESG score, well, suddenly you can't travel anywhere.
And don't forget, they want to bring in a distance-based travel tax. Yeah, that's what I want,
yeah.
a completely unexpected fucking extra tax at the end of every fucking year.
Oh yeah, we can't tax you on petrol anymore. I know, we'll just track your car and charge you tax by mile.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And the track is only for that, honest.
Yeah, we're not gonna
It's not so we can't turn your car off if you go somewhere we don't want. Oh, sorry, we're having a power crisis. We're having an energy crisis, so we need to turn your car off.
This is a 15-minute stay, and you've gone outside of your zone.
Yeah.
Do you have a permit to travel there?
Don't worry.
Yep.
We've reintroduced the Iron Curtain. It's just every 3 kilometers now. Do you have work papers to travel there? I don't think so. Turn the car off, lock the doors, wait for the police.
Yep. Or it's like, oh well, sorry, you're not allowed to live in these places. So sorry.
You said you could get out of your pod.
Yeah. It's fucking ridiculous. Meanwhile, the Welsh are at it again. Statues of old white men may need to be destroyed, say the psychopaths in Wales.
So when did the Welsh become non-white?
Yeah, good question. Up next, since when was the Duke of Wellington the bad guy?
Since the Welsh suddenly started speaking French.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, statues of old white men such as the Duke of Wellington and fucking Admiral Lord Nelson could be hidden or destroyed to create the right historical narrative. Holy shit! Hold on, this is the Telegraph. Fuck me dead! Someone strapped copper to Orwell's body. We're solving the power crisis.
To be fair, that's in quotation marks.
Yes, because they are literally
Fair.
quoting the Welsh government.
Yeah, to be fair to the Telegraph, that's in quotation.
Yes. Yes. But it just means that it's something the party actually said. I had to double check. The reason I double checked was the Telegraph is like, hold on a second, is this the fucking Onion?
Yeah. I really, really have to point out that there's a line about powerful, older, able-bodied white men.
Nelson!
So are they going to say Nelson was fully able-bodied?
Nelson was a person with a disability. Did the missing eye and arm not give it away?
We can't say disability anymore. We have to say differently abled.
Yep.
Damn it, Disco, why?
Like, fucking hell. Historical statues, yeah, may be offensive to a more diverse minded public. A stupider, ignorant public. According to guidance which is expected to be finalised this month, the government's best practice advice says that councils and other public bodies should take action to set the right historical narrative. Again, it's quoted again. They're literally setting the right historical narrative. Fuck me dead. The party's literally out here rewriting the fucking history books.
And did you know that white man came down from the heavens and landed upon Europe and colonized it, enslaving women as chattel and oppressing the native populations of Europe?
Last time I checked, the people enslaving the native populations of Europe were French.
Oui.
Simon Pavlov's asked, what the fuck is the right historical narrative? That white people are evil and never did anything good for anyone. It says authorities...
The moment you forget that, we'll get the whip.
Yeah. And the moment you get over this one, we'll change the narrative again. And our final, most significant, important order will be to ignore the evidence of your own eyes.
You see that thing over there? Well, that never happened, even though it's right in front of your face.
How many lights are there? Simon Pavlov's like, looks at the individual natural rights. Are you sure about that? Yeah, that's the problem, Pavlov. They hate those. They get in the way of communism.
Yep.
It says, authorities can conceal commemorations and discreetly box monuments or enclose them carefully in new artworks. Street and buildings could also be changed, the guidance states, to remove offensive or unwanted names. Alternatively, offensive or unwanted items could be relocated or destroyed, the advisory document states. Noting drawbacks include expense and the need for extensive public consultation. Yeah, a statue of Nelson. Do you not see the missing arm?
Oh, but don't you know that missing an arm is white privilege?
For fuck's sake. Oh.
Yeah. And this is what gets me. They're like, oh, it needs to be destroyed. 10 years ago, with the Confederate statues, they're like, well, just put it in a museum. It's like,
at least that was slightly more reasonable.
No, it wasn't. No, it was the same, because when things go to museums, I know this firsthand, it's like, oh, look at that. They don't have space for it. Well, they're just going to sell it off or destroy it. So
they then say that diversity is hardly visible at all in public commemorations. Yeah, because do you really want to ask why that is? Do you really want to ask why that is? It's because black people don't belong in England. They weren't born there. Yep. England is historically a white country. Do you not understand that English people come from England? No, they don't. They're idiots.
Yep.
Yeah, but Billy's right. These people are like ISIS.
Yep, ISIS and the Taliban. Remember
Mhm.
the ancient Buddhist statues that they destroyed with artillery?
Yep. It says, with existing memorials giving the perception that the achievements the society considers noteworthy are those of powerful, older, able-bodied white men. One, Nelson wasn't able-bodied. Two, yeah, it kind of is the powerful and older. Do you know why? Because the older are usually more powerful. And we know why Nelson gets a statue, because he fucking stuffed the French. You fuck up the French, you get a statue.
And, well, hell, I mean, Nelson was only 47 when he died. So
Exactly.
I don't exactly consider that older.
Yeah.
Maybe for his time, but not now.
Yeah. To dispel this narrative and end the perpetuation of racist colonial myths about white superior...
What?
Hold on a second. Who are they whining about again? Admiral Nelson, Thomas Picton, the Duke of Wellington, and Henry Morton Stanley. I'm not sure who Morton Stanley is,
Morton
but...
Stanley?
Who's Thomas Picton? Because I don't think he was a colonial. Was he? Oh, the Tyrant of Trinidad. Oh, fair enough. He might be a bad boy. But Trinidad was better under British rule.
He might be a bad boy.
So Stanley was a explorer, journalist, soldier, colonial administrator, author, politician, famous for his
that's why they
Central
hate him.
Africa.
He was a colonial administrator. But what the fuck did Nelson do? Have they even discovered... Like, when Nelson had... Fuck's sake. Nelson of all people.
Yeah. I mean, when he dies in 1805.
Yep. So Thomas was hailed as a hero following his death at the Battle of Waterloo in 1815. But his legacy as governor of Trinidad has been questioned. He was also involved in the slave trade. Yeah, like everyone else at the time. Shut up.
The audit of commemoration.
Yeah.
In the wake of
Black Lives Matter protests over a dead drug addict who drug addicted himself to death in America.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Committed
can we rip
crimes
down the
against
fucking
black
Marx
people.
statue?
Yeah. God. So, I recently discovered, on the topic of statues, a rather vile man has a statue for him.
We're talking about Marx here.
No, I someone who caused direct death and destruction. Nat Turner, and he has a statue for himself now.
Yeah, so let's see. So Henry Morton Stanley committed crimes against black people. Yep, the Duke of Wellington and Lord Nelson were among the memorialized deemed to have opposed abolition. Where the fuck is there evidence of this?
I don't know.
The audit's subsequent anti-racist Wales action plan. Jesus Christ. Historical injustices. Positive impact of minority communities. What positive impact have minority communities had again?
Positive one, because reasons.
Yes. Because diversity is our strength.
Else?
Yes. Literally. So someone who's not a fucking idiot has raised concerns that the guidance represents an Orwellian attempt to have public bodies rewrite history. Literally. Literally Orwellian.
You remember, it was from Warhorse Studios, Kingdom Come Deliverance, how people were freaking out. Oh, there's not enough minority representation.
Yeah, in like the 1600s or earlier fucking middle of Europe.
1400s.
1400s
like
middle of Europe.
1450. Yeah.
Yeah, at best you might have seen an Arab. But not where in that area of the world, but not where they were.
Yeah, it's like maybe a random trader, and it's like, well, that guy looks different. Oh well.
But again, they would have been there because It's not even set in a rich part of the fucking country. Someone coming from fucking Arabia would not be dicking about in their shitty little podunk castle hole. They'd be off in the capital actually trading with rich people.
Yeah. And getting praised for being exotic.
Oh, yeah, Prime points out there were Turks in Deliverance. Are the Turks
that's
white
fair.
this week or not?
I don't know.
Well, they keep whining that Erdogan's racist, so they must be white.
Ah, yes. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, Bohemia in 1400. Yeah, some Turks and maybe the odd Arab trader in somewhere really rich. Like, if in, like... We do have a prince who keeps doing stupid things, or is he just a lordling? I can't remember. All I can remember is the so-called best combat was dog shit.
Mm. Yeah, it typically is. Yeah. For melee weapons, it's...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, to be
it's
honest, the actual weapon work was decent. The problem is that it was too realistic. So you'd get in a fight and one hit and you're dead.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like, there's a point where you need to stop tone down the realism to actually enjoy the game.
It's like the Arma series of games. While I really like them to a point, there's also like, okay, I have to do all these layers of things to get commands to issue to the rest of the squad. This is a little onerous.
Exactly. It shouldn't be easier to go play Airsoft.
Yeah. Yeah. And yet it is.
It is. Yes, that's right. Ah, dear. So guess what time it is now?
Nonswatch?
Yeah, Nonswatch. Rolling trailer. The Sultans of Shadilay presents Nonswatch.
Get in the chipper, bitch! Would have been a fantastic story to go through.
Yes, but instead,
But
we'll look at why
play it.
Netflix is teaching preschoolers to come out as non-binary.
No.
Yes.
No,
No.
we don't want to.
Netflix's Ridley Jones is a colourful children's show about a girl living in a magical museum where the exhibits come to life at night. Yeah, but that's been done before. 6-year-old Ridley and her sword friends have been through 5 seasons of bullshit. In the show, which is targeted towards preschoolers, Fred, the bison, is reunited with her grandmother and realizes that she hasn't told her that she now goes by Fred instead of Winifred and uses they-them pronouns. The last time I saw my grandma, I used a different name and pronouns. That was before I discovered that Fred feels more like me. She still thinks I'm her granddaughter instead of her Fred. I hate Netflix so
And
much.
suddenly I wish the buffalo all went extinct in this show.
Yes. The episode follows Fred as she struggles to learn how to lead her fellow bison. Something she can't do until she is able to be herself, themself, and tell her grandmother about her new pronouns. The Washington Examiner does not give a shit. My heart says that the way I feel most myself is to go by the name Fred. That's because I'm non-binary, and Fred is the name that fits me best. And I also use they and them because calling me a she or he doesn't feel right to me. What about calling you an idiot?
I'd like, I'd
right to
pronoun.
Ich bin ein pronoun.
Just like Fred's, who've been repeating platitudes about being yourself non-stop, Grandma Dottie is immediately and unequivocally supportive because she's a psychopath.
Yeah. Dave's like, what the hell is that accent? That's not an accent. That is generic retarded lefty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, fucking Cyndi Lauper. Cyndi Lauper! For fuck's sake!
Cindy, you've fallen so far.
Yeah.
Now it's girls just want to use pronouns.
How could you lead the herd without being yourself, she says. Thank you for showing me your heart.
Ew, is this a vivisection?
Yeah. This all raises a very simple question. What on God's good earth is Netflix doing? Promoting gender confusion to 4-year-olds? Yeah, Washington Examiner is over your shit. Fucking Washington thinks you're full of crap. She, hers, just wanna have fun.
The noisy one now wants to play something else.
Oh, of
I'm
course.
not noisy. I'm merely loud and by choice.
Uh-huh.
Just call it boisterous and be done.
Yep, yep.
I identify as noisy. I identify as loud. I'm trans noise.
I'm just a quiet, small, innocent little loud drum set.
Oh, Lord. Well, thanks for popping in, Disco. Good having you as always.
And she's already yeeted herself
Yeah,
out of
she might be muted on the mic, yelling at the accessory.
Oh, my.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, this is just... Instead of a message of empowerment, it's stupidity.
Yeah. But in good news, Netflix dumped the fucking show.
Nice.
Well,
what was that horrible show that Disney did? Willow?
Oh, God, yeah, that abomination.
They apparently canceled that.
Oh, thank fuck for that. What's that? No one wanted to see these stupid lesbians and their stupid sidekicks, and fucking Willow's dead. What the fuck happened to Warwick Davis? What the fuck happened to the man? Before the show, even.
Holding his family hostage.
Yeah, possibly.
That's like, oh, guess what? It's like we're going to let you have your children back if you make this show. It's like,
But the lesbian creator says it's got no promotion. Yeah, and it's bad when fucking Netflix doesn't want to be associated with it. And look what utter crap. I'm not playing it. Fuck
look
that.
at that face.
Yeah, that says I want to molest your kids.
Yep.
It's just terrific. I'll fuck off with your Twitter crap. Jesus Christ, Daily Snow. What do the comments have to say? Finally, someone being cancelled deserves to be cancelled. Thank goodness this is getting ridiculous. So glad my kids got to grow up without having all this wokery fed to them. Let kids be kids. It has no audience. Mm-hmm. Up next, Disco's post something again. Why do you keep saying we're trying to get near children? You just hate the alphabet. Drag queen tells pupils queer is an identity and spectacular safeguarding fail.
Wow. Oh, what the? You know what this looks like? The Oxfam illustration.
Yes. Yeah. So this disgusting pervert, the person behind Drag Queen Molestation Hour, spoke to 11-year-olds. No. But a drag queen who posted on social media about orgies and said that love has no love has no age.
Wow.
Has been invited into a school in what campaign is labelled a spectacular safeguarding fail. Oh, right.
No, not a failure.
So the 27-year-old autistic... Can you bastards stop making us look bad? Autistic male children's author who performs as pervert in a tight sequin dress has recently sparked protests in council libraries on the Tate, leading to police escorts. Yeah, it should be to prison.
Wait. Hold on. Children's author.
Yeah, children's author. Oh God, we're going to have to look up the books.
Yeah, you keep spurring on about that, and I'll be distracting myself.
So the pervert said that in 5 sessions, he taught the pupils to understand that queer is an identity, as well as the 1988 Section 28 law, pride events, living as a gay person, and Martha P. Johnson, the late US drag queen. One pupil asked him whether gay people could be made not gay, to which he said no. While another asked, did you ever think about killing yourself? I wish he would do that more.
Self-abortion.
Yeah. After the sessions, the piece of shit account posted 3 photos of the children watching the classes, which were then deleted. In 2020, the stupid idiots Welsh government's Ofsted hailed the school program and hailed Lewis School Penguin founded in 1729 as an example of best practice. Oh my god, it's just perverts everywhere you look. Shadow Minister for Education for Wales, not a psycho, says, it's extremely concerning this is happening in schools in Wales and highly inappropriate for women to be in this kind of environment. The first question to ask is, why is it necessary to have a drag queen in a school environment? There are far better and more appropriate role models out there. Our children deserve far better than to have a known, highly sexualized and biased individual coming in to indoctrinate them and talk about delicate subjects such as suicide and sexuality.
Oh my. Well, luckily, it's apparently only one book.
Mm-hmm. Now, keep this in mind. This piece of shit is not... Guys, their name is Sab Samuel. Well, drag queen Story Hour founder Sab Samuel fundraised for rapist funeral. I'm gonna need an archive link.
Yeah, I can pull that up.
I'm just flicking that over. Amazon.co.uk. 3 Goats United Adventures. Is this a bastardization of 3 Billy Goats? Or some shit?
Yeah.
3 Goats United. 52 pence. No, I do not
No
want to
reviews.
ship this to Australia. 60 pages. Ooh. Is it? Yeah. Is this actually in paperback? Can we get a look?
I'm not finding it yet.
Yeah, see all formats and editions.
Of course, there's...
Publisher
Wales
is
online.
Drag Queen Story Hour UK Publishing. Yeah, funny that.
Includes free audiobook.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, I'll buy used, yeah. 3 Goats United. Let's see if we can find some more about what this pedophile's up to.
Oh, look at... Oh.
Yep. Google Books. Is that... I think that's the page we were on. I don't think it's ever actually been in ebook format.
I mean...
Probably for the best.
Yeah. Oh, man. Of course, it's like the face. So I've got a link here that I'll be throwing over at you that talks about like how they talk about the whole thing.
Yeah, it's friggin' ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like, oh, the story itself is actually fun.
Well,
Like, no,
I
it's
think
not.
Wales needs a nuke.
Oh my. Well, this is interesting.
Yes.
Apparently, Drag Queen Story Hour has its own book selection.
Oh my lord. Oh,
Yeah.
here we go.
Ah, yes, this is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hold on. What? This is. Well, they're being chased by wolves. Really poorly drawn wolves. When a brown, black, and pink goat tried to cross the bridge to get to the other side, a horrid white beast called... Of course the bad guys are white. Appears to hold trouble. A story about staying up to bullies and goats. You may also like My First Pride by the same fucking pervert. It's not a problem. By pervert.
Oh my. Oh, but you buy the 3-book bundle.
Yeah. Let's have a look at My First Pride by the deranged pervert. We have... What the fuck is this piece of shit with the pie symbol on it? Some two-spirit bullshit in the background. Sort of other degenerate pervert pages. And of course, the intersectional molestation flag. Join a young boy on a journey of pride. Yeah, how about you take your sexual fetishes and get into the wood chipper? What archive is this?
Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 goats, you know. Gee, what the fuck is this? Why? Why?
But all I can say is apparently we hate you all in chat today. You get to suffer with us.
Yeah. So anyway, this fucking pervert fundraised for a rapist's funeral. Why do you need to fundraise? A shovel isn't that expensive. Oh, here we go. So the pervert helped fundraise for the funeral of its friend, another pervert found dead in an alleyway. So they wrote online that the piece of shit was taken unjustly. I'd like to help give my friend the send-off he deserves. So the dead pervert, previously known as Doesn't Matter, was convicted as a teenager of 4 charges of raping a boy under the age of 16 in South Wales.
Of course.
So your best friend's a pedophile. No, Bobcat's like, well, I guess it'll be isolating my children from all of modern society. Nothing made after 2005. No. Nothing after 95.
Yeah.
Actually, what year did Lion King come out? Nothing after that.
I thought that was...
That was like
about
93, wasn't it?
95. Something like that.
Yeah. Well, whatever year that was, nothing after that. It's all gone to shit. Oh, Billy has an excellent and interesting idea. Maybe we should rewrite the wolf in Little Red Riding Hood as a trans furry.
Yeah.
No, Bobcat's like 55. Yeah, sure. No media after 55.
I mean, yeah, they still had decent programming back then.
Eh.
I mean, compared to whatever the fuck that thing was we saw earlier.
Yeah, this is true. What's this? Oh, yeah, here we go. Transgender daycare worker charged with sexually abusing baby. Dressed.
Well, I mean, first of all,
but,
dressed like that.
Yeah. Okay. So you're in drag, dressed as fucking Alice in Wonderland.
Wow. Explore Learning Academy. Yeah, I think they were doing a little too much exploring.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Redux. It's that feminist news rag.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh look.
They put trans-identified male.
Takes home eighth women's running title at Indoor Masters Championship. Ireland, extremely violent trans-identified male sentenced to women's prison after threatening to rape murder mother. Teen girl hospitalized after being attacked in unisex school bathroom. Canadian Cancer Society recommends cervical cancer screening for men who identify as women.
I think that's a proctology exam.
Yep. Transgender rapist saw his second victim weeks after release from prison for raping teen girl.
Wow. Paducah. So this is what, Kentucky?
Yes. So the abuse is said to have occurred last November. Police became involved in February after Kentucky Department of Community-Based Services received an anonymous tip from someone working inside the academy. According to a solitary local report on the incident, the piece of shit had made inappropriate comments towards the infant while changing the child's diaper and also touched the baby inappropriately. They avoided using pronouns for the piece of shit. A Paducah police officer and DCBS staffer went to explore the academy and spoke with a witness who corroborated the details of the anonymous report. He's also interviewed the director of the academy, who appeared to have been aware of the behavior with the baby, but had only given the piece of shit a write-up for making inappropriate comments towards the infant. Cool, that one goes to prison too. In fact, everyone goes to prison except the person who reported it.
Yep. Wow. Piece of shit was arrested the same day the report was investigated, and during police questioning, it attempted to deny accusations at first, initially claimed he had not changed the infant's diaper at all, but later admitted to having done so after police presented him with evidence in the form of a text that he had sent the daycare's director confirming the baby's diaper had been changed.
Mm-hmm.
The piece of shit then maintained he had not made inappropriate comments or touched the baby sexually. It has been charged with first-degree sexual abuse of a victim under the age of 12 and is currently housed in McCracken County Jail. Bond set at $100,000, not enough. According to the inmate roster, his
It's
sex has been
sexism.
recorded as male.
Mm-hmm.
Arraignment on March 23.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the alleged predator has a limited social media history, with a largely barren Facebook, only showing photos of the piece of shit wearing a blue costume dress similar in style to that commonly associated with the main character in the classic children's tale Alice in Wonderland. The piece of shit appears to be in a classroom in the photos taken, and there's a small child visible in one of the snaps also donning a costume. You fucking pervert. Jesus
yes.
fucking Christ. Oh, yep, there's something blurred in the corner of this photo up here that is apparently a kid. Oh, and of course, the woke virtue signaling idiot has its mask below its nose. You dirty anti-vaxxer, how dare you want to kill Grandma?
Exactly.
Me, speaking of weird perverts, Jimmy Kimmel's close friends with Jeffrey Epstein's associate, former private chef.
Is anybody shocked?
Well, no. As soon as... Because Kimmel recently called Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers a conspiracy theorist for wanting to know the names on Epstein's client list. What's that, Jimmy? You worried you're going to be on it?
He's probably going to be the one on it most. I mean, I'm just going to say, the Man Show was not that good.
Yeah. So
Mostly because he was on there.
Yeah. Jimmy Kimmel, who recently called Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers a conspiracy theorist wanting to know the names on infamous pedophile Jeffrey Epstein's client list, has been revealed to be friends with former Epstein chef Adam Perry Lang. The connection between Kimmel, Lang, and Epstein was uncovered by internet sleuths and amplified by the Daily Wire's Brett Cooper.
Ooh, interesting.
Oh, Brett Cooper's so close to being attractive.
Okay, sure.
She's just insufferable. And she looks like a daft bitch.
Yeah.
Cyclos. Layered in makeup.
I've seen in a number of posts of Kimmel's on Instagram, including most recently the pair being seen at the Oscars behind the scenes, as well as another post of the two gathering for Super Bowl Sunday last night. I mean, they could just be, into each other. So, interesting.
Yeah.
Yep.
20 years ago, as a young chef, the guy worked for Epstein.
Role was limited to meal preparation. I was unaware of the depraved behavior and have great sympathy and admiration for the brave women who came forward. You knew. How do you go to a place like that, work there, and not know?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I don't buy a word of it. And I think the rest of the article just waffles, because the post-millennial is also fucking reporters. Fucking reporters! Well, mate, that's what we need to do. We need to start our own news website that condenses all this shit into like 3 paragraphs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, maybe that's what Substack could be for. Again, there is the Sultans website.
Yes. We should do something with that one. Up next. Pictured, retired Met police officer accused with colleague of being in pedophile ring with serving chief inspector was found dead as... Oh, we've seen this. We've seen more details about this before. Who cares? Screw that. Let's look at something fun. Minnesota man kills sex offender with moose antlers.
Yes.
Woo!
Face death by moose.
Dad turns himself in for murder after finishing off sex offender with moose antlers. We here at the louderwithcrowd.com website are staunch supporters of cruel and unusual punishment when it comes to giving child molesters their comeuppance. Finishing one off with moose antlers is quite a flair for the dramatic. The rub is we're not sure if he got the right guy. Oh, shit, that's not good.
Oof. Oof.
Yeah. So, in Minnesota, the guy walks into the police station covered in blood and confesses to beating Lawrence Scully to death with a shovel before finishing him off. This is where the story gets murky. Scully was in fact convicted of molesting a 6-year-old girl in 1979. Oh, well, that is okay then. Whether he was the intended pedophile, it doesn't matter. It's fine.
Yeah. Scully had a long history of beef with Axtell, accused pedophile of stalking and attempting to groom his then toddler daughter and her daycare at her daycare by parking his van at the facility. Yeah, so I mean, regardless.
It's what's the problem?
It sounds like
convicted pervert, killed, doesn't matter.
Arraigned on second-degree murder. Yada yada yada.
Why second and not first degree? Well, I'm going to guess that's going to be the premeditation.
Yeah, because I'm willing to bet it was like he saw it, it clicked, he went berserk, took care of things.
Well, I reckon that would be why the prosecutors charged him with second degree, because I don't think they're going to be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the premeditation. Because the defense is going to argue that he's a fucking pedophile. The guy thought he did something to his kid, broke into an understandable rage and beat him to death.
Yep.
Which is which I think just about any jury would buy.
Yep, he went full Plauché.
Yeah. Hopefully, I wonder if I don't think anyone's going to get the Plauché verdict though.
No,
but that was glorious. Soft. I'm going to bring that up again because hearing the sentencing for Gary Plauché, it's just mwah.
Well, and unfortunately, well, it's because it happened in Germany. Marianne, I can't remember it. Recent.
Go watch it on Dankula's channel, people.
Yeah,
he did a Mad Lasses,
and she did that 2 years before Plauché. So,
yeah. Plauché was initially charged with second-degree murder. Yeah, there we go. Second-degree murder again.
Yep.
Because that's going to be the intent. Degrees of murder.
No contest manslaughter. Yeah.
Yeah, most common division is between first and second. Generally, second degree is common law and first degree is aggravated. Yeah. Specific intent to kill, premeditation, deliberation. Yeah, and guaranteed they're going to argue similarly to what the prosecution would have argued here. Like, he obviously did it. We know he did it. But we now have to convict him of it, and there's no way in hell we're going to get any jury to buy premeditation when someone ganks a pedo.
Yeah. And, yeah, I mean, let's be honest. There really was no victim.
No. I want to see the report from what the judge said, because the judge said something far more useful than what they're putting in here. Here we go. Can we get the New York Times, 1985? So we've got a web archive. No, here we go. A father who no, that's not the one I wanted. Because there is...
I thought there was a quote from the judge somewhere.
Yeah, I thought it was in here, actually. Oh, maybe it isn't. It's just somewhere else, and I'm missing it. Yeah, I swear there was a quote. Was a quote from the judge. Ah, here we go. Well, it is in here, so that's cool. So we'll read it. So, Plauché was initially charged with second-degree murder, but agreed to a plea bargain in which he pled no contest to manslaughter. Didn't even plead guilty. Pled no contest. Fucking hell. Sentenced to 7 years suspended sentence, with 5 years probation and 300 hours of community service, which he completed in 1989. Psychological reports helped Plauché's case after it was learned that Doucette had abused Jody months prior to the kidnapping. Edward P.U.Z. examined Plauché and determined they could not tell the difference between right and wrong when he killed Doucette. I guarantee that guy thinks that he did the right thing. I think everyone thinks he did the right thing. Flash's defense team argued that he was driven to a temporarily psychotic state after learning of the abuse of his son. Uzi also determined that Doucette had the ability to manipulate others and took advantage of the fact that Planchet was separated from his wife at the time. Fucking women! And then managed to wedge his way into the Planchet family. Judge Frank Sire... Here we go, here's the good bit. Judge Frank Sire ruled that sending Planchet to prison would not help anyone, and that there was virtually no risk of him committing another crime. Not a day in jail after the conviction. Or after the sentencing, anyway.
You know, we need more judges like that.
We do. Taking the full circumstances into account. And the judge is absolutely right. There was you could not reasonably believe that he would ever commit another crime.
I mean, yeah, because it's like, well, as long as nobody touches his son, I don't think he's got to go murder anybody that deserves it.
But yeah, like, what do we have? We had, like, 7 years suspended sentence, 5 years probation, 300 hours of community service. 300 hours of community service, that's fucking nothing.
No.
That's a... I think it's the perfect sentence, too. 7 years suspended, 5 years probation, and community service. I think that sends the appropriate message. That deserved it, but also saying Planchet to prison for it helps nobody. But also, having vigilante justice isn't great in case you fuck up and get the wrong target.
Yeah. But that said, at least justice was done.
Oh, Marco reckons that Planchet's wife actually told him at one point, "You could have at least let me drive you to the airport."
She actually, yeah, that I saw that in a different documentary. Yeah,
well, shit.
She was, yeah, I mean, for all their marital problems, at least it was like, she got it.
Well, clearly they both still love the kid, which is nice.
Yeah.
In March 2020, some of the uncensored copies of the video were taken down and re-uploaded in the censored version. Plenty of copies of the original still exist on YouTube and elsewhere. Fucking oath! Good riddance to bad rubbish.
Yep.
Just as like 7 years of community service. Here's a Sig Sauer P26 and the sex offender register. Get at it. Oh, Lord. But that brings us to the end of the pre-planned articles, so let me see if anything interesting has shown up.
Oh, yes.
Oh, we've got some art from Major that we missed. Sorry, man. What do we got? We also have a new friend, Duty Man.
And apparently, Prime Night has sent you a sandwich.
Right. So what's this? You wake up, you go to bed, you wake up, you go to bed. Who the fuck is that that's reaching through the window? Oh, daylight savings, dickhead. That's Franklin.
Yeah.
Well, fucks your clock, sets your clock back an hour. World ends. Everything blows up. You hang yourself.
Yep. I mean, I don't see where this isn't actually real life.
Oh, this is meant to do some other excellent art too. Work or GTFO? We object! We object! Based ice and sauce. Yeah, no, GTFO, lol. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Good riddance to bad rubbish.
Yeah. It's like, just send them back where they came from. Yeah, I mean, if they make it.
Yeah. So, I think that brings us to the end of the stream. Because sadly we don't get to do the Rumble exclusive content.
Yeah.
But
I
I'm
don't see
fine with
Rumble
that.
being stable today.
Yeah, hopefully Rumble should be fine by next week, but let this be a lesson, guys. Don't work on the live system.
Yeah, or if it's going to be worked on, do it in the background, test it, and then
Yeah.
set it in motion. Don't screw everybody over.
In particular, us.
Yes.
In fact, just do your server updates not on Saturdays at 2 p.m. London time. Major says Rumble took a tumble. Work it out, please. Maureen says, people, Ireland won. Go Ireland. Person she was sharing her table with at the pub wouldn't leave. Very annoying. Finally alone. Yay.
Yeah. Yeah. And Maureen, good a dog. At least I tried.
Yeah. 5 p.m. says Rumble testing in prod lol. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dear. But yes, that brings us to the end of that. What do we know that's happening throughout the rest through next week? Crow is alive again. He has returned from the dead. And so he is working. He should have content out this week. So look forward to that. I think he's still working on Alien Isolation.
That's the last I heard. Yeah.
Yeah, I look forward to him getting eaten repeatedly. There will actually be a trim video out Monday, possibly 2 p.m. Well, I set it for what I thought was 2 p.m., but who knows what Daylight Savings is going to do to us before then. But there's a trim video coming out on Monday. A new time lapse. Arden does something every day.
That's saying it mildly.
Yeah. Like one of these days, I need to beat his thumbnails into 1080. The man needs to learn. The man needs to use not use raster text that's up, the zoomed in 5 million miles. But at least he does thumbnails now.
Nice. Finally. And I guess the question is Monkey doing anything?
I don't know if Monkey's doing anything. I don't know if we're doing anything. I should bother Disco and see if we can do some stuff.
I mean,
I thought
you probably need to do some more trans supremacy at Hogwarts.
Yes, and there's a new power washing DLC out, so we should probably get on that too.
Oh, nice.
So I will try and bother Disco about that, because hopefully she's all settled in nicely at home now. And also,
that, but I think George will say many different things about that.
Well, George is a key part of the power washing crew.
True.
Monkey is working on a very public surprise. Oh God, it's going to be live in the middle of Swindon. Hot Tub Monkey.
With his 55-gallon drum of artificial semen.
And his banana.
Where do you think he puts it?
Yeah. Ardent says nothing tomorrow, Monday Halo review. Yes, Ardent is doing a Monday media review on Halo. Speaking of upcoming things, I have forked out, I've paid for the monthly Humble Choice bundle, so I'll start working on those videos when I wake up, and so those will go out when they go out. Again, so I'm not, hopefully I actually get around to that so I can spread them out a bit more rather than trying to shove out like 9 games worth of videos in a week. Gets a bit cluttered. Yeah. Who else do we know that's doing things? Oh yes, don't forget Total Blackout, who does a stupid amount of videos every day. And is doing great. Actually, the man's doing brilliantly on the everything. Because he's the one, he doesn't talk about politics on his stream, on his channel.
Amazing what that does.
Yep. It's not to mention that his content is like the perfect YouTube bait. Awesome time lapses of spray painting. So it works out. He's really good, and he's in a perfect niche for trolling on YouTube. I'm just trying to think of anyone else. Patriot Brunchcast died because the man has to work.
Yeah.
Um,
I keep trying to get motivated to do it, but then it's like I've got real life shit I've got to do.
yeah, funny how that works.
But yeah, I need to spit something out, at least some little video here.
Yeah. Who else is doing things? Well, they don't get shoutouts because they never show up anymore. I think James Craig's got a new book coming out. Note to self get referral code. Actually, I think that's coming out soon-ish. So when that goes live on Amazon, I will get a referral code for that. So if you are interested in his book, you can give him and Bezic money.
Yes.
And my money comes out of Amazon's cut.
Nicer.
Yes, there's actually some affiliate links down in the thing already for his last book and Evrad's books.
And apparently the Shade Master is doing something with Hogwarts.
Yep. That wizard game.
Yes.
Who else do we have in the list?
And then Maureen's yelling at me in chat, so yeah.
To be fair,
I guess I don't feel like doing anything.
Yeah. Who else do we have? We have Prime Knight, who's still working on doing his Boo Hurt stuff in the process. I'm really looking forward to when that gets active. Liquid Swan, when he's not creeping on the Lotus Eaters, does a weekly D&D campaign with like 3 viewers, so maybe he'd appreciate some more. And Stoa Group, who's linked down in our description, does the music for the intro for Sultans and Trim's Art Chat. Oh yeah, and sometime when Poor Bleach has 3 minutes to shake together, we're going to talk about guns for a couple of hours with Ardent on Ardent's channel.
And to not a Robert Cat, lots of excuses. Well, yeah, I mean, I can come up with some more if you want.
But the really sad thing is they're good excuses.
Yeah, well, that happens.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not seeing who. I don't think there's anyone else in the community because we've got a community now. That's weird.
Yep.
If you do make content and I haven't spoken about it, for God's sake, go into the self-promo channel on the Discord and post some crap.
It's not our fault that you haven't posted there.
Exactly. If we know you exist, we might actually be able to shill you.
Yep. And you can get more than one viewer.
Yes. Ardent says probably Rumble for the gun chat. Fair enough. And Crowder is back Monday, so there you go. No, Crowder doesn't deserve a shout out. He's not on the fucking podcast.
No.
Crowder can have a shout out if he gets on the podcast or at least participates in the Discord.
and actively participates in promoting us.
Yes. This episode of Ladder with Crowder is sponsored by the Sultans of Shadilay.
No. This episode of the Sultans of Shadilay sponsored by Louder with Crowder.
Oh god, that'd be nice. Maureen says she doesn't do anything, just sits here and exists, but she's very good at drinking beer.
I'm pressing X for doubt.
Oh dear. Well, don't worry. It's not rape if they already start penetrating.
Or they shout surprise.
Only if that surprises that they're not wearing a condom. Oh wait, that's not rape in the Netherlands.
See, that's a surprise too. Yep.
Not a Bobcat says, at best, if it helps, I feel like you do more to help small creators than current. Well, thank you very much, sir. That is what we try and do here. We try and share the love. Because I think we all know how much it fucking sucks trying to start a YouTube channel.
You call sharing the love that last segment we did.
Yeah, that last thing. Oh yeah, Everard popped in, so don't forget so he can have a shout out as well. Yeah, check out Christopher Everard's stuff. He's been talking a lot about how autism fucking sucks, which is how you know the lefties don't actually have it most of the time.
Yep.
Trust me, it is a fucking disability, and you do suffer from it. In fact, it's actually worse than some of the other ones, because you're in that lovely place where you can fake being normal just enough, but also you often dress yourself, you can look after yourself, you can not die if left unattended for 2 hours. But
Yeah.
you're just weird enough that you can't focus in an office environment. You're either burnout or you're just socially weird enough that people don't like you because you're different. And that's why it's great here at the Sultans of Shadilay, because we're all fucked up.
Just in vastly different ways.
Yep. Oh dear. But yeah, that brings us to the end of everything. Thank you very much, everyone who opted in. Thank you very much, Holtsonator, for the $5. I promise I will spend it on alcohol, drugs, or junk food.
Or just fentanyl, because it does all three.
Apparently it makes for a balanced breakfast.
The breakfasts of champions and saviors everywhere.
Indeed. Saints, in fact.
All hail.
Monkey says, get a job like mine where everyone leaves you the fuck alone because all the engineers are spokes.
I mean, yeah, that's like the basic definition to become an
Yeah,
engineer.
that'd be nice. Maybe, if only I could be fucked getting back into programming. I should. There's probably some dollars to be made in it, doing the super cheap bullshit.
No, I mean, you could at least, stuff your G-string with those, instead of just Holtsonator just throwing money at you.
Holtzay's going to need to pay a little bit more than that if he wants to stuff my G-string.
Yeah. What if he just uses ones instead of fives?
Yeah, those aren't going to do me much good.
No, but...
Oh, well. But yeah, well, that brings us to the end. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to Ardent for popping in for a little bit. Thank you to Disco for popping in for a little bit longer. And thank you to...
Jack.
Yeah, thank you to Jack and George for squealing in the background. And thank you, of course, to Bleach, who is a champion, and not just hung out the whole time, but showed up an hour early to make sure I was ready.
Exactly. I didn't want to see you fail this time.
Yep. Just a heads up, everyone, not next week, but I'm pretty sure it's the week after. The UK shifts their stupid fucking daylight savings, which means that the Sultans should shift as well. Or if you're in the UK, it should say the same, but it's just going to screw me over.
I mean, fair. I'm not getting up extra early for UK time now.
Well, it shouldn't affect you. Or does it? I can't
It
remember
already
how it
has.
works. It's all fucked up. Situation normal, all fucked up.
Yeah. Oh, I this is actually a nice compliment from Mediger. Thanks, lads. Good stuff. I like my new Saturday routine. Very nice.
Yeah,
Well, thank you.
I'm glad you like it. I'm not sure how you should feel about being your whole Saturday, but this is just a short one. It's under 6 hours.
Oh yeah. Not according to my clock, but then I was here an extra hour.
Yeah. But yeah, we will definitely see you all next time. Tune in for the massive, hopefully, amount of content throughout the week. And don't forget to leave a like and comment on all the assorted videos you find, because the algorithm likes that, even though we all hate it and we all hate saying it. And we will see you all.
Yeah, we also hate taxes, so
Yes.
there you go.
Fuck taxes, fuck YouTube, fuck Susan. No, don't fuck Susan.
You mean new Susan?
New Susan. It's like a new woman with a penis.
Yeah. I won't say more because it's not Rumble exclusive.
Yes. Yeah, bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye, Maureen. And we'll see you next time. Thank you, everyone, and goodbye. Shall I, folks?